Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 fixture between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Now, we are just under 15 minutes away from the start of play here on day 2, and Lancashire will start on 306 for 8 this morning. That's after they chose to bat yesterday after their captain Keaton Jennings won the toss. Let's remind you of all the action from the 96 overs that we had yesterday with the day 1 highlights.
Stone, final ball of his second over, flashed away. It's in the air by Luke Wells, down towards the boundary at deep backward square leg.
Might not have been too far away from a game, as this one's driven beautifully by Jennings. It's worth the wait. 50 wickets or more each of his 3 seasons with Notts from this end of the ground. Bowls edged, caught, really good catch at second slip by Calvin Harrison, and Jennings goes. Edgbaston as the Balderson bowls nicely turned away. That's a lovely shot from Jennings. Just worked it away, bread and butter.
This feels a little bit better.
Balderson in his 5th over, got 1 wicket to fall. This one's hit up and over and away for runs. St Tom's had a couple of centuries for the seconds as Pennington bowls cut away for 4. Short and wide, and a nice looking shot from Bohannon, just leaned into that.
James in, Jennings advances and plays a lovely shot just off his pads. Out towards deep square leg for 4, he moves on to 20. Ball over the wicket to the right hander Josh Bohannon, handsomely driven for 4. Stood there and admired it. Josh Bohannon.
In again, bowls worked away 4 more. Nice looking shot from Jennings. On the onside, there's not much protection out there. Beat a Seba Mead and you've got 4 runs. And Darren Patterson with the wickets as Josh Bohannon gets one that just runs away off the shoulder of the bat down to the unprotected third. On strike on 35, hit him on the pad. They're asking here a given, and James does get a wicket on the stroke of lunge. That is lunge. Bohannon goes for 35.
Jennings on 35, in and bowls short and cut, and that's 4 to that shorter boundary.
Ben Duckett the last match against Warwickshire. This one's hit in the air but over the offside ring and away for 4. It's Lyndon James, lengthy approach, bowls and it's hit back in the direction of that gentleman who was moving about behind the arms for 4. 183 for 2. Harrison tosses this one up, and that's a full toss, or it's made into a full toss by Jennings. Just reached forward and just paddled it away. Once more, he's taken the aerial route this time, and my word, a lovely looking shot from Keaton Jennings straight down the ground for 6. Leg spinner bowling round the wicket to Jennings, and he's gone! Harrison gets his man. Jennings trying a reverse sweep. He's helped it straight into the hands of Tom Moores. He was there at slip and suddenly he was faced with Keaton Jennings swishing the ball to me. Embossed, engraved for him, and he's kept it.
Big appeal for LBW, he's given it! Stone gets his wicket, the first for him today. I think he relished that, didn't he?
It's Harrison then to bowl to the right-handed Bruce, who sweeps this away for 4. Harrison tosses it up and he's gone big this time, and he's hit it towards us. It's not going to clear the rope on the full, but a couple of bounces later. Have an awful, well, a filthy ball is hit away for 6. Bruce is on 46, looking to get there in 1 hit, and he drives through the offside and does get to his 50 in 1 hit. Lovely shot, and that's a very decent innings from Tom Bruce.
Harrison spins the ball from one hand to the other, comes bouncing in and bowls. Full toss, walloped out towards the leg side by Bruce. And 1 bounce and 4 runs.
Liverpool to get to 350 as Pennington in again, edge caught! It's another catch for Moores at first slip, and Pennington now celebrates his first wicket. Went quickly, very quickly from the outside edge of George Bell's bat. Good catch from Moores. 275 for 5. Delivery, edged, caught, good catch, really good catch. Will Young low down at third slip, and Pennington's got 2 in 2, and Hurst gets a blob. He's gone for 0. 275 for 6. Halfway through the 88th over, Pennington bowls, edged and caught, another good catch, and Hartley goes. Pennington's got 3. Now there were 2 fielders diving across each other there. We'll just have to sort out who's got that one. 289 for 7. Hartley's gone for 6. Calvin Harrison.
Patterson comes in to Bruce. Oh, that's a big appeal. Oh, he's given it! Bruce has gone right on the stroke of close of play, the penultimate over of the day.
So they were the highlights from Day one yesterday, sorry. Now, you saw there that 2 wickets fell in that morning session, and the Notts bowlers put the Lancashire batters under quite a bit of pressure in that morning session. One of those bowlers was Ollie Stone, who returned to action here at Trent Bridge yesterday, and the Trent Bridge media team caught up with Ollie after the day yesterday.
Ollie, a strong show of resolve with the ball there in the end. How do you find the position that we're in at the end of day one?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to take those wickets there at the end with the new ball, and it's put us in a really nice position to come back tomorrow and hopefully get those 2 wickets nice and quickly. And I feel like the way we bowled today, it could have been very different. There was a patch there maybe after lunch, we weren't at our best, but we beat the bat a lot, and I thought the boys did well, and yeah, to get those wickets at the end, I think it showed how well we bowled today.
How important is it that you stick at it and I guess keep the rate within your check, because you're right, there was a time when there wasn't many wickets falling, but you were able to sort of capitalise on a bit of pressure towards the end of each session.
Yeah, I think we always know that if you keep it dry and reduce the boundaries, that the wickets will come. Cricket's a funny old game with that. We feel like, whether you're playing a test match, a club game or whatever, if you keep the runs dry, then chances will be created. And yeah, it was nice at times there to restrict them and not let them get away, and yeah, like you say, pick up those rewards at the end of the day.
And let's talk about yourself. A pretty hostile few spells actually, not just with the new ball, but how good do you feel and how fresh do you feel with the ball in hand at the minute? Yeah,
it's been great just being back out there. I've loved every minute of it, and yeah, the way the ball came out today was obviously very pleasing, and my legs were a bit heavy there at the end, but I'll take that going into the next 3 days, and hopefully come back and pick up 2 wickets tomorrow morning and walk off with a free throw. That'd be nice.
Do you still have to almost remind yourself that you are bowling really well when you're not necessarily getting the wickets that tell you that?
I guess so. It's one of them. I'd rather bowl well and pick up no wickets and everyone else take them, and I can walk off the field quicker. So yeah, it's obviously nice when you pick up those wickets, but when the ball comes out nicely and you've got that good shape and stuff on it, it's just pleasing that the hard work I've been putting in is paying off.
You feel like you're bowling quite quick at the moment?
Yeah, I feel like it's coming out nicely. I feel, there was obviously point maybe at the end of the day it wasn't as fresh as at the start, but yeah, no, I'm feeling good, and yeah, the way it's coming out, I'll take that.
And you're very well placed to talk about some of your seam bowling partners. Let's start with Dylan Pennington. What is it that makes him such a promising and ultimately successful bowler so far this season?
I mean, he doesn't stop running in. We've seen that today. He's hostile, but also he's got control. I think he maybe walked off of 8 maidens there at the end of the day. So to be able to do that and still be threatening is obviously really pleasing, and the way he's fitted into this attack, and it's nice to have 2 or 3 bowlers that can run in and be really aggressive, and then Dane just comes out and just does Dane's thing and just attacks the pads, and he obviously got his reward there at the end, and I think we've got it all bases covered. So yeah, he's been a great addition, and he's shown again today his class.
Yeah, on the sort of all bases covered, does it help having that little bit of variety throughout, not just the team selected today, but the squad actually, having a number of options at your disposal? It
is, and obviously Fletchy's been bowling well in the 2s and picking up wickets, and he was disappointed not to play, and I feel like when you've got a squad like that and depth, to know that if one of us needs a rest next week or whenever that may be, that you've got someone like Fletch sitting on the sidelines ready to come in and chomping at the bit. So, I mean, a healthy competition is always good, and a coach's nightmare, which is obviously pleasing.
And have you got any sort of number in your head that would be nice to restrict them to, what you think par might be, or is it not as simple as that?
I mean, I think it's a good wicket. It seems like when the ball's obviously newer, it does a little bit more, but we'll just be looking to wrap up these 2 wickets as quickly as we can in the morning and go from there.
So they were the thoughts of Ollie Stone after day 1 yesterday. Now the bell perfectly timed, has just been run. So that means that we are 5 minutes away from the start of play here on day 2. But let's just remind you of who's been taking the wickets for Notts so far this season. Now, yesterday, one for Ollie Stone, but Dylan Pennington got 3 wickets yesterday, and you'll see that he is closing in on Calvin Harrison, who leads the way with 14 wickets. Dylan Pennington just 2 behind after those 3 yesterday on 12. And also Lyndon James, who's been playing a pivotal role with the ball so far this season. A couple of wickets for Dane Patterson yesterday as well. He's into double figures for the season now. And the Notts boys will be looking to get those 2 wickets this morning and collect maximum bowling points as well. Now, that would mean that obviously the openers, Hamid and Ben Slater, would be making their way out this morning to chase whatever total Lancashire put on. So let's have a look at the batters and see who's been in form so far this season with the bat. And you will see that, well, it's no surprise really, is it? Joe Clark, number 33, 480 runs for Joe so far this season. He's had 300s already this season. He's been in great form with the bat. And you'll see that Ben Duckett, he misses this games due to obviously England commitments in the summer as well. But talking about that opener, Ben Slater, he's on 229. He's got a couple of 50s, so both him and Hamid will be looking to obviously get off to a good start, but that is yet to come. It's back to Notts getting those 2 wickets this morning. Like I say, 14 overs left to get those 2 wickets and to get maximum bowling points. They've got 2 already, but from Lancashire's point of view, they'll be looking to get to 350 if they can and start getting some batting points as well. So the players are making their way down the pavilion steps. We're just waiting for the umpires, but it's possibly time for me to hand you over to your commentary team, which is Scott Reed and Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Lovely, bright, sunny morning here ahead of day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Lancashire, who will resume their first innings on 306 for 8 in a moment or two. Our umpires are Richard Kettleborough and Tom Lungley, leading the players out onto the field. Those of you that have been following the pre-match setup by Aaron Lord on Trent Bridge Live will have seen yesterday's highlights, the interview with Ollie Stone, and nicely ready to go. Those of you just joining us for the first time this morning, a very warm welcome. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Alongside me, the voice of cricket in the Northwest. A very good morning, Scott Reed.
Over egging the pudding slightly there, Dave, but yes, good morning, everybody. Lovely day again. Beautiful day, actually, isn't it? Really enjoyable first day yesterday, and we'll see what day 2 has in store. I think it's really evenly balanced. I think that kind of final hour for Nottinghamshire with the new ball last night worked a treat for them, and I think that's just has made it a reasonably level, balanced first day.
Yeah, Notts fought back, didn't they? Lancashire were 190 odd for 2, and Notts getting 4 wickets with that second new ball. Just dragged it back, so 306 for 8. It was a cracking day, wasn't it? A proper day of county championship cricket. We saw some explosive bowling from Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington, some wonderful batting from Keaton Jennings in particular. Tom Bruce has had a lean time of things, the New Zealand batter, since arriving at Old Trafford. He finally came good yesterday, out just before the close for 73. We're going to get underway with Ollie Stone bowling. Remember, 96 overs have gone, so it will be a little bit of a race for bonus points over the next 3/4 of an hour or so, as Stone's first ball wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, a very good morning. Welcome to the East Midlands. A bright, sunny start to the day. Forecast is for good weather throughout. Temperature in the mid-20s. Crowd good. I'd say right now, possibly just a handful down on yesterday, but there's always the likelihood that it will pick up as the day goes on. As Stone in again from the broad end, the pavilion end. This one with an extra little bit of bounce and goes through to the keeper. The reference to the crowd is that there'll be a football match behind us this afternoon. Nottingham Forest at home, a 5:30 kickoff. Tends to get a little bit noisy in the hour or two preceding their matches, and we do get quite a number of joint sport fans, if you like, those that'll be going to the football, but will come in from lunchtime onwards maybe and take 2 or 3 hours of the football first. So it does tend to fill up. We might get a few shirts, red shirts, scattered around the ground a little later on. Here's Stone, picked up 1 wicket yesterday, but bowled very, very quickly, and he bowls to Tom Bailey, who's up and running for the day. That's our Lancashire, 307 for 8, a bit of a scruffy, scratchy inside edge down to long leg, and Bailey moves on to 14. Will Williams came in just before the end yesterday, still 0 not out, faced 4 balls, and the only one we haven't seen yet out there with a bat for Lancashire, Saqib Mahmood. He'll be due in at number 11. Bonus point situation at the moment, tied at 2 apiece. Lancashire need 43 more runs to get up to 350 and get that 3rd batting point. Notts need 1 more wicket for the 3rd bowling point. Stone looking to get it. Bowls to the New Zealander, Will Williams, who shoulders arms, and it goes through to Joe Clark. If you're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra or via the BBC Sport website and app, there are pictures available, the live streams available via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, trentbridge.co.uk/live. Be able to watch the pictures, listen to our commentary, mute the commentary if you wish, as this is wide of the off stump, and this goes again through to Joe Clark, who's wearing the gloves for Nottinghamshire, although Tom Moores is playing. Moores standing at first slip, where he caught a couple of catches yesterday. The quick update for Radio Nottingham.
Back in county championship action this morning against Lancashire. It's day 2. Dave Bracegirdle's at Trent Bridge.
Lovely sunny conditions here. We've started on time with Lancashire resuming from their overnight 306 for 8, all down to the Nottinghamshire bowlers then, just to knock over these last 2 wickets and then make a decent response with the bat. 1 run added, Lancashire 307 for 8. Ollie Stone ends his opening over of the morning with one that might just kept a whisker low. It was pitched right up there, and Williams played over the top of it. It was 6 or 8 inches outside off stump, so it was never going to do him any real damage, but the sight of the ball scuttling along from a full length won't necessarily send too much confidence through through the veins of all the other batters in this match. It's going to be Dylan Pennington, who I thought was excellent yesterday. Has made a real impression since his close season switch from New Road. Former Worcestershire player Dylan Pennington, 3 for 46 his figures from 22 overs. Tall, fair-haired, 25 years of age, Shrewsbury born. Just loosening up, bowling a couple of practice deliveries to his captain, Asib Hamid. So he'll be bowling to Tom Bailey, who's on 14. There are 3 slips, but then a big gap down to 3rd man. A thickish outside edge is going to run away for 4. Notts have got 2 out on the leg side fence, though, a long leg and a deep square leg, as Dylan Pennington runs in now and bowls to Bailey, drives handsomely, but to Hamid at mid-on. There's no run. Welcome back to Scott Reed, who's been doing his radio updates. Do we have to call Lancashire now by royal appointment or whatever? Because there was some breaking news yesterday evening, wasn't there, for Lancashire County Cricket Club? What a terrific coup that is. And let Scott fill in the gaps after this delivery, because Pennington's at the top of his mark with Bailey on 14. Played nicely last night, got to do the same this morning, and drives this one handsomely into the offside, but straight to Lyndon James at backward point, takes a single, 308 for 8. Bailey on to 15.
King Charles is to become patron of Lancashire cricket. The King, who is also, I'm reading this from the BBC Sport website now, the King, who is also Duke of Lancaster, takes over from the late Queen Elizabeth, who held the role for 70 years. Runs in the family. A new portrait of the King will be placed in the Pavilion Long Room at Emirates Old Trafford.
It's a bit of a coup, isn't it? It's nice, that.
Well, if his mum did it.
By royal appointment. 308 for 8. Be like those bottles of sauce, don't you? As Pennington bowls, and that's gone for 4 over third slip. Will Williams just threw the bat at that, and it exploded off the shoulder of the bat, high over third slip. Will Young and away down to third man for 4. 312 for 8. Wasn't necessarily expecting Will Williams to come out playing like that, but if that's a sign of things to come, it could be a full 20 minutes or half an hour or so, or however long this innings lasts.
Lancashire chairman Andy Anderson says, on behalf of everybody at the club, we're honoured to welcome His Majesty the King as Lancashire cricket's new patron. There you go.
There's Dylan Pennington. Umpire at this end's Richard Kettleborough. And Williams pushes up to mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps from Ollie Stone, who, from his reaction, suggests it wasn't too far away, but Williams safely in by virtue of the fact that Stone missed the stumps. He's on to 5, 313 for 8. I've not seen that much of Will Williams with bat in hand. Is that a taste of what we might expect for as long as he stays there?
Possibly, yeah. He can give it the old block, can Willie? Not seen him play too many expansive shots.
Bailey's on strike to Pennington, who lets this go through to Clark. 1 ball left in the over. 313 for 8. Did he get up or stay awake and watch the odd Northern Lights?
No.
Did you know anything about it?
No.
Nor me.
No.
Nor me. A lot of pictures this morning, all over the social media. The nice lady at breakfast was telling us all about it and all the photos. But right across the country, vivid pinks and.
Did it come this far south?
I believe so.
Did
Yeah,
it?
I think
Okay.
there's people in our neck of the woods, if you like, showing photographs of
Nice.
what they'd seen. This is driven into the offside by Bailey, and he's going to get a boundary as well. So that was a very profitable over as far as Lancashire were concerned. 9 runs coming from it, and Dylan Pennington, with a rueful look, takes his cap from the umpire. Lancashire 317 for 8. They began the morning on 306, and they've added 11 in double quick time. "98 overs have now gone in the innings. Going to be Ollie Stone to bowl the 3rd over of the morning. Helmet's been both delivered and removed from the field of play. So here is Stone, who was quite exciting to watch yesterday. Something that Scott very much enjoyed.
He had a good day, didn't he? It was interesting listening to his comments after the game, his interview. That's a defender by Williams. Ball bouncing away into the onside. There is no run. It's good to see him fully fit and firing in. We'll see a little bit of Saqib Mahmood as well, I think. It would be good to see 2 English bowlers who both had their injury problems. Both can bowl quickly. And the story that was emerging last night about England looking to find an attack to go to Australia, and perhaps looking to the future. These 2 players part of it, I would think. Short ball by Stone, and Williams ducks underneath that and taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Did you share a breakfast table with Jimmy this morning?
Didn't
Did he come
see
fine, didn't you?
Didn't see the great man. No, didn't see him. He was here yesterday, I think.
He was. I do understand there's obviously the England women have a match this afternoon.
Is he on duty?
At Edgbaston. I think he's
doing a bit.
Doing the commentary for that match. I think it's on BBC Two, isn't it? I would imagine they'll be trying to press him for some answers. England women versus Pakistan women from 2:30 this afternoon.
Edged, taken. Stone picks up his 2nd wicket. Lancashire are 9 down. Harrison with a pretty routine catch at 2nd slip, and Williams departs for 5.
Yes, Harrison makes the difficult catches look very easy, so he was never going to spill that one. That was as routine as they come. So fun whilst it lasted for Will Williams, but it didn't last for too long. He was only at the crease, spread over last evening and this morning for a quarter of an hour. Faced 12 balls, hit 1-4, 317 for 9. And Ollie Stone now figures of 2 for 54. I think we both felt that yesterday he didn't necessarily get his full reward, did he, with just 1 wicket on the day?
No, probably not. I thought he first up yesterday morning with the new ball. I thought it was terrific. Actually, all day he came back beautifully with the new ball. And in a way, the Dylan Pennington kind of benefited from it. I mean, Pennington bowled really well, and I think that combination of Stone bowling quickly. Actually, Pennington's quicker than what I thought he was. He bowled sharply yesterday. So that pace with the new ball ruffled Lancashire up at the back end of the day's play yesterday, and Stone's bowled beautifully.
Good to see Saqib Mahmood back in first-class cricket, county championship cricket, any cricket. He makes his way out to the middle. Not played for almost a year with recurring number of injuries. Yesterday we had centuries in the county championship for Ali Orr, the Hampshire opener, who's moved from Sussex. Gareth Roderick of Worcestershire. Miles Hammond in Division 2 for Gloucestershire. Add to that list now Ed Barnard of Warwickshire. Was 96 not out overnight. He's just gone to 3 figures at the Oval, where Warwickshire are now 332 for 8 against the defending champions. Play underway in all 6 matches. You can get all the updates via the text service on the BBC Sport website and app, and also, should you choose, commentaries available in all the games.
Stone to Mahmood. It's a ball which he leaves first up, a little wide of off stump, ignores that and walks out towards square leg.
Now, in the old days there'd be the fast bowlers union here, wouldn't there? Ollie Stone and Saqib Mahmood, but it might just be a case of well, let's see who can be the most aggressive out of us at the moment. Let's see, if you like, if it's potentially, as you were referring to, perhaps an England audition here. Stone just might want to show Saqib Mahmood just how fit he is and how well he's bowling.
There's Stone in bowls to Mahmood, and it's short, and he's dropped his hands on that and leaves it. Could bounce and carry through to the keeper. Looks like a good pitch. Looked like it had a bit of everything in it yesterday. I mean, there was a bit in it there for the new ball. Like it had good pace and carry, and we've seen players get runs as well. Looks like a pretty decent pitch here. 4 slips in place with a new batter, Saqib Mahmood. 4 slips all crouching down. Tom Moores, Calvin Harrison, Will Young, Lyndon James all waiting to pounce if there's an edge. Stone to Mahmood. And that's through to the keeper. End of the over. A wicket maiden for Ollie Stone. 2 for 54. And Lancashire 317 for 9.
11th of May. Do try and see if we've got any birthdays related to these 2 sides. I've got a Nottinghamshire one. I've not found a Lancashire one, so if there's any Lancashire birthdays out there, please let us know, and sincerely apologise. Toby Petman, who played a couple of first-class games for Nottinghamshire last year. He's principally, since joining the county a couple of years ago, been used in the seconds, although he has played in the 50-over competition the last 2 August. Toby Petman, it's his birthday today. Big Notts fast bowler, formerly captain of Oxford University. He is 26 today, so happy birthday to Toby. Sad old day. 8 years ago today we lost Tony Cozier, the voice of cricket in Barbados, as Dylan Pennington bowls, and an expansive looking shot from Bailey drives out into the offside, and it's just dragged back inside the rope. Fielder over there's gone down. Is it Lyndon James? Jack Haynes was over there as well, and Lyndon James, as he dived full length by the rope, I think has hurt his wrist. He's getting up, and yeah, it's his left wrist seemingly that he's got up holding, but he's got up in bits and pieces there. He seems to be struggling a little bit, but a word from Jack Haynes has cured all, and he's happy to continue. Bailey with a couple of runs moves to 21, 319 for 9. Pennington in again. Another high quality shot from Tom Bailey, who's going after these runs, lifts Pennington back over his head and down the ground for 4. That was very nice indeed. And Tom Bailey on to 25, Lancashire 323 for 9. So 8 years ago today we lost dear old Tony Cozy. Real privilege to work with Tony back in the day. Covered a few West Indies matches with him on tours of the UK. Got to know him quite well through his friendship with my good chum Franklin Stevenson. But we lost Tony 11th of May 2016. Pennington bowls, and this one's gone through Bailey into the keeper's hands. Yesterday, you may note that Ireland defeated Pakistan in a T20 international. Well, 6 years ago today, they became the 11th Test match nation, playing Pakistan at Malahide. So Ireland as a Test nation 6 years ago. And one other thing I've been reminded of this morning, that 7 years ago today, Alex Hales smashed a ball through our commentary box window here at Trent Bridge, 3rd floor of the Radcliffe Road stand, as Pennington bowls again. Pulled away by Bailey. He's found the gap, and we'll get 4 more. Really going after Dylan Pennington here, whose figures are being bashed around a little bit. That was pulled away nicely, crisply. Good looking shot from Bailey, who's on to 29. 327 for 9. Alex Hales, from a ball bowled by the Durham off spinner Ryan Pringle, smashed a ball straight through this open window. It landed on the desk. It's not good radio this, but there's still a mark there. It's been filled in with a bit of putty, but I was doing the commentary with my good chum Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle, and it very nearly smashed his precious tablet into 1,000 pieces. Televised game. We've got a hold up here because Tom Bailey's having some stud issues, I think, on the sole of his cricket boot there, and umpire Lungley's been called across to investigate. He's sort of re-shod him in between deliveries. What about this from Bailey, Scott?
Yeah, he can play shots.
Scott and Bailey? Yeah, he's on to 29. What was he overnight? He's only 10? 12? Written it down somewhere, but he's gone after the bowling this morning, and Hamid's got problems here. They're not skipper. Just strengthening the leg side. He's got 2 fielders out now on the leg side fence on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Here is Dylan Pennington. Bowls again, and Bailey hit this very, very high. Hamid's rushing back. This will be brilliant if he can get there. Can't quite. Great effort from Hamid. He was at mid-on when the blow went up in the air, and he was very nearly out on the deep mid-wicket boundary when the ball just dropped to ground just out of his reach.
He was on 13 overnight, Tom Bailey.
Thank you, Scott. Got it somewhere on all these bits of paper that we've got here. Generally we find them being blown around, but like yesterday, not a breath of wind, is there? It's a lovely old day. 329 for 9. Bailey taking Pennington on at every opportunity. Next ball he'll push into the offside. That was the last ball of the over, and I think he was trying to farm the strike there, but hit it straight to Lyndon James, who'd come in to save the single, and so Notts will have a chance to bowl at Saqib Mahmood again. 329 for 9 on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio's Lancashire and Manchester, and those of you following us on the live stream, you're all very welcome. You're enjoying the coverage from the East Midlands of these 2 old rivals battling it out, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Generally serve up a good old game, Scott, don't they? And this one's proving no different.
Yeah, there's been some belters here, haven't they? I mean, last season was an absolutely terrific game, which went right down to the very last ball of the match. There've been some good contests between these two sides. Weather forecast looks okay, doesn't it, for tomorrow and Monday, so hopefully that doesn't interrupt. And yeah, it looks like we could be set for a decent 4 days of cricket. I think this is good from Bailey. I think this is the right approach to have. What can Mahmood do facing Stone? It's a nice shot, punched away through the cover, through kind of wide mid-off. Hamid scampering after it. The skipper slides down, scoops up the ball. Mahmood comes back for his first runs. And Lancashire move on to 331 for 9.
It's a sort of in and out morning for Notts. They need these 2 wickets quickly. They've got the first one, Will Williams, only scored 5, sent him on his way, but now really being frustrated by this last wicket partnership.
Here's Ollie Stone from the Stuart Broad end, balls to Mahmood, who chips it straight to Hamid. And he takes the catch and then instantly runs off to get his pads on. he'll be up in the batting in the next 10 minutes. And Ben Slater jogging closely behind him to follow suit. That's the end of Lancashire's innings, with Ollie Stone finishing on with 3 for 56. And Lancashire all out for 331.
Yeah, I think Tom Bailey will be a little frustrated that he's got to walk off undefeated on 31 because he was striking the ball nicely. Last man out, Saqib Mahmood, caught by Hasib Hamid, former teammate, of course, former Lancashire player, bowled by Ollie Stone for 2. Only faced 5 deliveries. The other man out this morning, Will Williams, caught by Calvin Harrison at slip off the bowling of Ollie Stone. Stone finishes with 3 for 56. In his post-match interviews last night, he was saying, what I want to do tomorrow morning is rack up and turn a 1 for into a 3 for. So he was able to do that. He's got 3 wickets. And Dylan Pennington also with 3 wickets. Pennington 3 for 68, and between them they've pretty much soldiered the brunt of the work for Nottinghamshire. A couple of wickets for Dane Patterson as well, and 1 apiece to the leg spinner Calvin Harrison and Lyndon James. Some really good catching as well from Notts, it has to be said. I think there were 5 slip catches yesterday and another one this morning from Calvin Harrison, so they've hung on to pretty much everything that was offered. There was a time yesterday, I think, when Lancashire were 190 for 2. We were sort of saying they'd be disappointing if they don't get 350, but as it panned out, that second new ball was pivotal. 6 wickets have gone down between the 80th over and the 101st, so Notts have roared back. And as you were saying, particularly with Stone and Pennington, they've run in as hard in the last hour yesterday and again this morning as they were doing when the match started yesterday morning. So that's terrific stuff from them. So Nottinghamshire will begin their reply in around about 8 or 9 minutes time. For listeners to 5 Sports Extra, in the meantime we'll hand you back to Nick Eshragani. And for everybody else following us on the live stream or via the BBC Sport website and app, players are just having a quick comfort break, obviously, whilst they turn around and Notts begin their innings. We'll do the same when the players return, so will the commentary. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Trent Bridge. We're just a minute or two away from resumption of play here. Nottinghamshire will be responding to the Lancashire all-out total of 331 this morning. In 4.2 overs, Lancashire added a further 25 runs for the loss of Will Williams for 5 and Saki Mahmood for 2. Both wickets going down to Ollie Stone, who finished with 23.2 overs, 3 for 56. Dylan Pennington, 24 overs, 3 for 68. Dane Patterson, 20 overs, 2 for 64. We didn't see any of these other than Stone or Pennington this morning. Lyndon James, 12 overs, 1 for 65. Calvin Harrison, 18 overs, 1 for 51. And Ben Slater bowled 3 overs, none for 16 yesterday. Just a 52-year-old on Twitter to me at Brace Cricket says Stone and Pennington's combined bowling figures hugely impressive, Dave. 47.2 overs, 13 maidens, 6 for 124. Yeah, they ran in with great pace and purpose throughout the Lancashire innings. Keaton Jennings, top scorer for Lancashire with 91, well backed up by 73 from Tom Bruce. George Balderson made 38, Josh Bohannon 35. You'd imagine both of those will feel they've left a few runs out there. Also Tom Bailey was 31 not out at the time of the last wicket going down. Welcome back if you're just joining us. We're going to get underway in a moment or two. Seba Mead and Ben Slater reunited at the top of the order. Of course, Ben Slater dropped to 3 in the last match at Warwickshire. Ben Duckett was available. Hamid against his former county here on strike, and here's Scott Reed.
It'll nudge away to square leg for his first run as well, as Bailey comes in from the Stuart Broad end, and Nottinghamshire are up and running.
I do apologise. Right. The magic behind the mic there almost caught him mid-cough.
So we've got Bailey with the new ball from the Stuart Broad end. I suspect it will be Will Williams, but that's not a certainty to take it from this Radcliffe Road end. We shall see. Ben Slater with just over 7,500 first-class runs. Really good first-class record. Facing Bailey for the first time. 3 slips in the gully, and he's going to allow that one to travel past and into the gloves of Matty Hurst, who keeps wicket for Lancashire.
Saki Mahmood, one of these that likes the ball just a little bit older.
Yeah,
some of the lacquer off it. Come on, first change.
Yeah, I think probably will be Williams, but George Balderson took the new ball last week in the second innings against Kent. He's probably going to be Williams. We'll see. Bailey again over the wicket. Oh, has come back in towards Slater. Deflects away off his thigh pad. I had the slips there, shouting for the first time. Just nipping back from Bailey, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander.
Of course, Ben Slater had a particularly memorable Bob Willis Trophy, those behind the closed doors matches in 2020, when at the start of those 5 matches it was discarded by Notts.
There's Bailey to Slater. Plays forward in defence, calmly away, no run.
Just in a nutshell, he was allowed to go to Leicestershire on loan. The state of the city of Leicester at the time, with all the COVID regulations, meant Leicester couldn't play at Grace Road,
right.
could they?
Yeah.
So they had to play their home games at New Road. So Ben Slater, the Nottinghamshire player, went on, is this right? Went on loan to Leicestershire, played his debut at New Road, Worcestershire, against Lancashire, and scored at the time a career best 172.
He did, yeah. There's Bailey to Slater. It's a straight to delivery. It brings him forward. He defends, no run.
The week after, he got a pair. Notts recalled him for the 3rd game in the Bob Willis Trophy here against Lancashire, and he got another ton, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He had a good little run against Lanky, didn't he?
He did. He's played 7 previous matches against them, actually, averages nearly 50 with those 2 centuries and that best of 172.
Final ball of the first over of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Dabbed away by Slater. That is the end of the over. So there was one leg by, wasn't it, off that first ball. He scampered through for a leg by. I thought it came off the bat, but Hamid's on naught and Slater's on naught, and Nottinghamshire won without loss.
So it will be Asib Hamid on strike again.
It's going to be Saqib Mahmood.
It is. Former teammate, of course, of Asib Hamid, Saqib Mahmood. Not played since last May. Played a couple of test matches for England, of course, in March 2022 in the Caribbean. Birmingham born, but schooled in Rochdale, very much a man of Lancashire. Now here's a man just walked into the commentary box.
Goodness.
There's a man walked into the commentary box, so we don't know if he's a man of Lancashire or not. A man who wasn't here yesterday with us, but created so much kerfuffle and mystery. We'll introduce him in a second, because I think Saqib Mahmood is ready to bowl. He is going to bowl to Asib Hamid. Then there are 4 slips, or call it 3 slips in a gully if you want. He bowls in Hamid defence. Now Asib Hamid was on that list we were sent of 12 players born in Lancashire who've played for Nottinghamshire in first-class cricket, but it was the number 11 on the list that created more controversy than I think we've ever had before. And his name was Stephen Mullaney, who's just walked in to join us. Born in Warrington, who was on that list of Lancashire-born people who'd played for Notts. And Stephen, a very good morning. Welcome.
Morning.
We'll bring you in just a second. We need to find out, were you born in Cheshire? Were you born in Lancashire? As this one's driven into the offside, and there's no run. One without loss. There you go.
I was born in Warrington, yeah.
Well,
Warrington General. That's in Cheshire, I think.
Well, it's in Cheshire now. Were you born in Lancashire, or were you born in
I have
Cheshire?
no idea, Dave. I have to apologise as well. I promised you I'd come up the last couple of games, but I've not been up, so I thought I'd come and do.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
I thought my favourite commentator's here, so Scott's come for the week.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I'm well
been thinking of that the whole way across.
I can imagine, yeah. It took you a long while to come up with it.
I'm going to have a guess at these 11 players now.
Next ball is driven crisply up to mid-off, and there's no run, one without loss. Well, please do during the time you're with us. It is Stephen Mullaney, we should say. We also had a question on Stephen Mullaney yesterday, so we can put that to him as well. I think that actually came from Scott. Nottinghamshire club skipper. One without loss. Showing me a message he's just received. I don't think we're breaking any confidences when we say it's his former teammate here, Luke Wood, now a man of Lancashire. This has worked away behind square. I think last time you were in the box, single taken, and we got a message from Luke Wood. You said we have to give him his full name, England international Luke Wood.
Yeah. IPL star Luke Wood now. Star's a bit harsh, maybe.
His career has just shot to astronomical heights since he made his debut here all those years ago. Was it Sussex he made his debut against? Or was that Libby?
No, it was both of them in the same game. Yeah.
That's 2 without loss. Ben Slater back on strike. Former slayer of the Red Rose, as we've been hearing. I think Stephen Mullaney was actually the captain who allowed him to go out on loan and play in that match for Leicestershire that he got his 172. Next delivery on its way, and it's defended. We've got time between deliveries. Say very good morning, thanks for popping up. Stephen Mullaney, now second 11, captain, coach.
Something like that.
Scott asked yesterday, but will he be playing in the Blast?
I'm available to play, but I very much doubt I'll be playing at the start of the tournament unless catastrophic injuries come in. I don't think I'm loving this new role. I think it's
Mahmood again, passed umpire Kettleborough. This is run away until the runs for Slater. He's off the mark, and there's probably just enough juice on that to go all the way down to the rope in front of the Smith Cooper stand at Backward point for 4. So Slater's away. Asib Hamid's first over ends with that boundary. None for 5, not 6 without loss. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Stephen Mullaney's with us, and here's Scott Reed.
Go on.
Yeah, it was, something that I wasn't really. I had a year left on my playing contract, and then the week before pre-season we had sort of one-to-one meetings with Pete. I'd obviously stepped down from the captaincy. And then I've obviously been really passionate about coaching and got involved in a couple of different tournaments around the world and done bits in winter here. And then they offered me obviously this new role, which I went home and had a chat with my wife about, and I think she signed it before me. But no, and obviously I got through in a little bit of the deep end because.
Here comes Bailey to start his second over. Balls to Hamid, it's left. And Hurst takes it tumbling away to his left-hand side. The ball just coming back in past Hamid's off stump, through to the gloves of the keeper, no run.
Yeah, and then obviously Pete was away at the Big Bash, and Franksy was away with England in the 19. So there's only myself, Kevin Shine and Ant both here, so I didn't really have much option other than to get stuck in. But I've loved it. I've loved every second of it. Fielding still hurts a little bit, but I can really see now that role, how important it is for younger players.
Bailey over the wicket, balls. Hamid is pushing forward and the ball slides past the bat through to the keeper, no run. So what, are you captain of the second team and coaching? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, so my title's player coach. So I basically feel I've not batted or bowled yet.
Right.
So I always try and make sure we get 11 batters, and then I just take my spikes like in a boot bag.
Nice, you work that out well, haven't you?
Wash bag.
Yeah.
And basically it's just like sort of trying to, make, because I've obviously captained for a decent amount of time in first class, trying to get it as close to first team. Language around the dressing room.
Hamid just turns this one away to the onside, no run.
And just making them think. So for instance, we've got a young bowler, James Hayes, who's not played first team yet. So sort of setting fields in. We've played on a flat wicket, so can we go bouncers earlier? Little things like that, which if you have different captains every week, you will get different messages. So I can see the continuity to it and the consistency of message working. And hopefully the lads are enjoying it. I mean, they're probably the best judge, not me. Well, we've won 3 games out of 4, so we're going all right.
Oh, happy days. Bailey in. Hamid clips the ball away behind square, and Luke Wells comes round from fine leg to field, puts a dive in, flicks it back for Hartley. Asib Hamid comes back for a couple. He moves on to 3, and Nottinghamshire 8 without loss.
You mentioned some of the young lads. I got a very short WhatsApp message the other day, 99, and then a number of Fs and what have you afterwards. Our friend Mr. Fletcher made 99, didn't he?
He did, but when he was on 99, it was the only ball he tried to play properly, and then he missed it. He was hitting it for 6 most other balls, but he played really well, to be fair.
Bailey to Hamid. Oh, and it has Williams leaping away to his right at Gully. It's gone down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. Asib Hamid moves on to 7, not to 12 without loss.
What number was he batting to?
He batted 8 in that game. He played. To be we've had a really strong team the first. So we've had obviously Tom Oars, Martindale, who's averaging 70. He had a big 100. Freddie McCann, young player, who's playing well. Patterson White's obviously played every game so far. Now on loan. Tom Lawton, who's averaging 70. Shadendorf, James Hayes. And then we've had a senior bowler in Stone or Fletcher.
Bailey, balls, Hamid.
Good.
Nudges the ball away to mid-wicket, calls Slater through for a quick single. Moves on to 8-13 without loss. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, we've had luxury. We've had 3 or 4 proper seamers and then 2/3 proper spinners. So it's been a pleasure to captain. I just try and keep myself basically where the ball's less likely to go stand there. I caught 3 actually. We played a 50 over game the other day. We had a thriller against an Indian side. I can't remember the name of them. They had some good players, and I couldn't have explained how long. In the team talk, 50 overs is a long time, and it was like we was playing a T5. We were trying to hit everything. We got bowled out for 125, and then we bowled them out for 122 somehow.
Belting.
Yeah, it was a great game.
It's Sakib Mahmood comes in, passed on by Kettleborough, balls to Hamid. Plays this up to Tom Bailey at mid-on. There's no run. I know we're asking you questions.
No,
bang, but we need to get these 12 Lancastrians as well
me.
off.
Me.
I thought you were from Cheshire.
So all these people yesterday then saying Warrington is in Cheshire and Stephen Mullaney can't go on the list, etc.
Right, so it's 11 plus me.
11 plus you.
Hamid.
Asiba Mead, the Bolton Bradman.
Oliver Newby.
That's very, very good. That's a good one. That's on the list as this is drilled back to Hamid.
Kyle Hogg.
Kyle Hogg.
Oh, he was on loan, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I
don't think he's on the list.
think
Well, he
he's
played
on
for
the
Nottinghamshire
list.
and he was born in Lancashire.
Yeah.
Well,
He was born in Saddleworth, I think.
Well, we'll have a look at that one. There's somebody who's at.
But is there any of these that I won't get because they're before I take? Right, okay.
yeah.
How many do you think I should get?
Got more than me.
Already?
There's Hamid, I beg your pardon, Hamid on strike, Mahmood bowling to him, a forward defensive block from the Notts captain. Made 41 not out in that second innings at Edgbaston, which is his season high so far, so he'll be looking to get a few runs. There's a couple of people that I see most days when I come here to Trent.
Oh, Bill Taylor.
Bill Taylor is one of them. Manchester-born Bill Taylor. I think he played actually one game for Lancashire before he came here, but he's been associated with Notts.
He'll be getting ready for the Man City game.
Well, indeed, yeah. Hamid on 8, 13 without loss.
Shot.
Hamid drives down the ground. Shot, says Stephen Mullaney, and he's absolutely right. Lovely stroke. Very elegant player in the V, as we say. Straight down the ground for 4. A number of people yesterday commenting on the photo of the two captains, Keaton Jennings and Asiba Mead, asking if they played together for England. I did have a look last night, they didn't. And when Hamid made his debut in India, played in the first 3 tests, it was as we thought, Scott, when Hamid got injured, it was Keaton Jennings who replaced him back in the winter of 2016-17, 17 without loss. You're missing an obvious one, Stephen, somebody that we see at Trent Bridge virtually every day. 17 without loss.
Mick Neill, was he born in Manchester?
Mick Neill was born in Blackburn.
I thought he was.
We are.
Any more should get?
Next delivery on its way now, and it's
Larwood,
defenders.
Vos, any of that?
No.
Hendrick.
Some would say possibly the most successful Lancashire captain of all time. So most of his career was with Lancashire, won all the trophies with Lancashire, had 1 season with Notts.
What era?
Well, in the 70s. That's
Is that Bond?
Jackie Bond. Yeah, Jackie Bond ended his career here.
Didn't know.
One or two of the other names will be familiar to you, but if I say I wouldn't have got them, then
There's no chance there.
I don't know if you would or not. 17 without loss. Hamid is on 12. Ben Slater has 4. Next ball is defended. So the first one, I don't think anybody would have got. Ahi Hind, born in Preston, who only played 1 game back in the early 1900s, so we wouldn't have got him. Then the next leap is all the way forward to Bill Taylor, Jackie Bond, Mick Neill, Mark Crawley.
Yeah, well, I didn't know he played here. Jack's John's brother, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Stephen Bramall, Jamie Hart.
Oh.
Jamie Hart, who was the son of Paul
was he
Hart.
born?
Jamie Hart was
That's
born
right,
in
then.
Blackpool. One, you'll know the name, you'll know the player, you probably even know the fella, but I wouldn't have got that he was born in Lancashire. A.J. Harris.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Born in Ashton under Lyme. Paul McMahon, off spinner, born in Wigan.
Oh God.
You know Paul?
I feel sorry for him who was born there.
Bailey in balls to Slater. Just deflects into the offside, no run.
That's just alienated all our Wigan listeners.
Well, it's a bit Liam Wigan, a bit like Derby Notts, like you don't really get on. Good night out though.
Number 10, Oliver Newby. Number 11, Stephen Mullaney. And number 12, Asiba Mead. There we are, the 12. That was kindly sent in by Notts Heritage Officer Steve Lamotte. These are the 12 Lancastrian-born cricketers who played for Notts. Which
We've clarified number 13 as well, though. It's not. It's incorrect.
Well, we'll have a...
No, I'm incorrect, I mean.
Here's Bailey in and balls to Slater again. It's defended.
There's Kyle Hogg.
Yeah.
Where was he born?
He was born in Birmingham.
17 without loss.
Anyway, there's a game of cricket on.
There's a game of cricket on. Yeah.
Sometimes forget about that, don't you?
Yeah, welcome to the listeners again to 5 Sports Extra. Stephen Mullaney with us, the long-serving Nottinghamshire player and skipper, now looking after the seconds, but as we've been hearing, not totally given up on his dreams of representing the first team again, or have you?
We'll see.
Bailey sets off balls to Slater, nudges the ball away off his hip out to square leg for no run. 17 without loss.
I was supposed to be getting a cup of coffee. I don't know if they can hear me in the other room. If they can, it's not here.
See, now you've gone to that level of management, you just demand coffee now, don't you?
Assistant.
Sorry. Yeah,
Or PA, I think they call it.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Right. Oh, there you go, right on
See?
cue.
Look at that. You did forget, didn't you? Yeah, see?
The influence you have here now, frightening really. People actually do listen to you. It's
Well,
extraordinary.
they didn't for 6 years, so they only just started.
Change of angle here, Bailey around the wicket to Slater, forward and defends again, no run. Remains on 4, Nottinghamshire 17 without loss.
We were told, we were informed, I'm pretty sure you must have played in the game, 7 years ago today, Alex Hales slammed the ball off Ryan Pringle through,
here?
through this window, and it landed...
You got some airtime off that, didn't you?
Yeah, well...
Yeah, you put that on your social media all the time.
Still milking it now.
Yeah.
7 years ago.
7 years.
One
Seems,
time.
it actually seems more to me, but...
No, that was the year that we won it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bailey to Slater, he leaves it through to Hurst, no run.
Peter Stevenson, Dave, just to confirm, Warrington was moved to Cheshire in 1972.
Wow.
Tell Stephen he's not a Lancastrian.
Okay, no problem.
You tell him, Peter. You tell him. You tell him. One or two other messages coming in for Stephen Mullaney. JDS is on his boat. I'm flowing slowly north on the Trent and Mersey Canal.
Bailey to Slater, that's off the back foot. Guided up towards mid-off, no run. End of the over, we've had 5 of the Nottinghamshire's first innings. Hamid on 12, Slater on 4, not to 17 without loss.
Listening to you at the moment on 5 Sports Extra, I was just thinking, doesn't Stephen Mullaney sound a little bit like a mix?
Peter Kay?
Well, we've had Peter Kay before, haven't we? But sound like a little bit of a mix of a Lancashire and Cheshire accent.
My mates back home think I'm posh now.
Hope he keeps some of the youths in the second 11, bring them on after a good start. A second 11 coach, does that mean he's building the one-day cup squad? So I presume, you know, we've seen the last few years, haven't we? The likes of Sharden Dorf and Tom Lowton and Toby Petman, whose birthday it is today, and Saqib Mahmood. Bowls nice and full, and Hamid drives back at him. James Hayes is another one. They're the sort of guys that we have seen over the last 2 years in the One Day Cup, so they'll be under your tutelage at the moment.
Yeah, so the plan at the minute, I was with the Rockets last year, but the plan at the minute is that I'll be with on the coaching staff in the in the Metro Bank 50 overside with Notts. Yeah, that's the plan at the minute. But a lot can happen between now and August, so God knows.
Big fat check from the from the 100. That might just sway your decision. Next ball.
I don't think it'll be my decision.
Graham's looking a picture.
It is, yeah. The outfield's getting back to that when the Hoover comes on, and it just seems to get sucked to the boundary rope. But it's, obviously wasn't here yesterday. So the lads were saying that the wicket was a good cricket wicket. So a new ball went through. I thought Stone bowled fast this morning. I thought he looks like, and I'm glad he looked like I watched a bit yesterday, obviously on the stream. Turn the volume off, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
But he looked like he deserved 3 wickets. That's how I would explain it. And so did Pennington yesterday.
Hamid has 12. Saqib Mahmood bowls to him, and Hamid a little push into the offside. Takes the single. 18 without loss. Ripple of applause for Notts just rotating the strike there. Lovely morning across the East Midlands. A number of people, I'm sure, popping along to watch a few hours of cricket before then disappearing behind us. A little bit of noise coming from across the road towards the back end of the afternoon. Big match for Nottingham Forest. John McGovern popped in to say hello yesterday afternoon. A lot of people pleased to hear John. Mahmood to the left-handed Slater. This keeps low and not taken totally cleanly by Matty Hurst, but no damage done. Of course, the one person who wasn't thrilled to hear John McGovern boosting up for his chances was our Burnley supporting co-commentator away to my right.
Yeah.
Who have you got?
Tottenham away.
Right.
So that's that done.
Well, I don't know with Tottenham. You never know, do you? We've got to play them as well, so that's why I'm a bit.
I was trying to provoke a bit of angst between the two of them, but they weren't having it. As Mahmood in once more, has nudged out into the offside, no run. Looks fit and well, Saqib Mahmood, which is good. Like Ollie Stone, back trying to regain his form and fitness and pace. Whole crop of injuries have kept them both out over the last year or two. Saqib Mahmood, Stephen Mullaney, came and joined me on commentary in the Kensington Oval, Barbados, after taking 5 wickets for your North side, if you may remember, back in, when was that, 2018?
2018, yeah.
And he comes again and bowls, and this one's edged and caught. Mahmood's got a wicket, edged to second slip, and it's 18 for 1, and Ben Slater goes for 4, just driving loosely and safely into the hands of third slip, George Bell, taking the catch. And Slater's gone, and Lancashire have their early breakthrough, 18 for 1.
We were saying yesterday on commentary, I agree with you, Stephen, that I thought Ollie Stone bowled really well yesterday. He bowled really quickly. That opening spell with the new ball, I thought it was terrific. And then he came back late in the day with the second new ball and was equally as quick, and then backed up by Pennington from the other end. But on that broader picture, obviously the story was coming through yesterday about this potentially looks like it might be Jimmy's last summer with England, and they're looking at an attack further down the line. To see Stone and Mahmood both in this game, both back to full fitness, is great for England, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I'm not saying him just because he played, but Dylan Pennington, I think this year's bowled some fast, but arguably gets faster through the day. And then you look at, I'm so pleased for Stone because he's been in I've had the pleasure of spending some time with him the last few weeks, and he just does everything right. He bowls in the second team like it's a first team game, and he does everything right. And I just hope he can put a decent amount of time together, and because he will get wickets, he's a top class performer. But I think looking at, I'd love to see Sam Cook given a go personally. One, I'm good mates with him, but two, I just think I don't know what else he can possibly do. But I think he's a fantastic bowler. But obviously as well, I'd love to see as many Norths players in the England side as possible.
And
you wouldn't? No, you want him to stay here? Right, okay.
Well, it would appear that they're looking for quick bowlers.
Well, I've seen it the same as you in the media, and I listened to Rob Key's interview. And I think Sam Cook gets a bit. He's obviously not rapid, but he's a bit quicker than people think.
Okay.
And he bowls good balls. I mean, obviously I'm not a selector, and I'm not privy to them conversations, but obviously if you can have 4 90-mile-an-hour bowlers who chuck it somewhere near a stump, then you've got a chance.
Here's Tom Bailey in. That's a nice looking shot off the back foot, punched away just in front of square on the offside by Hasib Hamid. Lovely looking shot. Watching it back on the replay here, just going back, punching it square of the wicket for 4. 22 for 1. Hamid moves on to 17. We've almost had an hour of play on the second day. Lancashire's innings all wrapped up inside 20 minutes or so, finishing on 331. They've picked up 1 Nottinghamshire wicket so far. Opener Ben Slater caught nicely by George Bell, who's at third slip. There's Bailey to Hamid, who's right forward in defence. No, there's no run.
I think one thing that England have done, which I quite, I enjoy, I love watching them play, and obviously we've got Ben Duckett back in the side, is they've given people a long period of time. So I think there's only been one batting change since Ben and Brennan took over, which was Alex Lees for Ben, actually, which I love. So I think there's an element of there's going to be loyalty there. So you would think someone like Potts is in the mix, who had a great winter with the Lions, and he's done all right at the start with people like Cars.
Bailey to Hamid, just steers it up off his hip behind square on the leg side for a single. It takes him to 18, 23 for 1.
Yeah, so you'd like to think there's quite a bit in that loyalty side, and you're hoping that it gets repaid. But there's obviously going to be injuries. There's obviously going to be loss of form. And I suppose it's if you're in the right place at the right time, you get an opportunity. So we'll see.
We will. But on a personal level, as you mentioned, for both the lads that we just mentioned, Ollie Stone and Sakib Mahmood have had a pretty torrid run, haven't they? So it's just England, I guess, will take care of itself. It's just really good to see them both back playing.
Yeah, and I think they probably just want to play a bit of cricket, without any pressures of anything else. Just
Bailey balls to Will Young. First delivery he faces, he's left that one go through to the keeper. No run.
But they probably just want to get back to enjoying themselves and having a game of cricket. I know that sounds a bit simple. It's not a club game, but yeah, and I'm quite close to Saki as well. I don't see him a lot, obviously, but I have the odd text with him. That's from that series in Barbados, what you said, and then just always kept in touch. And if I saw him this morning, he came to my house a couple of years ago for a barbecue with a few of the lads. So, I hope he does really well.
Bailey balls left by Young through to Hurst. No run.
A funny feeling that fifer. They were all 5 Yorkers, weren't they? All clean.
Yeah,
bowled.
we got it reversed. I think someone hit one out of the ground. It might have been Curran, Sam Curran maybe. And it came back the ball and it had a little bit of a gash in it, so it started reversing. And he's a dangerous bowler if it does anything off the straight, especially with the white ball. Yeah, and he didn't miss that game, to be fair to him.
Final ball of the over. Bailey to Young. Just trying to nudge the ball away. It's half an appeal from Bailey. End of the over. 23 for 1. Hamid 18. Young on 0. Bailey's completed his 4th over for 12 runs. Mahmood 3 overs, 1 for 10.
Closing in on midday. Scott will be just popping next door to update listeners on local radio in the northwest. Stephen Mullaney's with us. Just talk briefly about that series, that time you were skippering the north versus the south. It's about the same time as well that you were skippering the England Lions. They've got to be career highs for you. I know you've played in trophy winning sides, Championship and the Blast and the one-day competition, as Mahmood runs away from us at the Radcliffe Road end bowls now, and this is pushed into the offside. But on a personal level, the chance to captain the England Lions, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I got in fact I got told in the physio room, in the dressing rooms, off Mick. I heard that I had a chance of getting picked. And then I didn't get told off. Did I? Yeah, I did get told off Mick in there. And then I got a call off James Whittaker, who was chief selector at that point. So something I really enjoyed, and obviously getting to know different players. So I'm really still good mates with Liam Dawson, for instance, who played in that series. We had a good side with Livingston, Topley. Obviously a great honour to be asked to do that.
Next ball has gone through to the keeper. Say hello again to listeners on 5 Sports Extra here at Trent Bridge. We're Nottinghamshire 23 for 1 now, responding to Lancashire's all-out 331. This morning there were fun and frolics in the first 10 minutes or so of the day, as Lancashire added 25 runs in double quick time for the loss of Will Williams and Sakib Mahmood, both falling eventually to Ollie Stone. Tom Bailey finished 31 not out. 3-3-1 then Lancashire. Notts have already lost the wicket of Ben Slater. His opening partner, Asiba Mead, drives to Tom Bailey at mid-on.
This is the only reason I came up, because I heard Frank's on here the other week.
Nottinghamshire's Stephen Mullaney is with us at the moment. If you've not been with us for a while, he's just been telling us how at the moment he's content to be looking after the second 11 here at Trent Bridge for Notts, looking after the next generation. All his years as a county captain being put to good use. Just looking after the next crop. Here's Sakib Mahmood. Bowls now, and this is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Be a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. And this game's moved on quite a lot in the opening hour of this second day. Nottinghamshire now batting their 23 for 1, having lost the wicket of Ben Slater to Sakib Mahmood for 4. Earlier, a couple of wickets for Ollie Stone as Lancashire's first innings eventually ended on 331. Notts in reply, 23 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. Nottingham Forest could be safe from the threat of relegation.
It's Mahmood again. We're in the 8th over of this Nottinghamshire innings, and Sakib Mahmood has run through the crease there. Whether he felt Hamid wasn't totally ready, or whether he lost his stride, I'm not entirely sure, but he pulled out anyway. I don't think it's anything to be overly concerned about. Decent crowd in. Mentioned at 11 o'clock. I felt numbers perhaps just a few down on yesterday, but numbers have certainly swollen over the last 60 minutes or so. Good crowd in to watch this Division 1 game. Mahmood wide of the pegs, and Hamid lets it go through to the keeper. Hamid taken over as a skipper, the name below yours now on that honours board, that list of captains at the far end of the ground. Is he seems to be enjoying the role, but you would know the pressures, you would know the 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm sure. I wonder if we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. You know, I've actually tried to stay out of the way, but it's his ship now, and it's for him to run. So I've been, obviously the lads have been away for a couple of weeks as well, so I've been at the second team finish, and then have the weekend off.
Final ball of the 8th over, and Hamid pushes into the offside, and there's no run. He's not yet got a 50 this season. I mean, people will marry the two up, won't they? It's inevitable.
Of course he will, yeah, and that's fine. But he's, I can't explain to people how much he works on his skill and stuff, but how much he really wants to drive this team forward. And I wasn't at Edgbaston, but the reports come back with that they felt more like we were putting a game together. And if you look at the league table, you're probably a win away from being back in the top three. It's so tight. You look at Warwickshire, a fourth. I think they've drawn all 4 games. So, he's done a really good job so far. He's obviously going to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. But at the same time, I think he's a really level-headed lad, and he's really calm.
It's Bailey from the broad end. Good delivery, leaves Will Young, goes through to the keeper. Yeah, Notts have certainly been indebted to a couple of double hundreds in the last 2 matches. Duckett and Clark both racking up big runs. Will Young too, with 170 odd down at Taunton. You're not going to lose many matches if your top order are compiling those sorts of runs. 23 for 1. Tom Bailey been miserly so far. None for 12. This is his 5th over. Comes in past umpire Longley, and this one's left alone and goes through to the keeper. It was a leave from Young, and as I say, there's only 2 sorts of leave.
That went over middle and leg, I think.
Hamid's going down just to have a little word there. What's he saying? I mean, we can all guess. We can all guess. That was a little close, mate. Second 11 programme for the forthcoming days.
Yeah, we've got so the lads will be playing club cricket today.
23 for 1. Next delivery again is left by Young. Plenty of bounce and carry through to Hurst.
So the lads will be playing club cricket today around obviously the county, and then they'll be off tomorrow, and then we've got training Monday across at the Bay, and then we start a 4-day game against Warwickshire on Tuesday, which will be good because I think they look like they've been a strong side the last few weeks. So that'll be a good test for us on another good pitch. 4 days there, and then we've got T20 starting the week after, so it'll be nice for the lads to have a bit of a hit.
Next delivery from Bailey, and it's squared Will Young up, and there's no run.
Better get some championship stickers on them.
It's joined in the box by Joe from the media team here, wearing his Burnley shirt. That'll get Scott Reed's approval, no doubt, when he comes in. You said you've got players away playing club cricket. Is that, just go out, enjoy yourself? If you're a batter, go out and bat. If you're a bowler, go out and bowl, or other restrictions put on some of the lads? 23 for 1. Young still yet to get off the mark. Nervy start here, but he blocks this one. Yeah,
well, we've not really got any seamers playing, so Lawton and Hayes won't be playing. They're here. So there'll be people like Fateh Singh, which would be great for him to go. I think you can only bowl 10 overs anyway.
Yeah.
So Fateh Singh, Sammy King, Ben Martindale, Young Farhan, Ahmed.
Yeah.
He'll be playing. So they're playing the same side. Him and Fateh for, I think, Cavaliers are they called? I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I look at the scores every Sunday, see how they get on. So Freddie McCann will play for Papawick. I think they're playing against each other today, actually. So it'd be good, and it's always good to get the banter going because they play against each other, so they want to try and get one up on each other.
Next delivery again blocked by Will Young. The New Zealand Test start remains 0 not out. 23 for 1. We're talking to Stephen Mullaney here as we look out on a lovely sunny day at Trent Bridge. It's ideal for playing, ideal for cricket watching. The county championship in full swing. Good crowd at Trent Bridge, and we feel that summer's eventually arrived. Lovely conditions. It's been a bit chilly, hasn't it? I would imagine your first couple of games the layers were on, especially if you're not batting or bowling.
Freezing, but this is glorious. Yeah, I was on the golf course yesterday, luckily. So we've done it really well. Obviously, Aunt Both has got a little bit of an injury at the minute, so Franksy's been in and out. So we tried to mix it up so we get a day off each. So he'll be, in fact, he'll probably be nearly finished his round of 18. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he got on.
23 for 1 is Saqib Mahmood to bowl to Hamid, who blocks this one. Yeah, it's the time of year where amateur cricketers are absolutely dying to play cricket, and professional cricketers are absolutely dying to play golf.
Yeah, well, you got to keep the handicap. I mean, mine's not very good at the minute, but I actually played all right. It's just come down. I played all right yesterday, so but I enjoy it.
Would you recommend golf for young cricketers, 18, 19 years of age, especially batters who are going out there trying to perfect the straight drive and the cover drive and all the rest of it? Yeah, on your days off, go and play golf. Would I'm sure you can see where I'm coming from, but I'll expand on it if you want, as this is pushed into the offside.
Well,
I've never been a great golfer, but I always found I couldn't play golf in the cricket season.
Oh, okay, right.
And I couldn't play.
I would leave that up to the individual.
Right.
I mean, so someone like Hales, he would play on the morning of a T20, but that's to get him in rhythm, and that's, you know, he would play 4 or 5 times a week. Where I
He's
reckon
done it all his life as well.
I could play 2, maybe 3 times a week if you know, I wouldn't be able to play on the morning of a game. But you know, there's a lot of cricketers who do get the golf bug, and I'm slowly becoming one of them. Dan Christian, I met Dan Christian last summer actually for lunch, and he said, "I can't believe it's took you so long."
To what? To get into golf?
To get the bug. I've always played a little bit. Now I've got the bug.
Well, James Taylor was another one,
Yeah.
wasn't he? When he played cricket, he certainly poo-pooed.
He's off nearly scratch now, I think.
Yep. This is deflected by Saqib Mahmood down to long leg for a single, 24 for 1. You just mentioned one of your former Aussie teammates. I see another one's back in the country, your big chum Peter Siddle,
Yeah.
who I think is trying to go round all 18 counties
He's
now.
retired 4 times. I couldn't believe it.
He's now with Durham.
Well, he said he got dragged out of retirement last year by Somerset, and then he's definitely retiring, and then he's at Durham, yeah. Is it 6 games?
Well, I thought when he was with Essex he was going to retire.
Is it 6 games?
Something like that, yeah.
Scott Boland had to go back with an injury, did he?
Yeah, yeah. So I know you and he got on very well.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Banana man.
Good man.
24 for 1. One of a number of really top overseas fellas that they've had here at Trent Bridge as much as players. Nice looking drive down the ground by Young. He's taken his time before getting off the mark and has now just executed a lovely well-timed push to the long off boundary, and he's away for 4, 28 for 1. He played a little bit with Will last year. In fact, the game you missed at the Oval was his debut, but obviously you were around the squad. You've got to know him, and just seems to have the perfect temperament to bat all day.
Yeah, I don't even know if because he played. I missed Hampshire here as well that he played, and then he didn't play at Kent, did he? Away.
No, because you brought Fernando in.
Yes, correct.
Lovely delivery from Mahmood. This
I
goes
don't
through
know
to the
if I've
keeper,
actually played with
28 for 1, but you were certainly around him.
Yeah, he's a great fella, and obviously he's having they're bowling really well to him here actually. But he's obviously a world class player, you know, and we're pleased that he's with us for this time an extended period of time, and obviously see him play a bit of 2020 as well.
Lancashire all out for 331. 2 wickets for Ollie Stone this morning. He finished with 3 wickets, 3 for Dylan Pennington as well. And when Notts began their reply in the 6th over, Ben Slater was dismissed by Saqib Mahmood. Good to see Saqib back in first team action, but again he's driven by Young. Second time in the over. This one won't go all the way to the ropes, or will it? It's touch and go, just dragged back nicely by a diving, sprawling Bailey, and Josh Bohannon there in support. Between them they complete the relay, and between the two runners in the middle they come back for 3. So Will Young started that over on 0. He's now on 7. Nottinghamshire 31 for 1. Just quickly to tell you, Hampshire now 385 for 5 against Durham. There is a wicket in that innings for Peter Siddle. He did get rid of Ali Orr, the Centurion, yesterday. Canterbury, Worcestershire 361 for 5 now. Century in that one for Gareth Roderick yesterday. Ed Barnard reached his 100 for Warwickshire this morning. They were all out eventually for 343. Surrey just beginning their reply. In Division 2, Gloucestershire all out for 400 exactly. Liam Patterson-White took the final wicket, that of Arjit Singh Dale LBW. So Liam Patterson 16.2 overs, 2 for 62. What about that, coach?
Yeah, you know what? He's been bowling really, really well. He obviously got a 9-for.
Yeah.
And you know, we've only played 2 spinners once.
Who got the other one? And when did it go down?
No, it was like the 3rd wicket.
Okay. There's Bailey. Still no bowling change as Young steers this down into the gully region.
Yeah, but, you know, he's been bowling what I would say. You know, it would seem he's bowling well enough to very good players. He was bowling a first-class spells, if that makes sense. You know, it's great to get him out playing first-team cricket. Obviously, Calvin's doing really well. You can't play 2 spinners every game. You know, but I'm pleased from both that they're doing really well.
There was a vacancy created in the Notts starting 11 for this one as Bailey comes in, and that's a gorgeous shot through mid-wicket by Young. Slightly over-pitched from Tom Bailey, and he's just whipped that away off the stumps through mid-wicket for 4. That was a high-quality shot.
Yeah.
There was obviously a vacancy in the batting order here with Ben Duckett. Look at the second 11 scores, and Tom Moore's those 2 centuries. People that watched it said wow. Others would say perhaps second 11 cricket, etc. Ben Martindale's getting runs. It's so competitive, isn't it? If there is a vacancy that comes up, you do need players in form, and it'll be interesting to see how Tom Moore's goes in this one. This is defended back to the bowler, 35 for 1.
Yeah. Well, what I will say is that you can only score runs against what's put in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, and Tom went 150, 185 and 60 or something like that, I think. You know, Martindale again, big 100, 200, 150, 160 odd, or 170. Tom Lawton went 80, 100, 60. So a lot putting their hands up. All I can do is give my opinion on how they're playing, and then they make the final decision.
Yeah. Young's on 11. 2 4s and a 3 in quick succession. Lets this go through to the keeper. And in the case of Tom Moore's, I get, there would have been the obvious disappointment that after when did Chris Reed retire? End of 2017. So from 2018 to the end of 2023, he's pretty much had the gloves except for injuries. He's played in all the matches, so there would have been the disappointment. And then you're looking, obviously, you as a coach, that side of things, you're looking for the reaction, aren't you? You either get the players who just go away and sulk and feel it's unfair as this is dropped on the leg side, or you get those with a bit of character that bounce back and say, here, pick me.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really close to Tom.
Yeah.
You know, we're good friends. And I just, you know, we had a long sit down actually chatting about it, about what he wanted to do, how he saw his way back into the first team and stuff like that. And my main aim was to just make him enjoy it again. You know, I'm not saying he didn't enjoy it, but obviously the initial disappointment about not being selected when you've been in the team for so long, which was the call that Pete and Haas made, which is fine. But then I think my job was to get him, you know, really finding the love for his game and how he was going to go about his business. You know, and I expect him to play a really attacking mode of cricket.
Bailey bowls. Young gets his first single off the back of those 2 4s and a 3, and he'll keep the strike as well. Asib Hamid can't get a knock at the moment. This is going to be the 3rd over running that Will Young will be on strike. 36 for 1 after 11 overs, Nottinghamshire, here on BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham online, BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire, and via the live stream. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Scott Reed, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, Stephen Mullaney with us, watching a really entertaining battle just continue. There's certainly been no quarter asked at all in this contest. Will Williams is just starting to warm up, but he's not going to be the first change because George Balderson is going to come on, who I think we all felt left a few runs out there yesterday when he was dismissed just before lunch. Rather, he fell just afterwards when he was Bohannon just before lunch, and Balderson the second part of the afternoon. But very nicely on 38 before he was dismissed. Like Notts, it's a all right arm seam attack. Where have the lefties gone? Your mate Luke Wood
Lancashire,
there
yeah.
listening in, but there's not too many lefties in the game all of a sudden. This first ball is tickled away fine for
4
runs. It is going to go, yes, just reaches the advertising hoardings down in front of the pavilion. That was a little bit of a loosener from Balderson, and Will Young tickled it away. Just seems there's a dearth of left armers around.
Yeah, I can't even think who. Has anyone got one in Div 1? Lammin me bowled a little bit, didn't it? Well, Lancs have got, is it Boyden? Josh Boyden or something? I think his name is.
Don't think I've seen one this year. 40 for 1. Next delivery dropped on the leg side. And there's,
I can't think of one, Dave.
No.
Oh, Paul Walter.
Yeah, Paul Walter. But, you know, he wouldn't be, you know,
Not a frontline
he's sort of
attacker,
coming
no,
on 5th,
You mean
6th,
your traditional
7th,
right side bottom,
yeah,
don't you?
Yeah.
You know what? It's a good question, that. In Div 1, how many left armers have we got? Oh, there's a kid from Somerset in there. Is it Ogborn? Is that his name?
Again, I
Played last year.
not seen him this year. Don't know if we've come up against him. Single taken. This one's dropped on the leg side. 41 for 1. But certainly there was a time where there seemed to be quite a few around. Obviously Harry Gurney and Luke Wood played in tandem here and would have shared the new ball on occasions, but just one of those phases, I guess, that county cricket's going through.
We've got a couple in the blast.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Mr. Lister from New Zealand and the young man from Sri Lanka. That
Afghanistan.
it is indeed, yes, of course. We're just talking about Fernando. He was a left arm, wasn't he? As this goes through to the keeper. 41 for 1.
Fernando was right arm. You're going well here for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Faisal Haq Faruqi.
Seen much of him? Anything of
Yeah, I
him?
actually worked with him at the tea time with Delhi Bulls. Yeah. I think you're going to be impressed.
Certainly impressed last year with Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yes.
Most astonishing over I think many of us have ever seen, when he got 4 wickets in an over, and this is a good delivery. It's a no ball though, so it's not a good delivery, and this is a nervy start from Balderson. Went for 4 from the first ball. You're always trying to drag it back after conceding a boundary the first ball of your spell, and now a no ball as well. He's none for 7, still 2 balls left in this his first over. 43 for 1. Have to send the scouts out, see where Scott Reed got to.
Yeah, no, yeah. He knows I'm not here all day, doesn't he?
43 for 1. Next delivery on its way now, and work to mid-wicket by the Notts captain, Asiba Mead, who's on 19. Freddie, just something we touched on a little earlier. Freddie, just asking for our thoughts on the England Test summer without Jimmy Anderson. I think Scott and indeed Stephen went through that a little earlier on. Freddie, next ball on its way now, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. It is all about staying fit and healthy and just making sure that the ECB scouts and selectors are well aware of what you're doing when you're doing it. Was sort of playing devil's advocate yesterday, mischievously setting Scott up, saying if Jimmy Anderson wants to play this summer, should he be playing? But I guess it's a difficult one, isn't it? All their workload is closely monitored and managed, like we saw here for many years for Stuart Broad. But it's been an interesting one with James Anderson. If he's not going to be playing much more international cricket, how much will he play for Lancashire? I guess he seems the sort of player that wants to carry on playing cricket. Got a bowling change, and it is going to be Will Williams, so he comes in to replace Tom Bailey. 12 overs gone, 43 for 1. Williams, New Zealander by birth, has played a lot of domestic cricket in New Zealand, but not for the last couple of years. He's sort of relocated lock, stock and barrel to the northwest. Comes in now. Aggressive approach. Tall man. Bowls with a slingy action, one outside the off stump that goes through to Hurst. Good pick-up for Lancashire. I think Will Williams. It's nice to have somebody that's got a bit of first-class experience and will then come over and commit to you to playing all summer long. Steve Williams says Steve's always a good value to listen to, and good luck in your new role, Mull.
Thank you very much.
43 for 1. Young on 17 on strike, and he's edged and he's been put down at second slip. It went very quickly. Williams should have had a wicket there, but that's been grasped, and now they'll take a run as well. A bit of a misfield as well, just to compound the error. Keaton Jennings with the misfield after the drop went down there, and it's Tom Bruce, the New Zealander. Could have helped his fellow countryman out there had he clung on to that. Should have been taken. Got through for
slip then, I think, Keaton.
Next ball on its way, and
always happens.
Driven through the offside by Will Young for 4. So it was a Hamid on 18 that was put down, wasn't it?
No, Young put down.
Did they get 2 then?
No, they didn't run one. They didn't see him kick it.
Oh, right. That's why the crowd was getting on his back. Young with the boundary. So it would have been an all New Zealand affair. And in fact, Young and Bruce are teammates with Central Districts. So he helped his mate out there. 47 for 1 in the 13th over. Next ball's on its way, and this one jags back off the seam from Williams. Brought that back a long way. The scouts have been out and about and found Scott Reed. Get lost. You just thought you'd have half an hour.
I was just having a conversation next door, that was all. Well, you two are all right, aren't you? You're rabbiting on, the pair of you, you're fine.
Did you see the drop?
I did.
There's Williams. Not the start he would have wanted, but found the edge. That will give him encouragement. Now he gets an LBW shout, which I don't think Tom Lungley is going to be overly excited about. Just nipped back and struck him amidships. 47 for 1.
That might answer your question.
I can't. You read what you...
It's a social media post from James Anderson. Go on, Scott.
We're in the 13th over. 1 ball left in this over. Next ball on its way and driven down the ground by Young for 4. Moves on to 25. That brings up the Nottinghamshire 50 in the 13th over. 50 for 1. And it's the end of the over, and what have we got here then, Scott? Jimmy Anderson saying tell Dave Bracegirdle to keep his opinions to himself.
James Anderson on social media says, "Hi everyone, just a note to say that the first test of the summer at Lord's will be my last test. It's been an incredible 20 years representing my country, playing the game I've loved since I was a kid. I'm going to miss it walking out for England, but I know the time is right to step aside and let others realise their dreams just like I got to, because there's no greater feeling. I'm excited for the new challenges that lie ahead, as well as filling my days with even more golf."
Has he said that?
He has.
Okay, Balderson bowls and it's defended, so do we think that's the end? Just reading what he's put there?
He's just said he's going to play at Lord's and that's it.
That's
for
it
Lancashire,
cricket, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know.
No, I don't know, but he's confirming that the first test of the summer at Lord's will be his last test match for England.
Last test, it says. What do you reckon? Do you reckon he's going to play for Lancashire, or do you reckon...
No idea.
Are you sitting on the fence, or...?
It's Balderson in again, and Hamid defends. We're happy with that? You can call your own farewell when you want. Seems like a sentimental selection.
I mean, I think he's probably earned the right to go out on his own terms. He'll probably get 10 for or something.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? Or often the way. Perhaps not quite a 10 for Balderson in again. That's a good delivery, and just flicked the pad. There's a throaty appeal from young Master Balderson, but umpire Kettleborough on this occasion on move. 51 for 1. To play in a test match, you would still have to, I'm sure, have a game or two for Lancashire, and I'm sure he'd want a farewell for Lancashire.
Yeah, he's scheduled to. I think he's going to play 2 games before the Test series starts. Those were originally penciled in, I think, for June. There's some championship matches in the T20 block, but there might be a possibility he could play 1 in May and 1 in June.
Balderson wears 10. Balls and Hamid squared up, defends, pushed out onto the offside, and that's West Indies at Lords.
It is, yeah.
Just fits in nicely, doesn't it? Fits in nicely. Lords. Maybe Old Trafford would have been the perfect.
I think he'd prefer to bowl at Lords than Old Trafford.
Well, yeah, in terms of that, yeah.
I reckon he would have picked Lords or here.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, it's always gone well here, hasn't he? Next delivery on its way now, and Hamid plays it onto the leg side. 51 for 1. So, breaking news there, brought to you by Scott Reed via Jimmy Anderson's social media accounts. Lots happening for Lancashire, or by royal appointment, Lancashire County Cricket Club now, as we also heard.
Saw that.
King Charles, the new patron. Next delivery is played up and under by Asib Hamid, down to the Hound Road stand for 4. Very deliberately lifted it over the slip cordon, a la Brendan Taylor. He used to like that, didn't he?
He did. He was, it was an unbelievable shot he used to play. I don't know how he did it, really. Actually, I'm seeing him in October, actually. We're taking a trip over to Cape Town for a wedding.
Very nice.
Of, do you know who? One of the players is getting married.
Well,
One of our players is getting married.
is Dane Patterson?
No.
No.
He's already married?
Yeah, of course he is. Well, you haven't got any other South Africans, unless it's one of the South African-born lads.
Nope.
Well, I don't know then. I don't know.
Alex Hales.
My word. Next delivery on its way now, and this is dropped on the leg side, and single taken.
His wife-to-be is South
56 for
African.
1.
Nice little vineyard in Franschhoek.
I'm looking forward to the invitation. Freddie says, apologies Dave, Jimmy's post was what I was referencing. I'd much rather see Sam Cook or Ollie Stone be given a chance rather than Jimmy, although it'd be a shame to lose Ollie for the summer. Thank you, Freddie. I think that's come in since we sort of had the news there on Jimmy Anderson. 56 for 1. There'll be I'm sure a big build up then for the farewell test match as Hamid plays this up to mid-on. With Brodie, was it just that day or
well, the night before he said.
Notice.
I mean, knowing Stuart, it would have been a bit more in advance than that, but I think he made his mind up the night before, so he said. He would have been thinking about it, but.
And then he hit his last ball for 6, and his last ball that
wicket,
he bowled was a wicket. So.
I mean, I think on a much lesser scale, I kind of knew that it was the right time to give up the captaincy, for instance, or to go into a different role when offered that. The same with obviously Jimmy and Stuart. They know that the time's right, and they've gone out on their own terms, which probably any cricketer would wish for. I think you would want to go out on your own terms, wouldn't you?
We're just having a ball check here. Do you think you've played your first class game?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
And if so, what was your last wicket? What was your last score? Who was the last
score,
one to get you out?
30 odd against. I had a poor season, didn't I? 30 odd against Middlesex. Last wicket. Did I get a wicket in that game? You should know. You were speaking of it. Probably not. Can't remember, Dave.
Well, it was all the emotion of Middlesex going down, wasn't it? In the commentary box here. Good chum Kevin Hand. We're going to have a ball change.
I did get a wicket actually because they were slogging at the end and a couple of them slogged it up, didn't they?
I'll have a look whilst Scott commentates on the ball change, and
Not sure how much you can commentate on a ball, James.
Yeah, cheers for that, Dave.
Well,
Look forward to this.
It was the second time I've given him a hospital pass this morning because it was just about to break into mid-cough the first time.
I'm not sure how you make this sound exciting.
Well, what you do is you just completely ignore what's going on.
Right.
Or you start to say things like, oh, here we go, got a lovely box of balls coming
Right.
out.
Or you ask the captain what the current procedure is, because wasn't it last year or the last couple of years where it's been you can only ask twice and
No, you
it's
can have
got to be
two.
the captain.
No. You can have 2 unsuccessful challenges.
Is that right?
Yes. So if the ball gets changed now, which it is doing because it didn't go through, so you have a gauge.
Yeah.
If the ball doesn't go through the gauge,
Yeah.
you can change it,
Yeah.
and then you get 2 new challenges for that ball. So you get 2 per ball.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I
Yeah.
didn't realise that was a thing.
But
Yeah,
it's
so
got to be
say for instance that ball went through.
Yeah.
That's one of Keaton's challenges gone. You carry on with that ball.
Yeah.
If the next challenge doesn't go through,
Mm-hmm.
goes through,
Mm-hmm.
you then have to carry on with that ball until the
Until
umpires. Until 80 overs, so every new ball.
Yeah, well, okay. But
Yeah, so you- they
presumably
reset
umpires
it.
can then say,
The umpires
actually,
can say
looks
it looks like a
dodge.
triangle. Yeah.
Okay. Here's Williams in, balls to Hamid, that's left. And through to the keeper, no run. So is that a recently new thing? Because we were having, it felt like a couple of years ago, we seemed to be
think you
having
could have
bowling changes every...
Yeah, I think that's why they brought it in, because
Okay.
I think you could. I can't remember. But the last 2 or 3 years, it's definitely been 2 challenges per ball. So, for instance, if it gets changed, then you get 2 new challenges.
Okay. That's better, isn't it?
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Your last first-class wicket, if it is to be your last first-class wicket, is the current skipper of Sussex.
John Simpson.
John Simpson caught Tom Moore's bowled Stephen Mullaney.
Williams to Hamid, on the move, drives straight down the ground. Ball smashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end. I've no idea whether Williams got anything on it or not, and even if he did, I think Will Young was safely back in his crease, but Hamid's probably thinking, I've missed out on some runs there. He's absolutely hammered it straight down the ground, but for no runs, 56 for 1.
Andy Eason says, Dave, whilst you've got Maul there, can you ask him if he's going to play any club cricket this summer? And second question, how close is Josh Tong to getting a game? 2 questions for you, Stephen.
Yeah, club cricket, no. I've actually been offered a few. I've enjoyed having.
Here's Williams to Hamid, that's left.
It's been a long time since I've had so much time off, and I've not been used. So I've just really enjoyed doing my work in the week. If the first team are away, spending time with my family and friends at home. So I'm not looking to play any club cricket, but everything's got a price, Dave. Everything.
You're shameless, aren't you?
Yeah, oh yeah. I actually got offered to play for Littleborough. Yeah, Has played instead of me. And I wouldn't want to do myself an injustice because I've not picked up a bat since the 28th of September last year. So I'd be absolutely rubbish, I think. And I would bowl and I would hurt.
Williams in, Hamid just plays beautifully through the leg side, just leans into it, guides the ball out through mid-wicket. Bailey does well to catch up with it, flicks the ball
What was
back.
the second one?
Well, I'll come to the second one in a moment, but you're not a Samit Patel then. Samit would go anywhere for a game, wouldn't he?
Yes. No, and I'm not. No.
The second one was about Josh Tong. Any idea? How close?
No, I've not. I don't. I've not been around, obviously, the first team medical team, but I'm not quite sure with Josh. I've not seen him for a couple of weeks, so I can't give you any update on that. Sorry.
And presumably, though, he's going to play for you before he's going to play for Haas. You'd imagine.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it might be Joe Clark that he plays first for.
Yes.
I couldn't give you an update at all, Dave. I've no idea. See, when you go down the pecking order, you're not privy to things.
No. It's George Balderson. Next delivery on its way, and this is pushed into the offside. If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, beautiful morning in Nottingham for day 2 of this county championship game between the host county Notts and visitors Lancashire. Lancashire 331 all out, Notts 58 for 1 in reply. Scott Reed's here representing BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and Stephen Mullaney, who's played for both these counties, is currently with us. Just popped up to stay out the way as he described it, as this goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Rest of the day, have you?
I'll be here all day.
I was going to say, are you here in any sort of official capacity or just here to get a free lunch?
No, I'm actually here. So I'm working today, as they call it. So as I said, we just share it around a little bit, and I think it's really important not to get disconnected from one team to the other. So obviously keeping my hand in with the first team as well as doing the second team is really nice, and obviously I've worked with most of the lads in the winter, so it's nice to keep in touch.
George Balderson bowls a really good delivery, and this goes through to the keeper. One thing we haven't sort of mentioned, and I don't know how much you can touch on it, it's your testimonial year as well.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about it, but it is my
So
testimonial year.
15 years here at Trent Bridge, you've got a testimonial year?
Yes. Yep, you could talk about it, go for your life.
58 for 1. Young is on 26, and this is turned down to long leg, and I'm sure all the relevant information is there on the relevant websites and social media accounts to get more information on the Stephen Mullaney testimonial year that he's not allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
It's 59 for 1. I'm being given information, dear listener, as we speak. Hamid has 25. This pair have added 41 since Ben Slater was dismissed. George Balderson in again, and is defended onto the leg side. Mull2024.co.uk is the website where you get all the information on Stephen's testimonial year and events. At Mull-24 is the Twitter or the X account as well. For all the information, and I'm sure there'll be glittery brochures and ties in the club shop and all that sort of thing as well for the Nottinghamshire based listeners. 59 for 1, Hamid 25 and Will Young 27, and I guess in your testimonial brochure there'd be a nod towards your early days with Lancashire as well.
There's no brochure.
There's no brochure. Now that's not good, is it? 59.
Well, if you want to chuck out the money for them, then I'll do one.
I'd have done it for nothing for you if you'd asked me.
Do you fancy doing it for nothing, Dev?
No.
Okay.
16 overs gone. Hamid 25, Will Young 27. It's going to be Will Williams to continue. His first 2 overs have cost 11 runs. George Balderson 3 overs, none for 12. And here's Scott.
Yeah, 59 for 1. 20 minutes until lunch on day 2. It's pushed away by Young out towards backward point. And there is no run fielded by George Balderson. Young remains on 27. Hamid on 25. Just a reminder of that news in the last half an hour or so. That England bowler James Anderson confirming he will retire from Test cricket this summer in a statement. The 41-year-old England's leading wicket taker and one of the greatest bowlers of all time said that the first Test match will be his last. As Williams bowls to Young left and through to the keeper, no run. The first Test match against the West Indies on the 10th of July will be his last Test match. Reaction on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app to that announcement.
Was that you just filling in there? I am the greatest bowler of all time, or has he put that?
I'm reading off the website, the BBC Sport website.
Oh, it's off the BBC Sport website. I thought that was his social media announcement.
No, Jimmy didn't quite describe himself as that.
I would have tipped my hat to him if he had put that. Changing the field, Tom Hartley just brought out of the slip cordon and into the covers. 59 for 1. Run through the other scores for you in the fullness of time.
Williams to Young, that's left, and through to Hurst, and there's no run.
Young Tom Prest of Hampshire is 97 not out. They had a centurion yesterday with Ali Orr, who moved from Sussex in the close season, getting a century. 410 for 5, Hampshire against Durham. On the south coast at Canterbury, Worcestershire 393 for 6 now against Kent. And the other game in Division 1, Warwickshire 343 all-out century for Ed Barnard. Surrey 35 without loss in reply.
Williams bowls to Young, who has dropped his hands and pulls the bat inside the line through to Hurst, no run.
Division 2, Gloucestershire 409 all-out at Wantage Road. Host county Northants 38 for 1. And the one other game in this round, Glamorgan now 121 for 4, replying to Sussex's 278. Sam North East out for 5. Sam North East, like Stephen Mullaney, a player who skippered England Lions and was the other skipper in that North v South tournament we were talking about.
Yeah, he was, yeah. And played here.
And played here. One of his, 5 counties?
4 or 5, is it? Kent, Hampshire, us, Glamorgan.
You're missing one before he came here.
Oh, Yorkshire.
59 for 1, yeah, had a brief loan spell with Yorkshire. 59 for 1. The end of the over, we'll officially thank Stephen very much for his time, for popping up to say hello. Always welcome.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you out there in Nottinghamshire colours at some time, even if it's just a farewell game.
Williams bowls, left alone by Young, through to Hurst. That is the end of the over. 59 for 1, Hamid 25, Young on 27.
Good luck with the testimonial.
Thank you very much.
You're not allowed to talk about. Good luck with the seconds and the next generation of cricketers. I know you're committed, you're tied to the club for a number of years yet, so you're always welcome to pop up and say hello, and good luck with everything you're doing.
Cheers, Dave. Good to see you both. See you very soon.
Stephen Mullaney, Nottinghamshire, long-serving player and captain, now looking after the next generation, as we say. Very kind of him to pop up and say hello this morning during this morning session as George Balderson runs away from us and bowls and Hamid defends. So Asib Hamid is 25 not out, Will Young 27 not out. It's almost a little bit like Lancashire this time yesterday, Scott, isn't it? Sort of just trying to build the platform, lay the platform, try and get to lunch 1 down. But as we know with Lancashire, they lost that important wicket of Bohannon right on lunch yesterday. Not so hoping not to suffer a similar fate as Lancashire press for another breakthrough. Balderson right on, bustling medium pace, and Asib Hamid has had a wild slog at one outside the off stump and gets nothing on it. Lots of animation out there on the field. Bit of a chat going on between Josh Bohannon and Tom Lungley at square leg. They both break away from that chat with smiles on their faces as Balderson in once more bowls. This has eased into the offside, no run. For a top order batter, George Balderson, he does a proper good job with the ball as well, doesn't he? He's a true all-rounder.
Yeah, had a good season last year with the ball, developing into a very good young all-rounder for Lancashire. He got north of 20 wickets and pushing up to 600 runs, I think, last year in the county championship.
Next delivery, ball to Hamid, and again that trademark forward defensive block. And then once he's played the ball, he rehearses it a couple of times, and then, as he always does, takes 2 or 3 steps as if he's going to march out and shake hands with the square leg umpire, but then he remembers, oh, I've got an innings to continue, and then turns and comes back, and he's ready by the time that Balderson gets to the top of his mark and turns. Not a lengthy approach from Balderson. Comes in again and just gets that extra little bit of nip. I suspect he's quicker than he probably looks. And Hamid again blocks it and then goes through his rituals.
Yes, 700 runs last season, George Balderson, in the county championship, an average of 50 with 2 centuries, and with the ball 23 wickets. That's an average of 34.
Lancashire 331, Notts 59 for 1 in reply, and this one's whipped straight to Bohannon on that leg side. No run, tidy enough from Balderson. 4 overs, none for 12 his figures. Will Williams 3 overs, none for 11, but should have had a wicket. Will Young spilled by Tom Bruce at second slip. It went quickly, but it was at a good height for catching. I think if you're going to be there in the slip cordon, you can't really ask for better opportunities than that. Notts were pretty close to faultless, we reckon. 6 edges into the slip cordon, 6 taken. Although in truth one of those wasn't an edge, it was a reverse sweep from Keaton Jennings that Tom Moore's caught, but the others were genuine edges, all gobbled up by the slip catchers.
Here's Williams to Young. It's punched up towards mid-off, where Josh Bohannon fields, and there is no run. 59 for 1. It's lovely to see some of the reaction to Anderson's announcement today. Some of the greats of the game all paying tribute to Jimmy. He's going to bring his at least his international career to an end. I don't know whether he's going to play for Lancashire or not. That's left by Young, and it's a mistake to leave it because his stumps have been uprooted thanks to Will Williams. And Nottinghamshire do lose their second wicket just on the stroke of lunch. 10 to play until lunch. Not to 2 down. 59 for 2.
And you know the frustrating thing about that is before he'd even scored, he left one that just jagged back and went over the top of the stumps. And Hamid went down and had a word with him. Had a strong word with him. And Will Young has fallen victim to Will Williams, who might have had him a long time ago. Well, relatively speaking, the start of his spell had Tom Bruce hung on to that catch, but Young has gone. It's 59 for 2. He was at the crease for 50 odd minutes, faced 40 balls, hit 5 fours, 59 for 2, and the second day at the moment following a similar path to the opening day. The opening day that saw Keaton Jennings compile a big score for Lancashire, eventually out for 91. Nottinghamshire's hopes of somebody getting a big score may lie with Hamid, who's 25 not out. They may also lie with Joe Clarke, who started this season with 2 centuries and then a double century before getting a duck last time out at Warwickshire. So as good as your last innings, they say. Well, that was 0, but prior to that, scores of 104 against Essex, 105 against Worcestershire, and 213 not out against Somerset. Dual responsibility as well for Joe Clarke of keeping wicket. 59 for 2.
Yeah, similar to that first day, wasn't it? Lancashire losing a wicket of, it was Josh Bohannon, wasn't it, just before lunch on the first day. It's been a pretty even match, hasn't it? It's kind of been quite similar, the start to the Lancashire first innings, likewise the Notts first innings. A minute, there's not a great deal between these two sides. Notts still trail by 272 though. That's something that will be pretty front and centre of their mind. And Joe Clarke coming out to join Hamid. I've seen that a few times, you know, from Will Williams. That type of dismissal as he's in and balls again, left alone by Clarke. And through to the keeper, no run. The amount of times he gets batters bowled, not offering a shot. In the ball to jag back in from quite wide of off stump. He gets that quite sharp seam movement off the pitch, Williams. So it 2 or 3 times last season, batters shouldering arms to balls that they think's going to go past the off stump and come back in and rattle the woodwork. Not unfamiliar form of dismissal that. Here's Williams back into Clarke. It's just nudged away towards mid wicket. Gets his first run. Yeah. Nottinghamshire 60 for 2.
That was the push and run of someone who got out for naught in his last innings. But yeah, no finer sight, I guess, for a bowler like Will Williams to deliver what he would have thought would have been the perfect ball, and then see the batter flummoxed at the other end and make a poor decision and get comprehensively bowled. As I said, the warning was there. The warning was there. With the one that Will Young left earlier, that only just went over the top of off, and Hamid, as I say, went down and had a word with him about it.
Yeah, it's left alone by Hamid, taken by Hurst. It's about 9 minutes remaining of the lunch interval. You're on 5 Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, and on Trent Bridge Live for those watching via the live pictures Beautiful sunny afternoon in Nottingham. Day 2 of this Vitality County Championship fixture. Will Williams bowling from the Stuart Broad end. One legend of English cricket retiring last summer. Another one going to call it quits this summer. Forward goes Hamid, right forward in defence. Smothers the ball away into the offside. And there's no run. Another reminder for you at the end of that over at 60 for 2. The breaking news from the last 45 minutes or so. James Anderson's statement that he will retire from Test cricket this summer. The first Test of the summer against the West Indies at Lord's will be his last Test match. It's where he made his England debut, and it's where he will sign out for England. And his reaction on that on the BBC Sport website and app, and plenty of reaction to come here on 5 Sports Extra through the course of the day as well.
Yes, it'll be an emotional occasion, I'm sure, for Jimmy and his family and close circle of friends, his England teammates as well. We were reading that Brendan McCullum had flown specifically across from New Zealand, which that's not a 50p bus ride, is it? To speak to Jimmy about it. This one's dropped on the leg side, no run, as Balderson begins the 20th over of the innings. Suspect there'll be time for at least one more after this. All good things come to an end, as they say. 60 for 2 is the score here. Balderson to bowl to Joe Clark on 1, and he'll get at least one more. He'll settle for 1. Just squirted that in the gap between gully and point, and now he's left us as well. I can also give you a reminder on that Stephen Mullaney testimonial year. His website is mull, M-U-L-L, mull 2024.co.uk, and on social media at mull-24 if you want to find out all about his events. I'm sure there's some good causes you can contribute to as the next one's pushed into the offside. Fine servant of the county game. Stephen Mullaney began his career with Lancashire, moved to Notts in the winter of 2009-10, scored a century on his first class debut for Notts against Hampshire, and as we said, he won the county championship that year. He played in 2 successful Lord's One Day Cup winning sides, 2 successful Blast winning sides, skippered Notts to promotion from the 2nd division. Single taken here by Hamid, drops it on the leg side, and the board goes up to 62 for 2, but we might not have seen the last of him, as he was saying. He's going to be around for some time to come. Just signed a new multi-year contract. At the moment he's looking after the 2nd 11 as captain and coach, but is available for the first team in all formats if and when required. Next ball pushed by Clark into the covers, fielded by Tom Hartley. 62 for 2. Just wonder if we will get an over a spin before lunch. Wonder if Tom Hartley will be tossed the ball. Suspect not. Keaton Jennings might think that both Balderson and Williams are bowling well enough and asking enough questions here that they should just keep going. Why disturb the equilibrium? Balderson bowls wide enough for Clark to shoulder arms. Joe Clark has 2. Seba Mead 26. The 2 out in this innings, Ben Slater for 4 and Will Young for 27. Wickets for Saqib Mahmood and Will Williams. It's going to be Williams to continue from the Broad end, the Stuart Broad end. Don't think there's a sign up the far end to officially recognise that. If there is, I've not seen it and can't see it from here, like the James Anderson end is at Old Trafford.
Here comes Williams, balls to Hamid, who's forward and turns it up towards mid-on. No run.
I suppose we went for all those years without it officially saying it's the Pavilion end, and I don't think there's one at this end that says it's the Radcliffe Road end, but it might be nice to recognise Stewart's achievements with a plaque or so. There may be something over there. Don't think I've noted or spotted anything.
Williams bowls again to Hamid, who plays it off the front foot, turns it to the leg side, takes his bottom hand off the bat. As he does so, defending just on the stroke of lunch, 3 minutes to go before the lunch break. 62 for 2.
It's his 4th appearance against Lancashire for Notts for Hasib Hamid. Has a top score of 97, averages 41 against his former county.
Williams to Hamid, forward in defence, and there is no run.
As he burst onto the scene really in 2016 with the Red Rose, a flurry of runs which catapulted him into the international reckoning. Scored centuries in each innings that year against Yorkshire at Old Trafford.
And again to Hamid, leaves it through to the keeper, no run.
Career fell away a little bit after then and left Lancashire at the end of 2019. I think Peter Moores recognised that there was still a player there that was hungry to go on and rediscover his best form, and he's certainly done that.
Williams bowls right forward in a kind of classic forward defensive from Hamid, almost crouching down, almost his back knee touching the pitch as he reaches forward, bat in front of his pad. No run.
1 ball left, Scott, in this over. The digital clock on the scoreboard saying 12:58, so every likelihood that we'll see the Lancashire side just racing around at the end of this over, just to squeeze another one in.
Here's Williams to complete it, balls to Hamid, that's glanced down to fine leg where Luke Wells fields, and see if Lancashire can squeeze it one more in before the lunch break. 63 for 2 Nottinghamshire. Hasib Hamid on 27, Joe Clark on 2. It's the end of the Williams 5th over. He's picked up 1 for 13. We will have time for 6 more deliveries before we break for lunch on day 2.
Yes, it will be George Balderson, so Tom Hartley not given the traditional last over before lunch that's usually afforded, or often afforded, to the spin bowler. But I think this is the right call. Balderson's been bowling well. 5 overs, none for 14. He's in now to Hamid, who took a single from that previous delivery. Lets this one, which was of a fullish length, wide of the off stump, go through to Matty Hurst. This morning Williams was out for 5. That was 317 for 9 after Lancashire had resumed on 306 for 8. And then Saqib Mahmood was caught by Hasib Hamid, just chipped into the covers off the bowling of Ollie Stone for 2, 331 all out. 3 wickets for Stone, 3 wickets for Pennington, a couple for Dane Patterson, who we didn't see bowl this morning. Lancashire had 25 runs for those last 2 wickets this morning in 4.2 overs. Balderson in again, bouncer over the right shoulder of Hamid. Not tempted to take the hook on. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning. Stephen Mullaney joining us for a lengthy old spell. This afternoon, 5 Sports Extra. There'll be coverage of the England women versus Pakistan women match from Edgbaston. Starts at 2:30. Next ball outside the off stump, strikes Hamid on the pad as he tried to whip it away. But as ever, all the matches available via the PBC Sport website and app, where you can also find text coverage of all the games, get all the latest news as wickets go down, as 50s and 100s are brought up. Balderson bowls again to Hasib Hamid. This one keeps a whisker low, blocks it out onto the offside, no run. 63 for 2 it remains. Under hazy but bright skies here in Nottingham. Warm conditions. No need for the top coats today.
Just sing a few hymns.
2 balls left in the over, and Balderson gets this one past the bat of the defensive prod. There's a quick update for Radio Nottingham.
County Championship action against Lancashire. It's day 2. Dave Bracegirdles at Trent Bridge.
1 ball left in this morning session. Nottinghamshire batting 63 for 2, replying to Lancashire's all-out score of 331. Couple of wickets this morning for Ollie Stone, but then when Notts battered, Ben Slater out for 4, Will Young out for 27. Last ball of the session just been bowled, and Notts will take a single to move to 64 for 2 at lunch.
Thanks, Dave. Nottingham Forest take on Chelsea.
So there we are. That was just run down by Hamid towards Shorty's third man. He takes the single to move on to 28. Joe Clark is 2 not out at the interval here, 64 for 2. Just a quick recap in that Tom Bailey 31 not out as that Lancashire innings finished on 331. Then when Notts battered, Ben Slater caught at third slip by George Bell from the bowling of Saqib Mahmood for 4. That was 18 for 1. Before Will Young shouldered arms and was comprehensively bowled by Will Williams for 27. That was 59 for 2. It's 64 for 2 here at lunch, Nottinghamshire, as we hand listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Back to Nick Eshragani. Those of you following on the BBC Sport website and app, thanks for your coverage, your company this morning. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Scott and myself will be back when the players return to the field at around about 20 to 2. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Ahead of the afternoon session here on day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Players and the umpires returning to the middle, with Nottinghamshire 64 for 2 in their first innings, responding to Lancashire's 331 all out. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. Scott Reed joining the commentary here this week on behalf of BBC Radio in the Northwest. Seb Hamid, Joe Clark making their way out to the middle. Lovely conditions once again. Just talking to one or two people in the luncheon interval, saying when you sat there, if you're in one of the little pockets that are sun traps around the ground, it's very, very warm indeed. Need to put the old sun cream on. It's going to be Tom Bailey, by the looks of it, to get things underway at the start of this afternoon session. Bailey opened the bowling for Lancashire, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. The wicket takers, Saqib Mahmood, who dismissed Ben Slater for 4, and Will Williams, who got the better of his New Zealand compatriot Will Young, shouldering arms, losing his middle and off stumps for 27. So it's going to be Tom Bailey, and alongside me, hopefully suitably refreshed, is Scott Reed.
Yeah, it's Bailey into Hamid. It's defended away into the offside. And there is no run.
You've been a busy bunny.
Well, I suppose it's a bit of the old Jimmy Anderson to talk about, isn't they? Yep. Got to keep across these things, Dave. Or at least try and say something that makes some kind of sense. 64 for 2. Bailey again from the Stuart Broad end. Balls to Hamid. That's off the back foot and slashed away. Lovely looking shot. 1 foot off the ground from Hamid. Really flamboyant looking cut shot right on top of the bounce. Out towards the point boundary for 4. He moves on to 32. And it's 68 for 2 now.
Yeah, signs that Seb Hamid is starting to get his season going. He hasn't got a 50 yet. Scores of 34 and 10 against Essex, 11 and 40 against Worcestershire, 0 and 20 down at Taunton against Somerset, and at Edgbaston in the last game 2, and then 41 not out in the second innings. He was batting nicely there till the rain curtailed his innings and the match.
There's Bailey in and balls. It's pushed full and wide, just a little bit of shape away for Tom Bailey, and that's demonstrated as well by the way that Matty Hurst, Lancashire's wicketkeeper, took the ball, just dancing across first slip where Keaton Jennings stands. And there is no run, so both batters having to reset, start again, just like on the first day when Lancashire lost a wicket just prior to the lunch break. Same thing happened for Nottinghamshire with the dismissal of Will Young. Bailey in to Hamid, who does get a single. He's leaning into it and deflects it away to square leg. Jogs through for 1, moves on to 33. And Nottinghamshire 69 for 2.
Tend to most mornings, when I remember, just go through the things that would have happened on this day in history, or anybody's birthday, or that sort of stuff, and we did that a little earlier on. Had a dear correspondent at lunch just throw something in my general direction.
There's Bailey to Clark this time. It's wide of off stump.
Sometimes you'll see that it's a designated day. A particular day in the calendar year is a particular designated day. Well, I'm told the 11th of May, there's 3 things here, and these are good ones. It's National Send a Memo Day. I mean, it's all a load of nonsense, isn't it, really? But National Send a Memo Day, so feel free to send me a memo anytime you want. It's National Archery Day. Well, we're in Robin Hood country, I guess, so that's a good one for Notts. National Archery Day.
Clark just turned this delivery towards mid-on for no run.
And as a man who likes my food, I like the other one as well. It's National Eat Anything You Want Day. What about that?
Well, don't tempt me into one of these scones at tea, because I've already had one of them this week. That's one of my only scones for the week.
But if you didn't, they wouldn't put them out. So you're doing all the other broadcasters that will come to Trent Bridge during the course of the season a disservice if you don't.
Yeah, they don't need them as well.
Going to be Sakib Mahmood. We've had 1 over after lunch here as we ease into the afternoon. 69 for 2 Nottinghamshire after 23 overs of their first innings. Notts somehow managed to sort out their over rate as well. I meant to tell you that when we returned.
Handy.
+1 at the end of their bowling stint. Lancashire at the moment is level. Here's Sakib Mahmood. Bowls and pulls him away for 4, does Hasib Hamid. That was just banged in short. Difficult to decipher from here whether that was a post-lunch long hop or a early spell. Let's test him out with a vicious bouncer attempt by Sakib Mahmood, but either way it just got up round about chest height, and whether Hamid was expecting it or picked up the line and length very quickly, certainly dispatched it nicely and away for 4, and he's on to 37, 73 for 2.
Didn't he? Yeah, just dropped a little bit short. Blimey, he absolutely walloped it, didn't he? Onto it in a flash. Great looking shot.
Hamid then, with ground to make up in this over, runs away from us at the Radcliffe Road end, nice and full, and Hamid leaves it alone. Matty Hurst doesn't take it cleanly, but no damage done. National Archery Day. Have you ever had a go at that?
I have, actually.
Not as easy as it looks, is it?
No. I had an issue with my eyes with that one. I kept closing the wrong one. It's true.
It's a little bit point and hope, which is a dangerous thing when you're firing a weapon.
True.
But yes.
I was at Centre Parks a few years ago. I had a go at that. It's quite good fun, but I wouldn't say it came natural to me.
No, I agree with you. 73 for 2. Hamid on 37. Next ball is beating Hamid outside the off stump, or he certainly gave the impression that he was beaten there. He rehearses the shot, but this time playing on a line of off stump, which he certainly didn't to the actual delivery. Joe Clark at this end, 2 not out. Absolute glut of runs for Clark at the start of the season. Centuries in each of the 2 games here, and then a double 100 at Taunton before coming down to earth with a bump with a duck in the last match at Edgbaston. Here's Sakib Mahmood, England international of the recent past. Bowls to Hamid, runs it to backward point, and then apologises, or seems to apologise to Joe Clark, who I think wanted a single, and maybe Hamid said no, but either way no damage was done. 73 for 2 here on BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham online, BBC Radio's Manchester and Lancashire, and I know many of you are watching the coverage accompanied by the pictures on Trent Bridge Live. Sakib Mahmood in past umpire Kettleborough, and again the up and under shot, or I think that's what he intended in the end. He's cut it past point for 4, but saw him play that just before lunch when Stephen Mullaney was in here watching the cricket with us, and he deliberately lifted one up and over the slip cord, and on that occasion he seemed to get into the same position, and then somehow with the bat above his head managed to cut it backward a point and away for 4, and that's equalled Hamid's highest score of the season, 41. Strange shot, but effective.
Was. Looks in good touch. How's he started the season, did you say?
This is his joint highest score, 41, so that tells you everything. As Mahmood bowls, and he's had a play and a miss. This has been a right old flighty over in every sense from Hasib Hamid and Sakib Mahmood. He began with a lollipop bouncer that was pulled away for 4. There was a couple of play and misses. There was that shot that went away through the offside for 4, and at the end of it, Notts a 77 for 2.
Yeah. He did play, I mean, that cut shot is right on top of the bounce, wasn't he? Got a ferocious looking cut shot off the back foot.
Couple just taking their seat in the William Clark stand in bright red Nottingham Forest shirts, so they've just come in for an hour or so. Well, no, a couple of hours, of course. It's a 5:30 kickoff just behind us. A little later on in the afternoon, if you're with us, you'll Hear a bit of noise, bit of music wafting across the road. People moving about behind the arm look here at Trent Bridge in front of the pavilion, and then they crouch down. The umpires won't let them just crouch down. They'll, I'm sure, make them move. No, we're going to get some cricket.
It's Bailey into Clark. And that's left alone. Ball just shapes away, again taken by Hurst. And there is no run. He's got 3 slips to his right. Matty Hurst is Keaton Jennings and Tom Bruce and George Bell. And 3 slip fielders with George Balderson at deepish gully. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg. 77 for 2. There's Bailey for Lancashire running in towards us. Over the wicket and bowls. Run away down to third man. Nice shot by Clark. Very deliberately steered away into the ground to the right of third slip, to the left of that deepish gully fielder. He's put that away beautifully. He moves on to 6, 81 for 2.
Yeah, Notts have come quickly out of the traps, haven't they, after lunch already? 17 runs have been scored, and this is only the start of the 3rd over. I've got a lovely message here from Andrew Shannon, which I'll share with you after this next delivery. He's been in touch at Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing.
Bailey to Clark again. And he leaves this one. Shaves past the off stump, no run.
Andrew Shannon says, very much enjoying the coverage as usual. I'm sitting here in Belfast with Nottinghamshire's newest fan, our 4-day-old son Luke. He seems relaxed by the commentary and the sounds of the cricket. Best wishes, Lindsay and Andrew. That's terrific, Andrew. Many congratulations to you and Lindsay, and glad to have son Luke on board at 4 days old.
Nice. Happy days. The youngest watcher of county cricket. Clark off the front foot, defends, no run. Do well to beat 4 days old, wouldn't you?
I bet he still knows who Crackerjack is though, Scott. In case you weren't with us yesterday, there's me mentioning that it was 5 to 5 on a Friday, Crackerjack time, and just getting blank looks from dear old Scott.
I often give you blunt looks, really. Whenever I'm on commentary with you, I tend to glaze over, really, if I'm being honest. 81 for 2. There's Bailey in from the Stuart Broad end. 2 balls left of his 8th over. Clark on 6. Bailey bowls, and he's playing it. That is Clark. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a good job he didn't get a little nick on that, otherwise that would have been deeply frustrating for Tom Bailey.
I would say the looks of withering disgust that you tend to give me.
Is that it? Okay.
Where am I going? Oh, I've got to go to Nottingham this week. Oh, I know how your mind works. Yes, that was a shame in a sense. That Bailey overstepped, but the good thing is that Clark didn't nick it.
Bailey bowls, left by Clark, taken by Hurst, no run. He's bouncing away to his right, Matty Hurst, the keeper. 83 for 2.
Yes, I think at lunch yesterday Lancashire were 83 for 2, weren't they? I know we're just a little bit beyond lunch, but the 2 innings so far following a similar path.
Yeah, it's been a pretty even game so far. Notts are still 248 behind as Bailey bowls to Clark, who's off the front foot and defending, just jabbing the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 83 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
It'll be interesting to see what Nottinghamshire do with their order. The next 3 players, I would say with absolute certainty, unless we get late on in the day when a third of those wickets goes down and they have to employ a night watchman, but assuming it's a normal batting card, I mean it could be in any order, almost literally, between Jack Haynes, Lyndon James and Tom Moores, because Moores has been brought into this game, remember, as a specialist batter to replace Ben Duckett. So he's not in for his wicket keeping. Joe Clark with the gloves. Clark is out there batting now, but I wonder if, as he is in as a specialist batter, they'll play him as such at 5, as this has run down in that little gap between gully and point. Or third slip and point by Hamid, so he goes on to his highest score of the season, moves on to 42 and Notts are 84 for 2. Jack Haynes has come in once or twice at 5 for Notts and once or twice at 6. Lyndon James has spent the last couple of years coming in at 5, but since he's taken on an extra role, being able to bowl once again, he's almost become established at 7, and that was the position, of course, that Tom Moores has batted in for pretty much all his career. 7, the wicket-keeper batter, so be interesting to see how they go. 84 for 2. Next ball is to Joe Clark from Saqib Mahmood, and this is pushed up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Suzanne has been in touch. Hello, Suzanne. Can't beat 4 days old. My son, though, attended his first international at 15 days old. It was a West Indies T20 match at Trent Bridge in June 2012, and he's been a member at Notts since he was 1 hour old. That's brilliant, Suzanne. Crikey, 1 hour old. New baby. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sign him up. Mahmood bowls and it's pushed into the offside. It's great work, Suzanne. Thank you. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch. Either myself or Scott, who's antisocial this week. His social's not working.
There is, I mean, it is at BBC Likes Cricket. You could always, if you wanted to, but stick with Dave. He's across it. He knows what he's doing with these things.
Down with the kids, just about managed to work Twitter. Saqib Mahmood bowling quickly here, bowls to Joe Clark, makes him hurry up, and Clark takes a step behind his crease and then blocks it out onto the offside. No run.
Second spell this for Saqib Mahmood. Took the new ball this morning before lunch, bowled 5 overs with that, so he's into his second spell here. This will be part of how they manage Saqib, because I don't see him at all at this point, you know, getting through 18, 19, 20 overs in an innings. I don't see that. I think they'll try and manage him a little bit more cautiously.
He bowls now and beats Clark outside the off stump through to the keeper. Well, they certainly managed his workload yesterday. He was the only one of the 22 players who didn't even get on the field yesterday, Saqib Mahmood, so it wasn't the most onerous of tasks yesterday. The Lancashire number 11, well, 8 wickets down. We only saw the first 10 on the card. He came out this morning and just made 2 runs before chipping Ollie Stone into the grateful hands of Asib Hamid in the covers, and that was that. Picked up a wicket already though, that of Ben Slater. He's just asking Tom Hartley to go out from alongside the square leg umpire out onto the fence. All done so Clark could see it and pick up on it and expect the bouncer, but it wasn't. It was pitched up and Clark plays it away on the offside defensively. 84 for 2 Nottinghamshire after 26 overs of their innings. Bonus points, Notts 3 bowling points, Lancashire 2 batting points. To 331.
Yeah, they had a go at that 350, didn't they, this morning? Tom Bailey played a few shots. I think they played the innings in a really positive manner.
Yeah.
Lancashire, they tried to score, tried to keep the game moving forward. There's no kind of sign of just kind of turning down singles and trying to farm the strike. They tried to keep it ticking forward. Bailey bowls to Hamid, who leaves. Nice carry through to Hurst, no run.
Well, both these sides obviously came into this match with one major thing in common. Neither have yet managed to find a win. And you know, do you let the season just drift along and settle for bonus points and draw points, or do you try and make something happen? And it seems here that we've got 2 sides trying to make something happen, and at the moment, 4 and a bit sessions in, they're almost cancelling each other out, aren't they? It's been good cricket, though, really competitive cricket.
Bailey to Hamid, who's defending and then slightly frantically looking around him to see where the ball was ricocheting to. He played off the front foot, he's back just in front of his pad, and it kind of nestled down in between his front leg and his back leg, and he was looking left and right where the ball was trickling to, but no damage done for Hamid. He's on 42. He's got to start here. He's seen his counterpart, the Lancashire captain, get into the 90s yesterday, out for 91, Keaton Jennings. Hamid looking to at least try and match that if he can. Bailey balls again, and a classic Hamid defensive shot again, where he kind of turns himself round almost with the way he defends, but solid front, full face of the bat, back down the pitch, and there is no run. Little familiar walk out, a few paces to square leg, rests his bat on his right shoulder.
Very young man, I would imagine, when you first met him.
Oh, he was, yeah, he was. I think he was 18, I think. As Bailey balls again. Hamid off the front foot, pushing away. And there's no run.
Well, he only looks about 18 now, so I would imagine when he was 18...
He did look like a young lad, definitely did.
Lovely fella. Talks a lot of sense. Always enjoy having a chat and listening to what he's got to say. Loves his cricket. Taking on the responsibility of Nottinghamshire club captain with a great deal of pride and pleasure, I know.
Bailey to him, and Hamid leaves it up onto his toes and brings the bat up and across and allows that to travel through to the keeper.
See a few more red shirts in the crowd now. The William Clark stand. There's 4 in there that have come in since lunch. Another one just arrived there. I see 5 now in the William Clark stand. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's a few in the Smith Cooper.
Final ball of the over. Bailey to Hamid. Ooh, that bounces as he edged it through. Well, it's kind of like a half an appeal from Bailey. Up went the slips. He's played that superbly not to have got a nick on it. Hasib Hamid, there is bounce and carry through there to Hurst, the keeper, and he's dropped his hands, it would appear, just in the nick of time. Managed to get bat and glove out the way of that. Watch that back on the replay. It's a good looking ball from Bailey to Hamid, just able to get out the way of that in the nick of time. End of the over. So maiden by Bailey, 84 for 2.
An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Sense is a walk at Hasib Hamid. I think there'd have been no doubt he'd have given himself up and headed back to the pavilion had he known it had come off the glove. It's Saqib Mahmood bowls, and now Clark just eases this into the onside. He'll get a couple of runs at least. Tom Bailey doing the fielding, yeah, just settle for 2.
Nottinghamshire cricketers are back in the county championship action this afternoon against Lancashire. Day 2 and Dave Bracegirdles at Trent Bridge Warriors.
Yeah, lovely afternoon here right now. Nottinghamshire batting 86 for 2. With Hasib Hamid, the not skipper, on 42. Incredibly, that's his highest score of the season so far. It's been a lean start to the campaign, but looking in decent nick right now. Joe Clark with him on 8, the 2 out, Ben Slater for 4, Will Young for 27. Earlier, Lancashire, they lost their last 2 wickets right at the start of the day, both to Ollie Stone, as they were bowled out for 3-3-1. In reply, Nottinghamshire 86 for 2.
Shot.
Next delivery was to Clark, and it was just punched away through the offside to a backdrop of Scott Reed saying shot. It was indeed, wasn't it? It was a lovely shot. You're absolutely right. Quick update for local radio there. 90 for 2. Yes, it tends to speed away on that Fox Road side very quickly and then come to an abrupt halt as it clatters into the wall. Or aviation of some sort or another. Don't know if it's helicopter or light plane right over our stand, so we can't see it as this is pushed back to the bowler by Clark, and he remains on 12. They've added 31. 90 for 2. Nottinghamshire trail by 241. They'll hope to eat their way into that deficit through the afternoon and evening sessions here, and hope to be somewhere around about the Lancashire score by close of play if all goes well. Of course, the visitors will have other ideas. They'll be hoping to run through the middle order this afternoon and maybe try and polish the job off long before the close, as Hamid bowls. Clark this time just helps it into the covers, fielded by Will Williams. No run.
Yeah, we've seen all seam, haven't we, so far by Lancashire? No Tom Hartley, which is not massively surprising when you look at how the wickets fell. Lancashire were batting. Calvin Harrison picked up 1 for 51, but the damage done by Stone and Pennington and a couple for Patterson. So it's Mahmood, it's Bailey, it's Williams, and it's Balderson, that 4 frontline seam attack. But I'm sure Tom Hartley will have a go at some stage this afternoon.
I will indeed, if it's just give him a bit of a breather, as this one's pitched up, and again Clark drives, but straight to Williams in the covers. 90 for 2. Still a little out of kilter, even though it's round 5 for both of these, with Friday starts and Saturday being the second day. We've had a number of seasons, haven't we, where the first part of the season the games have started on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But day 2 now does give the paying public more of an opportunity to come and see some weekend cricket. Next ball is eased into the offside, and there's no run. 90 for 2. Of course, a lot of club games going on this afternoon around the country. They, like the professional game, have had some really cold and in many cases very wet conditions to contend with over many of the weekends in April, but at long last getting some nice weather to go out and enjoy their cricket.
Yeah, quite a lot of the leagues up in Lancashire delayed the start of the season. They've pushed it back a couple of weeks to give ground staff chances to try and get grounds ready.
Yeah, same in Nottinghamshire. I know South Notts, I think they pretty much left it to some clubs just to organise amongst themselves. If grounds were suitable, then matches went ahead. If not, then they were left over, and many started last week.
Here's Tom Bailey to Hasib Hamid, just runs it down to through backward point for a single. Like he should, still with the 3 slips in place, but Balderson, who was in a kind of deep gully position, has now gone out towards the point boundary just behind square. At least for Hamid, he's now jogging back into that gully position again. Quite gully, not quite backward point. Slightly quirky looking position for Balderson, who's doing a few stretches, so he might well be set to replace Saqib Mahmood. It looks like they're going to keep Mahmood to relatively short spells. 5 overs this morning, 3 so far since lunch. Bailey bowls to Clark, who's on the walk defending, and there's no run.
And I'm not suggesting remotely that we're anywhere near that stage yet as well, but I've always thought Luke Wells does a good job with the ball whenever I've seen him. I know he predominantly gets a longer spell in the white ball game, the 50 over game, doesn't he? But he's always impressed me and picked up useful wickets when he's been employed for short periods.
Yeah, worked hard on his leg spin. That's Luke Wells. Bailey to Clark, who defends again to mid-off where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
For many years, I just referred to Luke Wells as the man who was Ricky Vessel's only first-class wicket in his Sussex days. You can tell how tedious an afternoon that was. Notts gave everybody a bowl, and Ricky Vessels, who never bowled, came on, and Luke Wells drilled one straight back at him. That's got to be 10 or more years ago now. I think Ricky Vessel's now relocated to Australia, where he's doing some umpiring.
He's actually got more wickets than Tom Bailey this season, as Luke Wells. There's Bailey in and balls to Clark, and that's shovelled away off his hip out to mid-wicket for a single. Clark moves on to 13. Nottinghamshire 92 for 2.
So Lancashire out grounds this year. I know when Notts visit Lancashire this year, it's not the headquarters, going to Southport.
Yeah.
Are the other grounds being used?
Yeah, they're at Blackpool next week. There's a fair chance that Ben Stokes might be playing for Durham at Blackpool next week. So it's Blackpool for a 4-day game.
But they don't play at Aigburth anymore, do they?
Not at the minute. Bailey into Hamid, ducks under that and through to the keeper, no run. And they're at Sebba School for a 1-day game a little bit later on in the summer.
Not been there yet. Everybody tells me what a beautiful setting and venue that is for 1-day cricket.
Yeah, it's been regular on the fixture calendar now for maybe 4 years, 3-4 years. Played a championship game there once. Actually, Jimmy Anderson played there a couple of years ago. Runs here for Hamid, and just tucking the ball away off his hip behind square on the leg side. At the end of the over as well, he's pinched the strike. Hamid's 44 not out. Nottinghamshire 93 for 2.
Yeah, I think we might be having a bowling change. George Balderson has been getting himself ready, so he's going to replace Saqib Mahmood. 8 overs, 1 for 31 for Mahmood. If that change is going to be implemented, yeah, I think it is. As Balderson hands over his Lancashire county cap to umpire Kettleborough. 93 for 2. Balderson bowled nicely this morning. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 for George Balderson. One of the 4 right armers we've seen so far. Looks as if he's going to have a similar sort of field setting. 3 slips, 2 on the leg side, saving 1, and a long leg and a mid on. So it's a split 5-4 offside field. Big gap at extra cover. Don't bowl him a half volley outside off stump as Balderson bowls. In fact, he doesn't. He bowls on the pads of Hamid, which is just as big an offence really, because Hamid is strong there and whips it away through the leg side for 4. 97 for 2, and Hamid on to 48, and he'll be feeling really good inside. Like I say, it's been a stuttering start to the season for Hamid. He's now played 10 times for England. Went on the last Ashes tour down under. Didn't pan out very well either for him or for England. Just dab this next one into the offside and take a single. Mahmood doing the fielding. 98 for 2. Hamid is on to 49. Balderson getting plenty of words of wisdom from Tom Bailey about where to bowl to Joe Clark, who's now on strike. See what Balderson can do. Bowls goodish delivery, which Clark can only block on a line of just outside off stump. Pushed into that offside. Extra fielder's gone back over for Clark. So Lancashire are certainly well aware of Hamid's strength on the leg side, reinforcing that leg side field for him, but Hamid managed to thread the ball through nonetheless. 98 for 2. Balderson bowls, Clark. Defensive block which comes very quickly off the face of the bat and up to mid-on. Talked to Joe Clark after his double 100 obviously at Taunton a couple of weeks ago, and telling me about this bat that he's got at the moment. Absolutely loves it, and so it's very much his number one, his match bat, and it's as good as anything he's ever used. Plays this up to mid-on. Tends to have 3 of the same that are good to go. One a practice bat, one a spare, and his number 1 bat that he said he'd be heartbroken if anything happens to that right now. Well, since then he's had 1 innings and managed to get a 0 at Edgbaston. which can happen to anybody. Here's Balderson again. Final ball of the 30th over. Bowls, and there's a couple of runs here, surely, as it's played into the gap at mid-wicket for Clark. They've run the first two quickly. Bailey's after it and just does enough to pick the ball up and turn and get the ball in to deter them from going back for a second. But the prolonged applause is for the Nottinghamshire total, reaching three figures, 100 for two after 30 overs, in response to Lancashire's 331 all out. Joe Clark 15, as Hamid will be on strike, needing one for his 50. Going to be Will Williams to come back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 for Will Williams. .31 years of age, from Canterbury, Will Williams. Here he comes now. Bowls to Hamid, blocks this one. Williams got the better of his New Zealand compatriot Will Young, bowling him when the Test player was on 27, shouldered arms, and one jagged back and demolished middle and off. Will Young had been warned. He'd bowled one a little earlier that he left alone that did cut back and just climbed over the top of the stumps. He also had Young dropped at slip by Tom Bruce. So we'll very much feel he got the better of Will Young. 100 for two. Hamid on 49 drives into the offside. Can't get it past Josh Bohannon in the covers. Lots of encouragement out there from the Lancashire fielders to their bowlers. You know, a good session here, and they'll be very much in the ascendancy in this fixture. They've got runs on the board. There's Williams bowls, and Hamid again just happy to bide his time, wait for the right ball to push into the gap. Just blocks this one. Keenly contested fixture, this one. Just a slight hold up here. A helmet is being brought out for Matty Hurst. Just tell you, Hampshire are still batting at home. They're cranking up the runs. 464 for 6 against Durham. Centuries in that innings so far for Ali Orr, who made 126 yesterday, and Tom Prest, who was out for 102 today. Matty Hurst now standing up to the stumps, so presumably Hamid was batting well out of his crease. Back behind lines now as Williams bowls and Hamid blocks. At Canterbury, Worcestershire, they bat on. They're 468 for 7. Gareth Roderick made 117 yesterday. Adam Hose out for 90. Jason Holder, the West Indian, is 49 not out. 468 for 7, Worcestershire. At the Oval, Surrey have lost a wicket. Rory Burns is out to Will Rhodes for 40. Surrey 89 for 1, replying to Warwickshire's 343 as the next ball again defended by Hamid. 5 dots so far in this over. In Division 2, Glamorgan 165 for 4 against Sussex. 3 wickets for Jaden Seals. That's after Sussex, the visitors, made 278. And at Wantage Road, Northants 85 for 3 replying to Gloucestershire's 409 all out. Ricardo Vasconcelos out for 43. Here 100 for 2 as Williams bowls to Hamid, and there is the delivery he was waiting for, just drops it on the leg side and gets down to the other end, and Hamid gets his 50. And from 99 balls for the man that's got number 99 on the back of his Nottinghamshire shirt. Hit 8 fours, was at the crease for 2 hours and 10 minutes. And he'll keep strike by virtue of that single, 101 for 2. And for Hamid, it's just a case of the proverbial, just get your nut down and get another one now. Lancashire will be keen to see him off. Going to be Balderson. So in the last over, Hamid picked a couple through the put one through the leg side. This one he leaves alone, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's a late leave from Hamid, and that got the slip cordon a little animated. His partnership worth 42 between Hamid and Joe Clark. Clark has shared in some huge partnerships already this season. Balderson bowls, and this one's driven to wideish mid-off. Take a single. Hamid doing the fielding. Joe Clark and Jack Haynes put 159 on together. First match of the season here against Essex. And that big one with Will Young down at Taunton, 372 undefeated. County third wicket record between Clark and Young. That's obviously against Somerset. He's on strike here and just eases into this one. Defensive push out to Bohannon. Just the 4 bowlers used so far: Balderson, Williams, Saqib Mahmood and Tom Bailey. There is Balderson. Bowls leg stump line, which Clark can't make the most of. Turns it up to Tom Bailey at mid-on, no run. Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington each taking 3 wickets for Nottinghamshire. And that Lancashire innings, Stone mopping up the tail this morning to finish with 3 for 56. Pennington 3 for 68. Balderson bowls, and again it's a case of Clark playing it with a firm defensive push up to Bailey at mid-on, no run. Dane Patterson didn't bowl this morning, chipped in with a couple of wickets yesterday, the others to Lyndon James and Calvin Harrison, the 1 wicket falling to spin. One ball left in the over, and Lancashire brought George Bell out of third slip, and he's gone in catching, shortish mid-wicket. Not ridiculously close, but anything popped up there by Clark should be gobbled up. There's Balderson. Bowls now, and has he nicked that? He has indeed, and Clark has to go. Well, whether the change of field just disturbed the concentration of Clark or not, we'll never know. But he's feathered that one and he's gone for 15, and Balderson's got a wicket. And Joe Clark has departed a lot earlier than Nottinghamshire would have wanted him to do. A hush descends around Trent Bridge. Clark caught by wicketkeeper Matty Hurst from the bowling of George Balderson for 15, faced 37 balls, hit 2 fours. And that's a big, big blow for the home side. Lancashire get a bowling bonus point for getting 3 wickets. Notts 102 for 3. And Clark trudges his way off. Wicket coming at the end of the 32nd over. to say that's put the Lancashire Nosers very much ahead in this contest. Well, the answer to who's going to come 5, 6 or 7 has initially been answered by the side of Tom Moores, making his way out of the pavilion gate. Moores, the left-hander, on his way out to the middle of his first match this season. And playing for the seconds. The Notts have had a bit of a rethink and a rejig on their side for this season. Joe Clark, a very accomplished wicket keeper as well as a specialist top order batter, has been given the gloves, just gives them a bit of freedom in the middle of the order. Play an extra batter, play an extra bowler, gives you more options, of course, if one of your top four's taking the gloves. It's meant Tom Moores has had to start 2024 in the second 11, but as we were hearing with second 11 captain and coach Stephen Mullaney earlier, he's been in good form. He's had a couple of centuries, 130 odd, 180 odd. So when Ben Duckett was ruled out of this one, Tom Moores, man in decent nick, but in second 11 cricket has been given another chance to revitalise his first 11 career. It's the end of the over, so he'll be the non-striker's end to begin with. Hamid on strike on 51. Keeper Hurst, who's just taken the catch, standing up. There are 2 slips. Keaton Jennings at first and Tom Bruce at second. They're stood back in the conventional positions as Hamid cuts this into the offside at the start of Williams' 7th over. Gets a single, so now they'll have to swap over for the left-handed Tom Moores. And he will take guard to ready himself for his first ball in the county championship in 2024. "27 years of age now, Tom Moores. This is his 75th first-class match. It all started, of course, with a short loan spell with Lancashire in 2016. Made his debut against Durham at Southport. This is his 73rd match for Notts. 103 for 3. He's on strike now and plays his first ball calmly up to mid-on. There's no run. Averages 24 with the bat across his career. Just 2 centuries for a player of his undoubted talent. That would seem a little light. We've seen days where he's been absolutely motoring along. He's been unluckily left high and dry in the 90s a couple of times. A couple of years ago he had to retire hurt at Leicester. I think he was 89 not out on that occasion, as he gets this one away on the leg side for a single, so he's up and running. A bit of a freakish injury, that one, at Grace Road, Leicester. Tom Moores, it came off the top of the bat handle and struck him under the chin, the windpipe area, and knocked him sideways for a while, literally, and he had to retire hurt. Seemed that day as if there was 100 in the offing, but anyway, he's back out there playing now. So it's an all Lancashire affair in a sense out there. Both Hasib Hamid and Tom Moores have played for the Red Roses. Williams bowls to Hamid and he pushes this back along the carpet, and Saqib Mahmood will feel at mid-on as Scott returns.
Yeah, I like it that Matty Hurst is standing up here to Hamid. He's been quite keen, hasn't he, to get forward. The way he kind of defends almost brings him forward, and the keeper standing up and just keep him a little bit deeper in the crease. Try and build a little bit of pressure on Hasib Hamid. It's been a really good knock, this. He's had to grit through it a little bit, hasn't he? But he's put together 52 very good runs here.
He's on strike now. Williams bowls to him and he tries an expansive looking drive into the offside without really timing it. Yeah, occasionally he'll just do something seemingly a little rash, throw the kitchen sink at the ball, but by and large it's been watchful. Certainly when he was on 49 he waited and waited and waited till it was the right opportunity just to pick one off, push it into the gap, take the single. You'll have covered Tom Moore's first-class debut, no doubt, at Southport against Durham.
Yeah, his dad was, I think his mum and dad were both
Yeah.
there for that. I remember speaking to Peter at Southport.
Yeah, Notts were on a bye week as it happened, and I went up and watched. Next ball wide of the pegs goes through to the keeper. As Peter joined Notts, end of the over by the way, 104 for 3. Peter joined Notts on I think they called it a batting consultancy role or a coaching consultancy role in 2016, and then at the end of that campaign Notts were relegated. Mick Newell, who was the first team coach then, he sort of moved upstairs to director of cricket, and it was a bit of a job change, a switcheroo all round, and Peter became first team coach. Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago, Mark Robinson, who's now the Warwickshire head coach, came and did a piece sharing a room with Kevin Howells on 5 Sports Extra, and sort of talking about his time playing with and playing under Peter Moores down at Sussex, and sort of saying his first proper coach he'd encountered in cricket.
It's George Balderson to Tom Moore's, full solidly in defence, and there's no run.
He'd worked under people before, but Peter Moores was something completely different in the way he went about it, and you hear that a lot from players who've worked with him, and it seems to be a bit of a thing when new signings are announced. One of the reasons for coming to Trent Bridge is want to work with Peter Moores.
Balderson over the wicket, hammered away through the offside, good diving stop. That's extra cover, that's George Lavelle, who's on as a 12th man, taking the applause from his teammates. So, oh, come up there, haven't they? Will Williams came up and Josh Bannon. Well fielded, George.
A lot of love.
He was.
And of course, he's another one of your endless list of wicketkeeper batters.
We like to collect them. 104 for 3. Balderson to Moore's left. Taken by Hurst, and there's no run.
Another one of your list of Georges as well.
Yeah, we like a George.
Georges everywhere. There'll be frustration on behalf of Tom Moores there, because he really gave that a bit of a crack off the bat, and what you don't want is to feel you're in pretty good nick and then look up at the scoreboard and you're still only 1 not out.
Balderson to Moores again. Oh, he's edged behind. Moores departs for 1. Balderson picks up his second, and Nottinghamshire lose their 4th wicket. Notts are 104 for 4, trailed by 227. Tom Moore's in and then quickly out.
And that's what can happen. You think you've played a couple of nice shots, but you've hit them straight to the fielder, and there's still that little bit of early innings feel around when you look up at the board and you're still only 1 not out. Feel a bit for Tom Moores there, and he faced 6 balls, but it's been done by a good delivery, seemingly a good delivery. See the replay now for the first time, and there was no foot movement there, but obviously felt it was in the slot, and he's nicked it through to a man. The Lancashire side all went up and celebrated. Seba Mead has called for a drink, perhaps deal with calling for a partner who's prepared to stick around with him for a few hours. Is it going to be Jack Haynes? Is it going to be Lyndon James? I'd imagine it'll be Jack now. They've sent Moores in at 5. It is Jack Haynes coming in at 6. So Jack Haynes, another one of the ex-Worcestershire group of players that moved across during the close season. 3 of them. Josh Tong, who's currently out injured. Dylan Pennington, who we saw bowl very well yesterday and again this morning, and Jack Haynes started opening day of the season with 77 here against Essex, 77 and 7 in that match, 15 and 1 against Worcestershire, 5 against Somerset, and then 74 at Edgbaston. So a couple of standout innings, 77 and 74, and then 4 lowish ones for Haynes so far in his Nottinghamshire career. Could do with contributing right now. This is his 50th first-class match as well.
Yeah, good little spell this from George Balderson. 2.4 overs, 2 for 8. Tends to get his wickets in little bursts. He gets on a bit of a roll, George Balderson. He's got 2 for 23 from his 8.4 overs. Haynes on strike. Balderson in, left alone by Haynes. Nips through into the gloves of Hurst, and there's no run.
Yes, good stuff from George Balderson. Bowled nicely before lunch without reward. Now he's got a couple of wickets to celebrate.
Bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Final ball of his 9th over. In and balls. Oh, it just slides past the edge of the bats. Jack Haynes just pressing forward onto that front foot. The ball zips past the edge through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. It was a wicket maiden too for George Balderson. Nottinghamshire 104 for 4.
Yes, they were 102 for 2. And the 32nd over. In fact, the last ball of it, Joe Clark departed, and then the 4th ball of Balderson's next over, Tom Moores went. So he's got 2 for none in 5 deliveries there. Balderson. George Lavelle just heading off the field. Is that comeback? Is that Bailey that's come on?
Yep, the bail dog.
104 for 4. Seba Mead is on strike on 52. Williams to bowl to, and this is pushed back to the bowler. I was thinking last night actually, because you know, I'm sort of mentioned a time or two Tom Bailey, the lead singer of the Thompson Twins, the group from back in the day. I seem to think last year at Old Trafford we went and had some light refreshment, and I actually asked.
You did.
Tom, and
he had no idea.
He had no idea, did he?
Not a clue what you were talking about. No.
104 for 4.
You're used to that feeling, though, aren't you?
Oh, I am. As Hamid will get a single to move to 53, 105 for 4. And I seem to think the moment, the incident, the little bit of conversation was then compounded by the fact, did he not turn into a waiter who was carrying a drink and dropped a glass or some such?
Yeah. You caused chaos, really.
Absolutely.
It was entirely your fault. Asking about the Thompson twins, had no idea what you were talking about.
No, he didn't. Yeah. He should, they were good. Tom Bailey and Alana Curry. Sun continues to beat down as Williams bowls to Jack Haynes, who pushes his 3rd ball to backward point to George Balderson, who is walking on the Trent Bridge turf, but he might as well be walking on air, because he'll be feeling $1 million, won't he, after those 2 quick wickets, both catches by Matty Hurst, the wicket keeper. Tom Moore's out for 1. It's not what Notts were hoping for. Not what Tom would have been hoping for on his return to the side. Williams in again. Oh, this one's fairly wide. He might have a reputation for jagging the ball back, but he's not going to do it from there. Williams, the bowler, and Haynes, the batter, both wearing number 30. For their respective sides. Not got too many 1 to 11s in this game, have we? We've got a 1, a 3 and a 10 in the... Oh, a 1, a 2, a 3 and a 10 in the Lancashire side. I want an 8 as well, so forget everything I said. There's 5 numbers between 1 and 11 as this one's played up to mid-on. And with Nottinghamshire, what have we got there? It says he moving the bit of paper. Lyndon James with 8, Ollie Stone with 9, Dane Patterson with 2, so only 3 in the Nottinghamshire side. 1 to 11. Didn't really prove my point at all, did it?
You know, you don't get many though, do you? It's back in football, isn't it? You don't get many. Burnley the other year had a 1-11 in their starting 11 in the Premier League game. First time it happened for about 20 years.
105 for 4. Next ball is a little push and run from Haynes on the leg side. That was the let me get off the mark shot, which he did. I bet that was at the start of the season.
No, it was under Sean Dyche, so he was like old school, wasn't he? If you're a right back, you wear 2 and that type of thing. So it was, it was 1-11, and everyone played in their right positions. You know, the number 7 was a right winger, the number 11 was a left winger. But that was kind of classic Sean Dyche, wasn't it?
It does help, doesn't it, when those sorts of things happen. They've started in the women's T20 International, which is now on 5 Sports Extra. England women, Pakistan women. England batting. They've already lost a wicket. England are 11 for 1 in the second over. As Balderson comes in and bowls, and this is defended up to mid-off. Fielded by Josh Bohannon. Richard Kettleborough, I think for the first time, just going in having a look where Balderson's feet are landing.
Yeah, here he comes, Balderson from the Radcliffe Road end. Ball's just back of a length, worked away by Haynes, out towards the leg side. Tom Hartley fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So it's 20 to 3-ish. Tea should be an hour from now, but it won't be. So we're 22 overs away from tea. So probably an extra half an hour in this session.
Balderson in from the Radcliffe Road end. Still 3 slips, and a dramatic leave from Haynes. Stretching forward, hoist the bat high above the shoulder.
I suppose tea could be taking an hour from now if knots are all out round about then. Certainly not the start of the afternoon that they were hoping for. Clark out for 15, Moore's out for just a single.
Balderson to Haynes. Fall, he's looking to drive it towards mid-off. It comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects out up to Saqib Mahmood at mid-on instead, and there's no run.
Worcestershire continuing to rack up the runs at Canterbury. They've got 500 now. 511 for 7. Jason Holder 79 not out. Matthew Waite 38 not out after a century from Gareth Roderick and 90 from Adam Hose.
Balderson to Haynes, he's neatly in behind it and defends on the bounce. Back to Balderson, fields off his own bowling, no run.
Northants 80 for 4. No, beg your pardon. In fact, it's just moved on to 99 for 4. Northants 99 for 4. Replying to Gloucestershire's 409. Liam Patterson-White not in yet. He's listed to go in at number 8. Notts Loney making his debut this week for Northants.
Balderson to Haynes. Oh, that's a smart delivery, that is. A genuine playing a miss from Haynes, just leaning into it, pushing forward, and just that little bit of nip away into the gloves of Hurst. Good delivery to end Balderson's 10th over. He's got 2 for 23. Notts are 106 for 4.
So it's Blackpool next week?
It is, yeah. Stanley Park. Look forward to that. Yeah, enjoy the trip to Blackpool. Did a lot of work at Blackpool to get to a stage where they can become a venue where Lancashire can play 4-day cricket. They've played a lot of T20 games and 50 over matches there in recent years, but a lot of work on the outfield. The pitch is really good. Lancashire like playing there. It's a good pitch. Yeah, looking forward to Stanley Park.
A lot of movement in front of the pavilion, people wandering about. Just holding play up a little bit. Harold Larwood, of course, had a spell as the club professional up at Blackpool. The end of his Nottinghamshire career. Settled up there before eventually emigrating to Australia. 106 for 4. There's a plaque on the wall of the pavilion, isn't there? On the front of the pavilion there at Stanley Park. Harold Larwood, club professional here. Former Nottinghamshire and England quick. He of the Bodyline series reputation. Lancashire got a staggered slip formation as Hamid drops this on the leg side. They've got Jennings at first, Bruce at second, and then a gap, and then George Bell at fourth. Hamid on to 54 now. Brings Jack Haynes down onto strike. Right-hander. Just a single so far. Son of Gavin Haynes, former Worcestershire all-rounder. Born in Worcester. It's 23 now. Next ball is turned away on the leg side, and it's parried at mid-wicket, and they'll come back for a couple. Hamid has to just put the afterburners on to get back. 2 to Haynes. Hartley with the diving attempt. 109 for 4. Lunch knots were 64 for 2. Flurry of boundaries came in the first couple of overs after the break. Haynes again happy to leave alone, but need to be wary doing that to Will Williams, as we've already seen with the one that came back and clattered into the stumps of Will Young. Helicopter flies over the ground. 109 for 4. Haynes will deflect this down to long leg. Be single down there. Luke Wells doing the fielding in front of the giant scoreboard, or way to our left at the corner of the Radcliffe Road and Fox Road stands. That little pocket of the field. 110 for 4. That's trailed by 221. Always looked a very decent score from Lancashire. Getting those runs on the board, getting top side of 300. Might feel they should have got a few more from the position they were in halfway through the afternoon yesterday, but those runs on the board and got knots already 4 down. Williams in again to Hamid, who's watching this onto the face of the bat. End of Williams' 9th over, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC's Radio Lancashire and Manchester, and on the live stream. Balderson once more. They're bowling to Haynes, who's on 4. Pushes this straight back to George Balderson. Three field, 6 on the offside, of course, 3 slips. Waiting for the edge. Doesn't come now as Haynes just adjusts very late on to push this to point. No run. Breeze picking up a little bit. Been as still and as calm as you can imagine all day yesterday and the first half of today, but just a little bit of a breeze now. Don't think the spectators mind too much. Those of you watching the live stream will just see the flag just starting to ripple there of the sponsors. Next ball nice and full. Haynes again punches it into the offside. There's no run, can't get it past Tom Bailey. Ben Slater made 4, Will Young 27, Joe Clark out for 15, and Tom Moores for just a single. 2 wickets to Balderson. Hamid and Williams with those this morning. Here's Balderson in again, bowls on the pads, and just turned away past Hartley. Well, there was a bit of a mix-up there. Haynes was coming back for the second and was halfway back for his second before Hamid had set off. But no damage done. Hartley's throw. Eventually finding the gloves of Hurst, but by then Haynes had continued at full tilt to get back to the far end. 112 for 4. Jack Haynes on 6. This one is allowed to pass through into the gloves of Matty Hurst. Let's have Lyndon James doing next at 7, then Calvin Harrison, Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson. Sure those bowlers towards the bottom of that order are hoping they wouldn't be required today. Balderson comes in once more, nice and full, and hit back fairly crisply, but all the sting taken out of it by the bowler, and they don't get a run, and it's the end of the over. 112 for 4, with Jack Haynes now on 6, Seba Mead on 54. Just a moment in that over, Scott, of slight alarm as Haynes came bombing back for 2, and Hamid wasn't so sure, but no damage done in the end.
No, it's a little bit of yes, no, wasn't there, about it? But as you say, it all worked out okay in the end for Nottinghamshire. It might just be a little bit of kind of a sign of maybe a bit of pressure potentially, but it could just be a little bit of just a miscommunication. There's been 19 runs scored in the last 12 overs, so and they've lost 2 wickets, so there might just be a little bit of that, but no damage done in the end. Williams is going to continue. 5th over for him. He's only gone for 9 runs in his previous 4 overs. Balderson's spell of 5 overs, 2 for 10. So this staggered slip that Lancashire have got, 2 slips and then the gap to the 3rd. It's left alone by Hamid as Williams sends his first delivery down, taken by Matty Hurst, who's standing right behind the stumps, and there is no run. 112 for 4. And 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, deep square leg, which is Tom Hartley. Yet to see him have a ball. There's a fine leg fielder, which is Luke Wells. There's a deep backward point, George Balderson. And Jennings and Bruce, the 2 slip fielders. Then the gap to Bell, who's at that kind of 4th slip position. And as Hamid defends, back down towards Williams, and there's no run. Sakib Mahmood's at mid-on. Tom Bailey doing a few stretches at mid-off. And Josh Barnum at cover. And a nice bright sunshine at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire just trying to find a partnership here, having lost a couple of quick wickets. Clark following Moores, so the other way around. Moores dismissal quickly after the Clark one. Hamid forward and driving, quite timed it. Fielded by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run.
You wonder hypothetically if Nathan Lyon had been playing whether he would be bowling by now.
I think he would have been bowling by now. First change. He opened up the bowling in the game against would it have been Kent, or was it the Surrey match? I can't remember now, but he took the new ball.
I don't think Lancashire are happy with this particular ball. It's not as if they've gone too long since they last took a wicket. Umpires have always got to get together in these instances.
No, I don't know why. That's a good observation, that. Is it going to fit through? Oh, give it a jiggle, give it a wiggle.
Well, I think the gauge, the ball has to go through one and not go through the other, doesn't it? And Tom Lungley's got the gauge. I don't know. Oh, now he's lobbed it to Richard Kettleborough. Once they both get involved.
They're both involved now. Bring out a box of balls.
Yeah, it was interesting what Stephen Mullaney was saying earlier. I'm sure over the last couple of years, that's it. If player X, Y or Z says, umpire, what about this ball? The umpires would just say, go through your captain, go through your captain. And your captain had just 2 opportunities really, and if he got the ball changed then it was reset, but if he got 2 wasted opportunities, that's literally what it was, just to say frivolous appeals.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still in the game or not. I mean, is Keaton Jennings involved in this process? Not.
No, he's having a chat down at
Yeah.
slip, isn't he? Yeah.
Jack Blatherwick, I think it is, with the bib on. I say I think it is. We've just seen a close-up of him on.
He definitely is.
Yeah, on the live stream. Just as I said that, he's brought the suitcase full of spare balls out anyway, and they've managed to find one that's exactly 38.3 overs old and in the same condition. But sometimes it can look the same and feel the same and do something completely different, and it works both ways. Sometimes they suddenly start hooping round corners, and sometimes if a ball had been hooping round corners, it'll just be as flat as a die.
Williams to Hamid. It's driven away, and it beats the dive of Bailey. He almost loses his trousers. The ball's out towards the wide, long off boundary. Lovely shot by Hamid, just reaching for it, punching the ball firmly away. Bailey put the dive in, couldn't scoop it back.
Good ball, this one.
It's a belting ball. And the score moves on to 116 for 4. It certainly sounded good, didn't it, off the bat of Hasib Hamid. Here he goes on that front foot, hammered away. The dive from Bailey, couldn't get to it. 4 runs.
I think it's a while since he scored anything but a single, Hasib Hamid. He'll be pleased to find the boundary again.
Williams to Hamid, defends again, and there is no run. Trail by 215.
Yes, the follow-on mark 151, so that's still 64 runs or so away. I wouldn't imagine, or certainly from here you wouldn't imagine, Lancashire would stick knots in again if...
Williams to Hamid, just flicked away off his hip behind square, and he keeps the strike as well. 59 to Hamid and 117 for 4. Nottinghamshire trail by 214.
If they had a really good half an hour or 45 minutes here, Lancashire, and skittled knots for only another 30 or 40, I mean the option would be there of course, but you don't envisage that. Want to ask the same again from their bowlers, would you? That I'm sure look to really pile on the runs, build up a lead. Still 2.5 days left of this match. 117 for 4 knots. This will be the 40th over. Run rate exactly 3. Going to be Balderson. 11 overs, 2 for 35. Hamid is on strike on 59. The Notts captain whips this one wristily out onto the leg side, and they'll come back for 2. Haynes is quick. Hartley javelins the ball in from the Smith Cooper side of the ground. Threw it to the non-striker's end. By then Haynes was comfortably home and was reading the paper and having a cup of coffee. He's lightning quick. 119 for 4. Balderson to Hamid, who's no slouch himself, but again he was left groping outside the off stump there. The one that went through to Matty Hurst. No work going on, of course, in the retirement apartment away to our right on Saturday. All got the weekend off, clearly, by the looks of it. Balderson bowls, and again, wide. In fact, wider still this time. Hamid would have been struggling to reach it, I think, even if he'd decided to throw the bat at it. Remains 119 for 4. The noisy old atmosphere a little later on to the back of us. Hear the sounds wafting across the ground. All the oohs and ahs in a wee while. Through to the keeper. 5:30 kick-off over the road behind us.
So if Forest win tonight, could be lively in the city centre, couldn't it? Could be a very happy Nottingham.
Yes, I would imagine that would be the case.
I'll stay well clear. I won't get involved in that.
Go out in your Burnley shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You've stuffed us right up.
Hamid on 61. Again, happy just to bide his time. This goes through to the keeper. If he needed a template to follow it, Asib Hamid, Keaton Jennings gave it him yesterday. I don't envisage that if Asib Hamid gets to 91, we'll see him playing the reverse sweep, though. I don't think that's...
No, it's unlikely, isn't it?
Reached his list of shots that he's likely to play. This one is lovely straight drive. It's pitched up from Balderson. It just seemed to be a bit of an effort ball that he wanted to get right up there, right in the block hole, try and york Hamid, and he was there ready, willing and able just to punch it back in kind and drove it down the ground for a lovely shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is the Nottinghamshire score. Hamid on to 65.
Might be George Balderson's spell potentially done. 6 overs, 2 for 16 in this spell from the Radcliffe Road end. Might be Will Williams' spell done as well by the looks of things. Saqib Mahmood's taking off his cap and peeling off his jumper. There's going to be another spell from Mahmood from the Stuart Broad end.
So I was just looking at Tom Hartley, no sign as yet that he's got the nod. Mahmood 8 overs, 1 for 33. That early wicket of Ben Slater will have settled him down. Doesn't matter how experienced you are, whether you've played for your country or not. There'll have been a few nerves there, I'm sure, for Saqib Mahmood. Been a little anxious to get through that first spell. Just ease his way into the game, but he did well. He bowled nicely, bowled with good pace, picked up a wicket.
With my team, it might be tricky, but I know we've got this. I feel like the route's really nice.
Haynes is on strike on 6.
And I feel like we're very ready for it.
Now on 7 as he pushes this into the offside.
And we're very prepared. So yeah, I reckon we've got this in the bag.
It was this at mid-on warming up. Can't see because he's down on the ground rolling about. Bailey. No,
it's Williams.
Yeah. 124 for 4.
Tom, and sticking with cricket, Nottingshire's cricketers are in county championship action this afternoon against Lancashire. It's day 2, and Dave Bracegirdle is I'm guessing, quite a nice, warm Trent Bridge.
Yeah, very warm and sultry here. Nottinghamshire, though, have lost a couple of wickets since I last spoke to you. So this game very much teetering on a knife edge, really. They don't want to lose their skipper, Asib Hamid, who just jogs through for another single to move to 66, 125 for 4. Lancashire, remember, made 331. 3 wickets for Ollie Stone. Got the last 2 to go down this morning. 3 also to Dylan Pennington. Before lunch, Notts lost Ben Slater for 4 and Will Young for 27. But they were still nicely set, nicely recovered before Joe Clark and Tom Moores both fell in quick succession, both caught behind from the bowling of George Balderson. As I say, Hamid is going along nicely, the skipper. His highest score of the season, 66 not out so far against his former county, and Notts a 125 for 4.
Thank you, Dave. We have more from Trent Bridge just after 4 o'clock.
Latest deliveries pushed into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it was a 5 over spell with a new ball for Mahmood. Then after lunch came in and bowled 3 over spell from the Radcliffe Road end. So 3rd spell of the innings for Mahmood.
I like the fact that He's not bothered whether he's bowling from this end or that end.
Yeah.
Did see Ollie Stone only bowl from the far end, but it was highly effective every time he came on nonetheless. There's Mahmood in again and bowls and pushed into the offside, fielded no run. Is this your end?
It's fine. You're into it. I was speaking to Sakib before the season started about the work he'd done to get himself fit and try and get through these issues that he's had, and he did say to me that he felt that this time last year he came back too soon, he wasn't quite ready, and he broke down again, and he's done his kind of rehab and his preparations differently this time, and actually made a little subtle tweak to his action as well.
Haynes on 7. Mahmood bowls to him, and this is driven, but can't get it beyond mid-on.
And the change with his action is he's just trying to take some stress off his back. And he said the way that he was bowling previously was helping to cause the issues. So as part of his preparations for this season, he's just having to get used to bowling in a slightly different way. And he said that's something he wanted to really refine before coming into a competitive game. It's difficult to try and bowl at the level he's trying to bowl at and still think in the back of your mind about your action and how you're trying to send it down in the shape of your body. So there's been a lot going on as he gets back to full fitness.
Comes in again, bowling with good pace. Bowls to Jack Haynes, who played that as he was walking forward. I think he was trying to push it into the offside and get down the other end, but couldn't. 125 for 4. Trent Breeze looking an absolute picture today. Good crowd in. People enjoying the cricket, enjoying the fresh air, enjoying a little bit of warmth as well from the sunshine.
Does look great. Yeah, looks lovely.
All ahead of Eurovision tonight.
Blimey.
Croatia the big favourites, apparently.
I think I will go out tonight. After all, I was going to give it a miss, especially if Nottingham Forest won. But I think I might go out after all.
Going to be Tom Bailey. We were expecting a change at this end, weren't we? With
yeah.
Balderson conceding a boundary than last ball he bowled, but just wondered if it might be time to go for another Tom.
Yeah, Bailey from the Radcliffe Road end. Wicketless so far. 10 overs, 4 maidens for 31. Keaton Jennings rotating his seamers here. Williams and Balderson being replaced by Mahmood and Bailey. Hamid's on strike. Bailey in and bowls, and Hamid off the front foot defending. And there's no run.
Yeah, it might be a jolt to the system if at tea they suddenly put -4 up against the over rate or something. It might just turn things around very quickly after tea. But I'm sure we'll see some overs of spin a little later on. Of course, that over rate is across the entire game, so it doesn't really matter in the first innings. What are you pointing at?
Tom Hartley is warming up a little bit. Bailey to Hamid, and that's defended. Just nudged away to the leg side, no run. And 25 for 4. Remains on 66. A deficit of 206. And a really patient not from Hamid, but I suppose you'd expect nothing less. Put together 66 runs from 125 balls faced, and again just gently rocking forward and defending. Had the bat in place for the ball to pitch and bounce up and hit the full face and disappear out into the offside, and there's no run. Plays his defensive shot so calmly and carefully. And very precisely gets himself settled back into his crease. Bailey from top of his mark. He wants a second slip in here. He told Bruce to shuffle in alongside Keaton Jennings. So 2 slips in place. Flashed away through square leg by Hamid. Just for 1, he moves on to 67. 126 for 4. Trailed by 205.
Jack Haynes taking fresh guard. Lyndon James in next, then Calvin Harrison. And the three quicks, Stone, Pennington and Patterson. Lancashire will have another one or two before tea.
Bailey to Haynes, forward and defends, and there is no run. Well, if the day 2 is to replicate day 1 as it has done largely to up to this point, then Nottinghamshire would lose a wicket or two at the back end of the afternoon session, just like Lancashire did last night. Final ball of Bailey's first over of his third spell. It's off the back foot, cracked away by Hayes. But, Haynes picked out George Lavelle, who's back on the field as 12th man. He's been busy as well, hasn't he? He's been the Lancashire's version of Luke Fletcher. He's been carrying out the drinks, walking around the outfield, doing a bit of fielding. 126 for 4 at the end of the over. 42 gone over Nottinghamshire first innings. Hamid is on 67 and Jack Haynes is on 7.
Yeah, tea 15 overs from now, so best part of an hour, thick end of an hour. Hamid has now faced 127 deliveries. Be determined to stick it out all day if he possibly can. Welcome runs for himself, but more importantly for his side. Sakib Hamid bowls. That was just a little close to Hamid to try and cut it, so he just pushes it out as far as Josh Bohannon. And there's no run. 43rd over of the innings. Bowler's been rotated by Keaton Jennings. Used to bowl quite a lot in his Durham days, and in fact when he moved to Lancashire from the northeast, I know Nottinghamshire were one of the sides that were very keen in acquiring his services, as Hamid just opens the face and runs this down to third. Only be a single as George Lavelle on the field, keen to make an impression, gets to the ball quickly and whips it in. And I know one of the sort of reasons that was given as to why he went to Old Trafford rather than Trent Bridge at the time was that, funnily enough, was that he felt the overs that he might get would always go to sort of Stephen Mullaney, the sort of the fourth seamer role, and he was looking to have more of a hands-on bowling role. But didn't really materialise like that at Old Trafford, did it? He's not bowled that much. 127 for 4. Next ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. But of course he very quickly got elevated to the England ranks as well, didn't he? So maybe he focused more on his batting from then on.
Yeah, he certainly bowled when he first joined Lancashire, but I'm sure maybe somebody listening might be able to find out. But I cannot recall the last time Keaton Jennings bowled for Lancashire. It's been quite a few seasons ago, but he did. You're right, he did when he first joined. He was that kind of fourth seamer option for Lancashire.
Haynes on 7 on strike. Sakib Mahmood bowls, and now Haynes will drive into the offside. Will only get a single. Decent stop there by Bailey at a wideish mid-off. Just one more. 128 for 4. Yeah, it's blooming hard work to ask a batter like Keaton Jennings, who's very capable of going out there and batting for 6 or 7 hours for you, then to you know, also pick up the slack of the fourth seamer and the next day come back and bowl you 20 overs.
Exactly. It's not sustainable, that, is it, really? I think Lewis Rees at Derbyshire was at least at one point was doing that, opening the bowling and opening the batting.
Well, there's a left armer. We were talking earlier with Stephen Mullaney about the dearth of left armers who open the bowling nowadays. As next one's driven by Hamid for 4, pitched up by Sakib Mahmood. It was just dragged to the onside of straight and highly effectively put away by the Nottinghamshire skipper, Hamid, who moves into the 70s, 72 not out.
Second time he's hit the ball straight through mid-on in the last 2 or 3 overs. Hamid. This time, the first time I think off Mahmood. I think he did something similar to Tom Bailey a while back.
And the end of Balderson's spell as well, wasn't it?
That's
At this
it.
end, he drove one
he did.
down the ground here. There's Saki bowls, and that one underneath the bat. Fullish delivery. 9 inches outside the off stump. Through to Matty Hurst. End of the over, 132 for 4. So Knott's now trailed by less than 200, but it is 199.
Top scorer of the season for Hamid.
Comfortably.
And you wonder whether there's just a little extra bit of motivation too, I guess, with against his former side.
He's not scored 100 against them. He has had a 97 against Lancashire in his time with Notts.
Well, playing patiently, playing at his own tempo, as he so often does, and playing very nicely.
Who's that dashed off to put on the protective pads and stuff? Is that George Bell? Is he the one likely? Is it Bell?
Yeah, he's the one that'll be close in.
I presume that's what he's getting ready for.
Yeah, we saw Tom Hartley warming up an over or 2 ago. Feels a bit similar to when Calvin Harrison came into the attack yesterday. It feels probably about the right time, doesn't it, for a change? Bailey in. Haynes defending, actually. We're getting a run for it, just jabbing the ball away into the offside. There is Hartley, who fields. He could well be imminent for Lancashire. Left arm spinner. Such a brilliant winter with England. Last game this will be before he joins up with England, so he might not play again for Lancashire this season. Tom Hartley. Here comes Bailey into Hamid. It's pushed full and wide and through to Hurst, and there is no run.
That's on the surmise that he plays in the tests. He continues in the test team.
Yeah, and white ball cricket. Yeah, yeah. He's obviously part of the T20 World Cup squad now.
Yep.
So he's joining up with England ahead of their kind of. I think they've got a T20 match against. They've got a T20 series against Pakistan before the World Cups. As Bailey bowls to Hamid, flashed away down towards fine leg for a single. He moves on to 73. 134 for 4. So he's got England before the World Cup, then he's got the World Cup, then it's the 100, and then there's international cricket in September as well. So possibility we might not see him play for Lancashire again this season.
Nice little bonus, isn't it? A 4 or 5 week trip to the Caribbean and
sounds nice, that,
United States. Yeah,
it does. Sounds ideal. Bailey pushes it full. Jack Haynes punches away. Hartley tumbles to his right to stop it, and there's no run.
That said, if anybody had asked me sort of when the wet months are in the Caribbean, surely they've looked into that.
You'd like to think so.
I've only ever been in the English winter or the early months of the year.
Well, my brother lived there for 6 years. I don't recall him ever really saying that there was a sustained wet period. A couple of heavy tropical showers, that's about it. That's onto the pads of Haynes by Bailey. It's half an appeal from behind, and that was about it.
Don't know, the odd tropical storm can spoil your day, can't it? Can certainly spoil your cricket match.
134 for 4. Trail by 197. 44th over in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Bailey sets off again, running away from his over the wicket balls. Clipped out to square leg by Haynes for a single. Takes him into double figures. And he keeps the strike as well. Does he keep the strike to face Mahmood? And does he keep the strike to face some left arm spin? It's the end of the over. Looks like another one from Mahmood. 135 for 4.
So Notts have lost Slater for 4, Young for 27, Clark 15 and Moores for 1. They need a partnership here, and Seba Mead and Jack Haynes have added 31 so far. It is going to be Saqib Mahmood to continue. Bowlers have pretty much split the workload so far. Bailey and Balderson 12 overs apiece, Mahmood and Williams 10 overs apiece. It's going to be Saqib Mahmood from the Stuart Broad end. And it's getting cloudier. It has been hazy all day, but a little cloudier now. This is short and pulled away by Haynes. Strong in that area. He's pulled it to mid-wicket along the ground for 4. Vigorous pull, and Haynes on to 14. 139 for 4. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you in the commentary box. You were a little vague there about my brother lived in the Caribbean for a while.
He lived in Barbados for 6 years.
Well.
Yeah. Which was handy for him.
That's not so bad, is it, really?
No.
George Bell was in 3rd slip being brought out, and you can see him running with those cumbersome leg guards on under his flannels. No doubt for a stint at short leg in a moment or two. Mahmood, I mean, just gone for a boundary. Bowls now to Haynes. Foolish delivery on the stumps. Haynes tucks up and blocks it. Goes down, does a little bit of prodding away.
Good responses, isn't it, by these two?
Yeah.
A couple of quick wickets, Clark and then Moores, and Hamid has got Haynes now at the other end. That's just settled things down. 35 are on partnership. They've absorbed 64 deliveries for it.
Still a little bit of green visible on the strip they're playing on, but it is really just colouring rather than something that might assist the bowlers. Haynes defends. 139 for 4. You see cricket strips on the television from all around the world, don't you? And they're just absolutely devoid totally of any grass or even grass roots. They just look like grey soil in some instances, don't they? Over here at least we do have the signs that there is actually live grass underneath the surface there. Partnership worth 35. Saqib Mahmood as the sun returns, again dragged onto that leg side by Haynes. Both predominantly leg side players, this pair. They're both tucking in at the moment. 140 for 4 Nottinghamshire, so they're 191 adrift of Lancashire's first innings total. 44 overs left in the day, so Notts could be within 50 or so if they've got wickets left by stumps, because depending on the rate they score at, might not pan out like that. Mahmood, 2 balls left in his 11th over. Balderson, Hamid has booked in for bed and breakfast. Just rocks forward and defends. They'll have faced each other in the nets countless times over the years, I would imagine, this pair. 140 for 4. I'm sure there won't be any great mystery that Saqib Mahmood has been able to hide from Hamid, but it's being shown considerable amount of respect nonetheless, although he's edged this one short of Bruce at 2nd slip. It's one that seemed as if it was going past him and he was going to leave it, and then made a late adjustment to try and play it, and in doing so just dabbed at the ball and dabbed it down into the ground, so it was pitched well in front of Bruce at 2nd slip, but certainly not a shot with any great conviction, and that will give Saqib Mahmood a little bit more confidence going into his next over. But we are going to get some twirly-whirly stuff at long last.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 yards or so in front of that's Tom Bruce at 2nd slip. Didn't go at it too hard, did he? He did kind of just dangle the bat a little bit. Looked like he was caught between 2 minds. But here's Tom Hartley. So it was only a pretty short spell from Bailey, a 2-over spell from the Radcliffe Road end. First time we've seen the left-arm spinner.
So, emulating Ben Slater yesterday when he came on to bowl, bowled in his sunglasses. Tom Hartley's going to do the same.
A slip and a forward short leg. So that's Wells at slip, and the short leg there is George Bell just crouching down underneath the helmet.
Ooh.
That's turned down towards backward square leg for a single.
Leg side full toss, wasn't it?
141 for 4. I've been watching, for viewers on Trent Bridge Live, they've been picking out Hartley quite a bit. They had Luke Wells on screen for a few moments as well. He could be a potential option for Lancashire. But Hartley will get a little run at it here from the Radcliffe Road end. Hamid's on strike. Hartley from around the wicket bowls off the back foot and worked away neatly through the leg side. It's George Lavelle scampering after it. Stops the ball, and Hamid has run 3.
I'm not sure he had a great deal of choice about it because Haynes was always coming back. But they are both pretty quick indeed between the sticks. 144 for 4. Partnership up to 40.
Yeah, it's good. Good response by these two. Why do Lancashire find the breakthrough? Hartley slowly creeping in to bowl. It's worked off the back foot by Haynes into the onside for no run. Wants the short leg in place for Haynes, and the slip, and the deep point, and fine leg. Hartley to Haynes. It's turned in front of square on the leg side to the left of short leg. Haynes gets a single. He moves on to 17. 145 for 4. Hamid's back on strike, so Bell removes the helmet and pops his cap back on and goes into short cover. Hartley to Hamid, muscled away through the leg side, beats the dive of mid-wicket, and that 4 pushes Hamid onto 80, and Nottinghamshire edging towards the 150 mark. 149 for 4 now, trailed by 182.
What's he doing putting a spinner on? That was very much tongue-in-cheek. I think everybody was expecting Tom Hartley to come on, and he's been loosening up for quite some time. He started with a leg side full toss, and that ball was a bit of a drag down, wasn't it? A bit of a free hit through the leg side. So he's gone for 9 already. Still a ball left in his first over. Don't think they've deliberately looked to target him. It's just the way the overs panned out.
Yeah, I think so. That's off the back foot and worked away through the offside this time. I mean, pulled one in front of square on the leg side and off the back foot, and takes a single away towards the point boundary, and that does bring up the 150 as well for Nottinghamshire. 150 for 4. Hamid moves on to 81.
Yeah, another milestone that's applauded by the crowd. We never really understand why the 150 is applauded so enthusiastically as it always is by cricket supporters. Doesn't mean anything significantly, no points for reaching 150 or whatever for the team, but always gets a good round of applause, doesn't it, nonetheless. Knots are 181 adrift. Good over for Notts, that 10 from Tom Hartley's first over is Saqib Mahmood into Hamid in the 80s now, moves to 82, cutting this out to deep point. Partnership worth 57. Jennings at first slip, Bruce at second, Saqib Mahmood with ball in his hand, and there's another nice looking drive from Jack Haynes into the offside, chase for Tom Bailey. Been a number of 3s run already by this pair, and there's another one. Really good running, keeping the board moving, and that will take the partnership to 50. 50 from 76 balls, and Hamid has outscored his younger partner there. Hamid 30 of that 50 partnership, 20 to Jack Haynes. 154 for 4. Haynes up to 20. Best moments of the innings, really, as far as Notts are concerned here. Sakib Mahmood in, and it's just too short for anybody or anything to get interested in. And high over the top of Hasib Hamid, not called as being a wide, but would have been pretty close.
Yeah, yesterday, approaching the tea interval, Nottinghamshire went back to Ollie Stone after having seen Jennings reverse sweep Harrison and caught, and Stone came back in, got the LBW, didn't he? Got Balderson just before the tea break.
Sakib Mahmood in again, bowls, and Hamid punches into the offside. Bohannon doing the fielding, no run. It's Joyce Lavella, beg your pardon. Bohannon's been in that position for much of the day.
He managed to find a partnership breaker with Harrison and with Stone about this time yesterday. Lancashire looking for something similar here.
Tea 10 overs away, so around about 4 o'clock, I would imagine, if Tom Hartley bowls half those overs. Next one allowed to go through to the keeper. Captain Reid, you're going to keep Hartley on, presumably, even though he went for 10?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What if he goes for 10 his next over?
Oh, I'll stick with him.
Yep. Absolutely the right call. Flags fluttering gently in the breeze at the far end. Back at full mast today. 154 for 4. This one's dropped on the leg side. It's not to say anybody's forgotten all about Josh Baker. Thoughts very much with family, friends, teammates, former teammates of Josh Baker. Not to go to New Road week after next to face Worcestershire. That'll be the first game at New Road this season, so that'll be, I'm sure, an emotional time for a lot of people there. 154 for 4. So Tom Hartley's taken his cap off. He's not taken his sunglasses off yet, I don't think. He's going to get this next over, the 48th of the innings. Haynes has been busy at the crease, hasn't he? He's looked to keep the board moving.
He has, he's done that well, hasn't he? Been quite positive. 20 to Haynes, he's faced 42 deliveries, 70, exactly a 50-run partnership rather, and 82 to Hamid. It'll be Hartley then. Well, he set off and wasn't quite ready, so he turns and goes back to his mark, dries his left hand on the grass and creeps his way back in again from around the wicket and bowling. Well, that's an edge down towards third man. And Jennings is chasing after it. Does get to it, and they're going to run 3 again.
Risky shot, wasn't it?
157 for 4.
I think you're right. I think it went a lot finer than he intended, but very risky.
23 to Haynes brings Hamid back on strike. Hopping back and trying to find a way through the offside. Takes a single. Bailey does catch up with it at mid-off. From deep in his crease there, Hamid. Punching away towards wide mid-off. 83 not out. It's 158 for 4. It's a Haynes. That's run away into the offside. Bohannon's quickly onto that. And Again, there's no run. Plenty of fielders on the offside with a deep point, backward point, short cover, and the mid-off. It's a deep square leg, short fine, mid-wicket and mid-on. It's turned to the leg side this time by Haynes.
Just mentioned Worcestershire. They've just declared against Kent on 618 for 7. There's more to that in a second.
Okay, there's Hartley to Haynes. He's forward in defence and there's no run.
Declared when Matthew Waite reached his 100 not out. Jason Holder at the other end, 123 not out. The pair put 225 on together, unbroken, for the 8th wicket. 618 for 7 declared.
Hartley to Haynes, forward and defend. And there is no run. End of the over, so 4 off that, of which one was a finish edge down to third man for 3. 158 for 4, trail by 173 knots.
The other scores: Division 1, Hampshire 503 all out, Durham 15 without loss in reply. Surrey 154 for 1, replying to Warwickshire's 343. Morgan 254 for 4, replying to Sussex's 278. And Northants 121 for 5, replying to Gloucestershire's 409 all out. So again, a fair amount of runs being scored up and down the country. Tom Bailey, the next in line to come on as the seamer from the far end. The Stuart Broad end here at Trent Bridge. Bailey will be bowling initially to the Notts captain, who's on 83. This partnership worth 54. In he comes, first ball on the pads of Hamid, and he's pinged it through mid-wicket. Fielder out there can't get there. 4 runs to Hamid. Was Tom Hartley putting the dive in. Just got his fingertips to the ball, couldn't prevent it hitting the rope. And suddenly from 83, the century looks an awful lot closer when he just pinged one away to the fence. He's on 87. Bailey in once more, bowls. This one is run to backward point for a single. Moves to 88, does the Notts captain. 163 for 4. Notts are getting close to halfway of the Lancashire's total. They're 163 for 4. They're 168 behind. Jack Haynes just jogging on the spot and bending his knees, crouching down. Not been out there long enough for a little bit of cramp. I think there's a lot of adrenaline rushing through that body. He's enjoying his work at the moment, or seems to be. Bailey bowls to him and he punches this into the offside, no run.
Yeah, he's got a great chance here, hasn't he? Build a good partnership with his captain. He managed to settle things down for Nottinghamshire after those 2 wickets, and you can see his skipper just calmly going about the job at the other end. Got a great opportunity here, Haynes, to contribute with a really significant knock.
Bailey with ball in hand, tall man. Briskish, medium fast, comes in, bowls, and just played calmly back to him.
It'll be 8 overs until the tea break after this one from Tom Bailey, so a little period where Lancashire will be desperate to try and break this partnership before tea. This is what Nottinghamshire were able to do to dislodge Jennings and then Balderson right about this stage yesterday. Can Lancashire do something similar?
Bailey trying to set it all in motion, comes in, and Haynes high on the back foot, nudges it out into the offside. No run.
I've been saying it looks like a good pitch. It's played like a good pitch, hasn't it? When you've got a new ball, it feels like it's a different kind of outcome, isn't it? It's a different game. Looks like it. It's a pretty good pitch. There's something in this for batters to get runs, and particularly when the ball's a little newer. the bowlers are in the game as well.
Bailey, one ball left in his 13th over, comes in now, and Haynes just pushing it, walking forward, hoping he's able to pinch a single, but wasn't. His figures none for 40 now, Bailey, 4 of which were maidens, 163 for 4, 8 overs to go until the tea break. First of which will be bowled by Tom Hartley, as 2 overs have cost 14 runs, 10 from the first, 4 from his second over. Just wonder if we'll get a nice miserly one here that Notts will struggle to get away.
Yeah, he's not had too much bowling so far this summer, because Lancashire have had Nathan Lyon, who's played in the games against Hampshire and Essex and against Kent last week, as Hartley's in to Hamid. Whipped away through the leg side. And that's probably going to be 4. It's heading towards the boundary. It's a really, really decent effort from Tom Bailey, who's, from George Balderson, who's made up a lot of ground. Almost coming from behind square on the leg side to deep mid-wicket. But timed well for Hamid, and he moves into the 90s. 92 not out, 167 for 4. Yeah, so 23 overs, actually 21 overs before these two prior to this this game. Defended by Hamid, no run. That's all he's bowled so far this season. Compare that to Nathan Lyon, who's sent down 130 overs, so he's not had much bowling, so understandable. Just take a little time to get into a groove. Forward goes Hamid, defending, and there's no run. He did play last week against Kent. Bowled 9 overs in the first innings and 13 in the second innings. That's the bulk of his season, so not had too much bowling so far this summer. Hartley in. Nicely played. Driven away. Stylish looking shot from Hamid. Gets a single to the left of Bailey, who's at mid-off. Takes him on to 93 not out. Nottinghamshire now 168 for 4, trailed by 163.
Highest score in the game as well for Hamid. Just gone past Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, Jennings making 91. Hartley to Haynes. Forward, dabs the ball away to the offside, no run. Partnership of 64. Hartley, squad number 2, tall left arm spinner. Sunglasses on. Sneaking his way back in, balls to Haynes. That's tickled away into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over. 5 runs coming off it. That 4, which was beautifully steered through mid-wicket by Hasib Hamid. And then the single as well. 168 for 4. Hamid 93, eyeing up 3 figures for the first time this summer, and for the first time against his former club. 7 runs away from that. Haynes on 23. Nottinghamshire are 168 for 4. Trail by 163.
Yes, they've just gone past the halfway mark, haven't they? 168 on the board, 163 behind. Need another 14 to mathematically save the follow-on. Lancashire's just gone a little funky here with the field. Got a man close to the strip. In fact, those thoughts have quickly been kiboshed.
Yeah, it didn't last long, did it?
No. Is it Bruce?
It is Bruce,
Tom
yeah.
Bruce. He'd just gone in almost with a foot on the cut strip in a position to stop that Hamid straight drive. There's Bailey, bowls, and Had there been a man at backward point, he'd have saved the single there, but there wasn't. So one more to the Notts captain. 169 for 4 and Nasiba Mead on to 94. That's the 51st over of the innings. Bailey to Jack Haynes, who's played his part and pushes this nicely into the gap for a couple of runs. He's certainly been looking and pushing to run the threes, but I think there was only ever an opportunity to take 2 there. Seems content to come back and stay on strike. 171 for 4 Notts. Been out Ben Slater for 4, he's missed out. Will Young 27, Joe Clark 15, and Tom Moore's out for 1. So the left-handers have both gone cheaply, Slater and Moore's. Haynes on 25. Faces this next delivery, which was on the pads, turns it away square out to Hartley. Front of the sun-drenched Fox Road stand. Spears the ball in with his left arm.
Yeah, the sun worshippers are in that stand, aren't they?
Some have gone right to the back of the stand as well, just have a little bit of shade, I would imagine. If you sat in it for lengthy periods, it'd be quite warm. .172 for 4, Bailey. In. Hamid will pull this away. Now, has he found the gap? He hasn't. It's only a single. Thought for a moment he'd managed to bisect the 2 fielders out there. Goes to 95. Hear about footballers not celebrating against former sides when they score. What about Nasiba Mead if he gets 100 against Lancashire?
I don't think he's the type to go cartwheeling around the ground, is he? Anyway, it's not his style.
Haynes on 26. He's going to get 2 more here, I would suggest. No, I'm going to get 1.
It'd be a bit out of character, wouldn't it, if he goes?
I would imagine there'll be a fair amount of relief, thankfulness, expression. I'm sure we'll see that from him. Get the feeling he's quite an emotional man. Didn't score 100 last year.
Did you not? Okay.
174 for 4. He's on 95, potentially 1 blow away, but he's not going to hit a big 6 just yet. Gets a single. I've got a stat for you. If and when he does get there, though. 175 for 4. He's on 96. So he's on strike. Put 71 on here. Very useful runs indeed for the 5th wicket. Lancashire's senior players having a bit of a powwow. Wells and Jennings having a bit of a chat. Tom Bailey as well. Going to be Tom Hartley to continue. 3 overs, none for 19. So Hamid on 96. Tom Hartley bowls, tosses it up, and Hamid just drives it down the ground for a single. 5th wicket has been a good one for Notts this season. 72 at the moment, but 159 added between Clark and Haynes against Essex, and 151 Duckett and Haynes against Warwickshire. Hartley to Haynes, tosses this up, and it's nudged back to the bowler. .176 for 4. 5 overs to go after this one to the tea break. Tom Hartley tosses that up there, and he strikes the pad of the sweeping Haynes. Might have been sliding down, certainly didn't over trouble umpire Kettleborough. Quickly turned it down. been a success for Hartley, and he just held that one back a little bit. Just got a little bit of bite and turn there as it rushes through. Just hurried into Haynes. He's on 27, 176 for 4. That's approaching 3.5 and over now as Haynes plays this back to the bowler. One ball left in Tom Hartley's 4th over. Saqib Mahmood just dropped back from mid-on. Haynes defends. So once again, all the focus on Hamid, who's on 97. That matches his Nottinghamshire best against Lancashire. 176 for 4. Going to be Tom Bailey. He's bowled 14 overs, none for 47. Just trying to see if he can send Lancashire into tea. On a bit of a high here. Certainly love to break this partnership. Here comes Bailey. Helicopters circling overhead. Past umpire Longley bowls, and Hamid will just help it down to Luke Wells at long leg. Single taken, so Hamid on to 98. Jack Haynes again, just bobbing down, crouching down before facing his next delivery. Makes his way back to crease, takes up his stance. One slip in there. Tom Bruce sort of in a second slip position. Bailey into bowl to Haynes. Playing on his pads, and he just nudges it to mid-wicket, no run. Sure, Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington grateful for all the time there in the dressing room, presumably with their feet up. Both put in sterling shifts with the ball for Notts. Each finished with 3 wickets. Here's Bailey looking for his first. Bowls to Haynes, and again he turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Did seem as if Notts were in danger of having a middle order collapse when Clark and Moores went quickly early in the afternoon session, but since then Hamid and Jack Haynes have knuckled down. 73 they've added. Haynes on strike on 27. The right arm Bailey bowls to him down the leg side, tickled away fine for 4. It was a little bit of a gimmick, just had to help it away, and help it away he did. As a batter, feel you deserve those little moments, soak up a lot of good balls under intense pressure for long periods. So when you get a poor ball down the leg side that you just need to tickle away for easy runs, you don't want to miss out, and Haynes didn't. He's on 31, 181 for 4. Bailey will be annoyed. Just lost his line there. Comes in looking to get it back, but another leg stump ball, this time played off his hips and away for a single. 182 for 4, so there's 1 ball left in the over, and Hamid is back on strike on 98. The field being adjusted for Hamid. Slip has gone to Gully. There's extra cover, a couple of fielders on the leg side, saving one, mid-on and mid-off as well. Hamid will chop this down to Bruce in the gully, and that's the end of the over. 182 for 4, so Nothing doing there for Hamid. And he has to remain in the 90s. 4 overs to go before tea. 182 for 4 Nottinghamshire. Sorry, I've lost another wicket at the Oval. It's Dominic Sibley, who's now out there. 168 for 2, replying to Warwickshire's 343. As Tom Hartley prepares to start his 5th over, yet to bowl a maiden. Bowls now to Haynes. Gentle push into the offside, no run. There's a single for Haynes. So Hartley to Hamid on 98, comes round the wicket, tosses it up, dropped on the leg side. Nothing doing there. Will Williams is the fielder. Wouldn't be totally unexpected if Hamid works one through the mid-wicket region somewhere for a couple. This one is driven down the ground. Now then, Saqib Mahmood on the boundary here, comes in quickly, restricts him to 1. So Hamid goes to 99, 184 for 4. Lots trailed by 147, so no worries about avoiding the follow-on. That's already been secured. 184 for 4. Hartley round the wicket to Haynes. He'll push it into the offside. Gets a single. It'll be 185 for 4, and again there's 1 ball left in the over, but this time Hamid is on 99. And the field brought in to save the single. 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off, and they're all on the 1. Well, slip fielder, the other 8 saving 1. Hartley round the wicket to the Notts captain. He'll work it straight to square leg. There's no gaps there, no chance of pinching a single. Hamid, Nottinghamshire captain, Lancashire by birth, remains 99 not out. Having shared in a partnership so far worth 81 with Jack Haynes, who's on 34. And there are 3 overs to go until tea, and Notts trail by 146. It's still going to be Tom Bailey. No, it's not. There's going to be a bowling change. Yeah, George Balderson is going to come on. Potentially 2 overs from the Stuart Broad end before tea. He's got both wickets to fall in the afternoon session. Joe Clark and Tom Moores both caught behind. Clark for 15 and Moores for 1. They're bowling from the Broad end. The 2 wickets he got were from this, the Radcliffe Road end. So Haynes on 34. Hartley at square leg, just brought in front of square a little bit. There's Balderson to bowl. Haynes happy to block this first one. Just have a look at the returning bowler. Balderson in again. This one's a little push and run up to mid-off. They scamper through for the single. Josh Bohannon able to pick the ball up cleanly. Single taken, 186 for 4. So again the focus on the Nottinghamshire captain. The last over when he was on 99 we saw The field brought in, everybody brought in to save a single. Long leggers in left where he is. Luke Wells down there, so anything on the pads he can tickle it down there for a single, but there's plenty of people within chatting distance of Hamid, who's on 99. Here comes Balderson to bowl to the Notts captain, who just thrusts the bat at this one and pushes it out into the offside field, and fielded by Will Williams. 186 for 4, Hamid on 99.
Well, he won't be rushed, will he, Hamid? He'll be too concerned about trying to get that single desperately as soon as he can. It's not his style, really, is it? No.
If you bowl him a bad ball, expect him to throw everything at it. He's on 99. Next ball is turned away behind square. Well done, Hamid. Many congratulations to the Notts captain. He's got a boundary as well to get there, and there is the celebration. And he's looking up to the sky, punching the air. Now the bat is waved in the general direction of his teammates. Goes down and shakes hands with Jack Haynes. Lovely sight on the Notts balcony as all his teammates come out and support and applaud the skipper. 161 balls, 15 fours for Hamid. Just tell you that is the 13th first-class 100 of his career. He's 7th for Notts, his first against Lancashire. And I've got one more stat that might just surprise you. 190 for 4 as he defends. It's his first in Division 1 cricket since he got 2 in a game against Yorkshire for Lancashire in 2016.
Yeah, I remember that well.
His Nottinghamshire centuries have come in Division 2 and in the year after, in 2021, where they had the zonal system. He had a good season then, but didn't score any last year, so he's not scored a Division 1 century since 2016. 190 for 4. Next ball on its way now, and again he'll help it down to long leg this time for a single.
Yeah, well battered. Excellent knock by the Nottinghamshire skipper. Put together in with all the kind of classic traits of Hamid innings. Really fine century. He's found a partner with Jack Haynes, who's managed just to settle things down after a couple of quick wickets. And is leaving Lancashire just a little bit puzzled as to what to do next. Where do they go to try and find a breakthrough? 2 overs remaining of the afternoon session. And get to tea, just the 4 down. 140 behind. In a pretty healthy position. Still with work to do, of course, just to get themselves level with Lancashire, but a very, very good day so far. That's edged off the back foot and dropped at slip. It went quickly off the bat of Hamid. And I think it's Luke Wells at slip. He tends to feel that slip to the spinners. It was Wells.
Yep.
Away to his right. Got hands on it, a hand on it. Couldn't keep it. And a lifeline for Hamid, having got to 3 figures. He gets right forward in defence, and that just further frustrates Luke Wells. You could see the reaction there on the Lancashire slip fielder. He's there for the spinners, Wells. He's taken some brilliant catches off the spinners. Couldn't cling on to that. 191 for 4. It's Hartley to Hamid going back and defending. And there's no run.
Quick update for Radio Nottingham. Yes, lovely moment a minute or so ago as Hamid reached his first century for Nottinghamshire, not only of the season, it's his first for a couple of years. Didn't get one last year, and of course the irony is it's come against his former county, Lancashire. 13th of his first class career. He just tucked the ball away from George Balderson behind square on the leg side, and he was already celebrating as the ball crossed the rope. Lovely innings from Hamid. Notts have really been indebted to their skipper here, because after they lost Joe Clark and Tom Moore soon after lunch, they were in a bit of a pickle at 104 for 4, but with 1 over to go until tea, Nottinghamshire closing in on that Lancashire score of 331. They're 191 for 4.
Final ball of the over, this. Hartley to Hamid from around the wicket. Forward and defends. No run. Well, the chance was created. An edge came off the bat of Hamid. Wells couldn't keep hold of it. And as we see on Trent Bridge Live, some of the highlights of the Hamid innings. He's put together some fine shots, some beautiful straight drives. He's run well. He's picked his attacking shots where he needed to. He's defended well. He's worked the ball to all parts of Trent Bridge. And he's put together a very fine knock for his side here.
Yeah, Dr. John, great weather, great commentary. Thanks, guys. Hoping for Notts digging in to make up for the runs. Have you noticed we've got Ha at the crease? Ha Hamid, Ha Haynes, Ha. Enough to make you laugh, isn't it? 190. Oh, bowling! Another batsman is on his way back to the pavilion, having shouldered arms. Will Young fell to Will Williams earlier, and now Jack Haynes, all the emotion in the previous over of Hamid getting his century, and in the final over before tea, 191 for 5. Haynes has shouldered arms and been mopped up by Balderson, who gets his 3rd wicket of the session for 35, and that'll just take the gloss a little bit off that session for Nottinghamshire. And what a shame for Jack Haynes as well, who was playing so nicely. Shouldered arms, he's gone, been at the crease for an hour and a half, 71 balls he's faced, 2 fours, just seeing the replay of it, and oh my word, that's not one that Jack will want to look back on with any great fondness. Wonderful innings up to that point, but he's left a few out there like 1 or 2 of the Lancashire players did as well. 191 for 5. They troop off for tea. We'll troop off for tea as well. There'll be applause for Asib Hamid, but there's a lot of sympathy out there and a lot of people a little disappointed for Jack Haynes. 191 for 5. Lancashire made 331. Scott Reed and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, will be back in about 20 minutes' time for the post-tea session. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge ahead of the final session here on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Notts at tea, 191 for 5. A real blow to the home side's aspirations. What turned out to be the final ball before tea, with Jack Haynes shouldering arms and being bowled by George Balderson, who's had a very good afternoon indeed. All 3 wickets that went down were taken by Balderson. 3 for 37 his figures up to this point. New man is Lyndon James on his way out to the middle. Before tea, the focus very much on Lyndon James' batting partner, Hamid, the Notts captain, with the 13th first-class 100 of his career. Splendid knock, although straight afterwards he nicked a ball from Tom Hartley and was put down by Luke Wells at slip. I wonder how expensive that will be come 6 o'clock, or more likely 6:30 today. Certainly going to get some overtime in. It's 4:25 now, so about 25 minutes beyond where we should be. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Scott Reed alongside me, and we'll be underway in the next minute or two with George Balderson to complete an over. What a important, significant moment that might be just before tea.
Yeah, they needed that, didn't they? Lancashire, from a Lancashire point of view, they did. It's a shame for Jack Haynes, as you was describing in commentary. He batted very nicely and put together a good partnership, but boy, did they need a little breakthrough lengths before that tea break. Here comes Balderson then, in and bowls down the leg side to James, taken by Hurst, and there's no run. But the afternoon session certainly dominated by Hamid, the Notts skipper, batting beautifully to his first century of the summer, his first against his former side, and that lovely stat of yours, his first in Division 1 since 2016. Balderson to James, in and bowls, forward in defence, and there is no run.
I think that's right. He had a breakthrough season in 2016 in Division 1, got 400s, got another one for Lancashire, but that was in Division 2, and then for Notts, his hundreds have come either in Division 2 or in that zonal system whilst we were playing behind closed doors.
Oh yes, in those weird times. There's Balderson to James, down. Oh, it's down the leg side, but he's also overstepped as well, because the umpire has called that as a wide. As Balderson scratching his spikes on the crease at the non-striker's end. So it's 193 for 5, trailed by 138 runs. Lancashire just a little bit behind on the over rate, -2. And so Balderson's in. James plays nicely off the front foot, and there's no run.
I wonder where everybody's going for the close of play score tonight. How about 306 for 8? That's got a nice familiar ring about it, hasn't it? Nice symmetry. That's what Lancashire closed on last night.
It has been that type of game so far. There's been nothing really between the two sides. Balderson to James, takes a single, takes his bottom hand off the bat. That's deflected down to deep backward square leg. And James gets his first run, 194 for 5. Brings Hamid, the Centurion, on strike, so he'll start again, go through his usual routines.
There's a lot of noise coming from over the road, in fairness to those that don't want to know the footy scores. We won't put out the footy scores, but there might be a lot of noise coming in that direction. We might also have a few tears in the commentary box.
Yeah. Balderson to Hamid, who's forward in defending, and there's no run. End of the over, 194 for 5. Well, either West Ham have scored or Tottenham have scored. It's as simple as that, isn't it? End of the over. James on 1 and Hamid's on 104.
Either way, it's not good news for the Burnley commentator.
No, it's looking increasingly inevitable.
194 for 5, as Scott says. Tom Hartley bowled 6 overs, none for 23. Going to continue. His first over went for 10, so he's dragged it back a bit. 5 overs, none for 13, you can say, since that first over, which was full of a few looseness. Yeah, you were right with one of your guesses, but it's not your boys that are being pummeled just yet. 194 for 5. Lyndon James 1. Hamid 104. Strange look to the scoreboard with those two scores next to each other. It's Hartley round the wicket, bowls to Lyndon James. Pushes this back to the England spinner. James has occupied the number 5 slot for Notts over the last 2 or 3 years, but now with this extra responsibility as a frontline bowler, finds himself down at 7 just to manage his workload a little bit. 194 for 5. Almost bowling the Stephen Mullaney overs. Stephen Mullaney was with us for about an hour this morning, wasn't he? Came up and shared his thoughts. Testimonial year as well for Stephen Mullaney. Hartley round the wicket poles, and it's defended. All sorts of things going on with that testimonial. There is a website, as always, mall2024.co.uk, if you want to know all the events that are planned this summer for Stephen Mullaney's testimonial, as Hartley bowls to Lyndon James. Doubles his score from 1 to 2 with a stroke down the ground. 195 for 5. Lots could do with another partnership of 50 or more just to sort of get within striking distance of Lancashire. You always feel with all sides in these sorts of scenarios, one sudden collapse and a game that looked to be going towards a close outcome might just be tilted one way or another. This is blocked. I've seen Notts a number of times in recent years have their lower order blown away for 10 runs or less. I'm sure Scott in his time following Lancashire would say the same. Sometimes it happens. Notts can't afford to be just blown away here. They need to get within touching distance of this talented Lancashire side. This one's defended by Hamid. End of the over, 195 for 5.
Well, I mentioned the similarities between the days so far. It's what Lancashire were able to do when they lost those wickets heading up to tea yesterday. They lost Keaton Jennings and George Balderson. They managed to find another partnership, Bruce and Bell, put on 77. Can James and Hamid do something similar in this evening session? Of course, what Lancashire have is George Balderson about to send down his 15th over, 3 for 40. James on strike. Oh, he's managed to find a little gap through the leg side. Tom Hartley will go chasing after it and will scoop it up before it reaches the boundary rope. James comes back for 2, but not got a lot of room to work the ball into there on the leg side.
Just thinking of the snooker last week. Watched quite a bit of that with the old the World Championships, and as you were saying it then, I could sort of hear Dennis Taylor and John Virgo saying there's always a gap. There's always a gap. This delivery beats James outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. An update for Radio Nottingham in a moment. Sports programme's now started ahead of the Nottingham Forest kick-off at 5:30 just behind us, so there'll be I think 1 or 2 interruptions between now and kick-off. It's the 59th over of the innings. Notts within 134 of Lancashire. It's going to take them a good session and a bit maybe to wipe that out, and that's even if they don't lose any wickets. Next one was work to Bell at mid-wicket, no run. Hamid on 104, Lyndon James on 4. Lancashire made 331. Ollie Stone taking their final 2 wickets this morning. There's Balderson in again to James, works it out onto the offside for a single. It's clearly misleading, but it almost looks to me as if George Balderson has put on a yard of pace when he's bowling from the far end, but clearly it is just an optical illusion. He's running away from us obviously at this end, now running towards us. 200 for 5, 200 up. It wasn't particularly greeted with any great roar, was it? Hamid on 104. Next delivery pushed away on the offside. Yes, there's been a lot of red shirts here, and I don't think they're supporting Lancashire either. Nottinghamshire just brought their 200 up there, 200 for 5. That's 131 adrift of that Lancashire first innings total of 331. The fact that Notts have got to that total is largely due to their skipper, Hamid. He's 104 not out. We've just started after tea, by the way. Hamid getting his century just before the break. Lots of things happened then. Hamid nicked his next ball after reaching 100 and was dropped at slip by Luke Wells. Should have gone. And then at the other end, Jack Haynes, who'd shared in a lengthy partnership, he shouldered arms to George Balderson and was bowled for 35. So Lyndon James is fresh at the crease. Just back quickly to the start of the day. Couple of wickets for Ollie Stone. Good reward for the England quick. Finished with 3 wickets in the innings as Lancashire finished for 331. Notts have lost wickets steadily, apart from their captain, Hamid. He's 104 not out, with Nottinghamshire 200 for 5. So, end of the over. Whilst I was rabbiting away to BBC Radio Nottingham, you didn't miss anything of any great consequence, I don't think. James is on 5. Hamid remains on 104. Artistic licence. I'm not entirely sure if he was dropped immediately the ball after getting, but
it was pretty much.
Yeah.
If it wasn't the next ball, it was the one after.
Or indeed the one after.
Oh, it could have been.
But it was.
It was pretty quickly after that.
It was in that ballpark.
It was. Yeah, it was.
As they tend to say over the pond. We don't seem to have ballparks here, do we? We have grounds and venues and sports stadia.
It's Hartley to James, forward and defends. Squirts out into the onside, picked up towards mid-wicket by George Bell. He's actually underneath the helmet at short leg there, number 17 on his back, just crouching down behind the batter. Well, still at slip. Tom Hartley, left arm spin from the Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. In and bowling to James. It's played back to Hartley on the bounce, scooped up by the England man. He's started after tea with his sunglasses on. Has he finished before tea?
Does he always wear sunglasses, irrespective of?
No. Must be. I mean, I've got mine on, to be fair. In forward goes James and defends, no run.
Thought that was just the remnants of last night.
No, I was well behaved. It was a good boy. 200 for 5. James on 5. Hartley again just trying his left hand on the grass. Slowly creeping in and bowling. Nice. Another optimistic looking appeal really put by Tom Hartley.
Yeah, you don't tend to get many of them, do you?
And again with James on 5 from around the wicket balls. Off the back foot and cut away towards the deep point boundary. Tom Bruce there. Got some runs in the first innings for Lancashire. His first real contribution since joining the club. He's on the boundary at point. Run for James takes him to 6. 201 for 5. Bringing Hamid back on stride. They just dropped back mid-off and mid-on. Down towards the boundary. And Hamid gladly takes the single through mid-on. And moves on to 105. Not out. 202 for 5. At the end of the 60th over of the Nottinghamshire first innings, trail by 129.
Number of people got in touch. Obviously, Haas reached his century just before the tea break, and then the wicket, Nigel King, permanent class from Haas on the century. Just a 52-year-old who used to be called just a 51-year-old, and before that he was called just a 50-year-old. But anyway, this is a really good knock from Haas. Hope he makes them pay for that dropped catch. Charlie says form is temporary, class, etc. Keith Havers, brilliant century for Haas, just what he needs, as Balderson, 3 for 45, comes into a backdrop of roars from over the road, and he pushes it into the offside. Karen the Cockleshell Venus can't contemplate cricket until the football's over. Still, it's always lovely to hear Knott's updates. Bob O, that was with regards to the Jack Hames wicket. Nigel says there's a Twitter account, Dave, for the testimonial. It's @Mull_2024. Thank you very much. Stephen Mullaney's testimonial year as Hamid whips this down to long leg. There'll be a single. Anybody else that we've heard from? Yeah, Mercedes Garvey's been in touch. Nice to have you with us, who's talking about Stephen Mullaney and the second 11, and wishing them well. Thank you very much, everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch at Brace Cricket. Apparently that's how you can get hold of Scott Reed as well. 203 for 5. Next delivery is to Tom Bailey. Pushes it out as far as William Williams. 203 for 5. Who? He's now moved lock, stock and barrel, hasn't he, to Lancashire. Doesn't play in New Zealand anymore.
Yep. I think he signed a three-year contract. He was an original signing for a 2-match deal, and then Lancashire, well, obviously Lancashire was so impressed, they got him to sign a longer deal.
But not as an overseas player, is
No.
it? Balderson bowls, beats James outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper.
He's got a British passport. His mum was born in Kent, so yeah, he's qualified as a local player. It means they can have the 2 overseas, of which one is being rested, Nathan Lyon, and the other Tom Bruce got some runs.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Nathan. Do you think he'll be out on the golf course somewhere? Are you a golfer?
I'm not sure, actually.
Ball is blocked by Lyndon James.
Be back for Blackpool next week.
Well, I've clearly not got the Alex Hales wedding invitation then, as we heard this morning. They've all gone out. That's disappointing.
Oh dear. You missed out on that one.
Sounds all right, doesn't it, Cape Town? Sounds all right.
Yeah, it sounds pretty decent.
James on 6. Bouncer. Now, Lyndon James is 6'12", and that bounced over his head. Maybe on another day might have been called. I think he's about 6'5", actually, but you know what I mean. It was well, it went high over his head, didn't it? Or seemed to. Anyway, 203 for 5.
I don't often see a bouncer sent down by a Balderson, but yeah, do that one in short. It's bowled well again today, 3 for 46. Used his balls in pretty short, sharp spells, hasn't he, Keaton Jennings? 3-4 over spells. Certainly his seamers. A lengthy stint from Hartley from this end, before and after tea. And he continues to bring Hamid onto the front foot. He defends and there is no run. 203 for 5. Sounds like the Trent Bridge pub is in fine fettle. Scores obviously going down pretty well away to our right hand side. Hartley to Hamid. A little flatter and quicker, and Hamid off the back foot drives the ball away through the offside. Takes the single. Moves on to 107. 204 for 5 now. Trail by 127 runs.
Yeah, just got to keep on doing what you're doing.
That'll be the reason why there's another cheer. What's he wanting here, Hartley? Just wants Mahmood to come up from the long on boundary. So mid-off and mid-on. Hartley into James. Plays forward in defence, and there's no run. .204 for 5, trailed by 127 runs. Hartley drifts his way back in. Nicely played by James, just a shuffle forward and drives to mid-off, no run. Keaton Jennings, a Lancashire captain there at mid-off. Two balls left of the over. Into James. Let's play back along the ground to Hartley. Fields off his own bowling.
You just never know what's going to happen, do you, Scott, over the course of 4 days? But you'd have to say right now, half the side out, to win this game, Nottinghamshire, they can't really afford much, if any, of a first innings deficit.
Hartley in, a little flatter and quicker, and James nudges the ball away to the leg side where Will Williams feels it's the end of the over. 205, 4 for 5 deficit. Deficit of 127.
Yes. With all the best will in the world, you wouldn't expect Lancashire to be rolled over cheaply tomorrow, which would mean that, you know, assuming days 3 and 4 are okay weather-wise, I say there might be the odd shower here and there, but I don't think there's anything too significant. But in order to win this, if Notts have much of a first innings deficit, really are going to be under the pump to chase something down substantial on Monday, the last day. 204 for 5 as Balderson comes in again and Hamid defends. Definitely looks quicker from the far end than he did from this end, Balderson. You'd think he'd be starting to tire, but no sign of it. This is his 17th over, 3 for 46. So for Notts to win, I'd say they've certainly got to get up to, if not beyond, the Lancashire score, and then bowl well tomorrow and bat well Monday. As Hamid gets a single, make it sound very easy down to for Lancashire to win. Good session now and a lead of 78 to 90. They're 126 in front at the moment, but if they can get these last 5 Nottinghamshire wickets, even for 40 or 50 runs, they're very much in the box seat. Just bat sensibly tomorrow. And if Notts were then set on the last day more than 300, I think they'd find it pretty difficult. This ball is pushed in the offside. Of course, that's all in the future. We don't know how it's going to pan out, obviously, but just thinking out loud, this is a significant partnership, a significant session. 205 for 5. Don't think there's been any clear-cut sessions in this match so far. You usually get one where one side or the other absolutely, totally dominates it as this is pushed on the offside. Either 150 runs for no wickets or something like that, or 60 for 8. And the bowling side have obviously dominated. But yesterday I thought you pretty much make a case for 83 for 2 the morning session. Was it even-ish? One way, there wasn't a lot in it. Same with the afternoon session. You can make a case for Notts with that second new ball coming back strongly, but the session as a whole, probably about even. This is played up to mid-on, and in fact Notts got those last 2 wickets this morning quickly, even though they lost 2 before lunch. Probably made the morning session even, and I don't know. Do you agree? Or?
No, I do. Yeah, I think pretty much every session's been about even. I think last night, that final session, I'd score it to Nottinghamshire because of the way the new ball worked for them. I think Lancashire were 270 for 4, weren't they? And then 300 for 8 or something at the close of play. So
205 for 5 as Lyndon James squared up a little bit. He was playing in the V, but a leading edge takes it along the ground into the covers. No run. Speaking of second new balls, 17 overs away, so that would come into play tonight. There's 26 overs to go, so they would have 9 overs with it this evening, Lancashire. Of course, they'll be hoping they've got rid of knots long before then, but if they haven't, that might also be a factor, and obviously it might also be a factor in what Keaton Jennings does between now and the 80th over.
yeah, it might be a factor with how Nottinghamshire play it as well. Lancashire tried to cash in yesterday before, and did actually, before Nottinghamshire took that second new ball. Batting was at its easiest all day, and they made hay of it, didn't they? Bell and Bruce in particular. Nottinghamshire want to try and chip away at quite a lot of this 126 before that new ball is an option for Lancashire. Going to see a different field here to Hamid. There's a short straight mid-on, which is George Bell, so he's disappeared from short leg. Partly into Hamid, hopping back, punching it into the offside, no run. They've put a deep backward square leg in, and he's dropped his mid-off and mid-on back to the rope, and a deep point as well. Still got the slip. Breeze just starting to ruffle his shirt as Hartley comes in and bowls to Hamid, who's right forward and defends. And there is no run. So short mid-wicket, backward point and cover. Lancashire probing away. Hamid 108 not out. Hartley bowls, and that's worked her way through point for a single. Field might change now. Lyndon James is on strike. Hamid moves to 109. 206 for 5.
There's little periods where runs come in spurts for Hamid. He'll bang away 2 or 3 boundaries in quick succession, and then maybe his next 20 runs will all come in singles. It's, 2 or 3 times it's panned out like that in this innings.
Hartley to James. Played nicely off the back foot. Tall man, made himself look even taller with the way he played it, going back and playing it late, striking it nicely away into the offside. No run. Hartley to James. This time it's driven to mid-off where Keaton Jennings fields, and there's no run. Just the single off the over so far.
Can't remember what he was on at tea. Just having a look. Hamid 104 or so, so he's only scored 5 in 7 overs.
Hartley to James, he just put Bell at silly point, and James finds a route through the offside for a single, keeps a strike as well. He moves on to 7, and Nottinghamshire are 207 for 5 at the end of the over. 25 overs left today.
James will keep strike then on 7. Is it going to be Balderson again? Yep. 17 overs, 3 for 47, his figures. Hamid has taken possession of the ball. He's having a chat with everybody, polishing the ball. Now, remembers he should be down at mid-on, so jogs down there and hands over the ball to George Balderson. Nottinghamshire's committee room as his backdrop, runs in and bowls to Lyndon James, who again just pushes it up to wideish mid-off for no run.
Nice atmosphere around the ground, isn't it? Nice little.
It's almost like I think we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? Having pipe music and pipe crowd noise played in as Balderson bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside. You know, the people that we can see aren't singing and dancing and shouting and chanting. But we have still got that wafting in
Yeah,
from
we have,
the local hostelries and the football ground over the road.
You see it drifting across the ground,
Yeah.
can't we? It's a happy atmosphere at the minute in Nottingham.
207 for 5. As Balderson into his 18th over comes in again. Lyndon James, little push and then calls Hamid through for a single. It was nicely judged. Knew what he was doing there. Just placed it into the gap at mid-on. Knew that Saqib Mahmood had dropped back a little bit. Had there been a 30-yard fielding circle, Mahmood would have been on his heels on the circle, and so Lyndon James just a little drop and run. 208 for 5. We'll have all that back with us before too long. Fielding circles and coloured clothings and everything else. As Balderson bowls, and the Notts captain, wearing number 99, pushes it out into the offside no run. Did he wear 99 at Old Trafford, can you remember?
I don't remember, but I think you probably would remember if he was 99. It makes me think maybe he didn't wear that squad number.
Seems an odd one to pick if he didn't. Don't know. Next ball pushed to Bruce at backward point, no run. Yes, the two sides will be locking horns again before too long in 2020 competition. Next delivery on its way now and defended. The end of the over, 208 for 5. Just have a little look. I have a funny feeling Notts don't go to Old Trafford until middle of July. So the blast sort of spread, isn't it, from the end of May, and there's a county championship game, and then it continues. Let's have a little look. 208 for 5 is the score.
He wore squad number 23 with Lancashire.
Right. Well, obviously Tom Moore's number 23 when he came here then, so presumably had to have something different. So Lancashire are here in the blast on a Sunday afternoon, 9th of June.
Oh, lovely. Hartley to James off the back foot, driven to mid-off, no run.
And the return is at Old Trafford on Wednesday, 17th of July.
Yeah, not always plays, you say, home and away. It's run into the offside by James, is no run. I never quite know the reason behind that.
No. Well, it's... No, I don't. I mean, there's odd numbers.
It's the only... I think it's this team, it's Nottinghamshire and Northants, is the two sides that they will only play either at home or away. So this season, it must be, for Lancashire, it must just be Northants, either at home or away. It's bizarre why they picked these two clubs. Cut away into the offside. Got through for a quick single. Hamid was quite keen and put a bit of pressure on the fielder, who throws him towards the keeper. It's not taken, and get through for one. Hamid back on strike. James moves to 9, 209 for 5.
And a couple of times we've referenced the return match at Southport. That begins on a Sunday 30th of June. Trafalgar Road, Southport.
That will be lovely.
We hope.
We hope. The glorious 4 days there last year. If anything, it was probably complaining about the weather, but it was probably too hot. It was a baking 4 days. I got some ice creams delivered to the commentary.
Oh, now then, that sounds all right.
Commentary position last year. Well, that's because Kev James was whinging.
That's how you do it, is it?
He was complaining that some of the Lancashire players were having ice cream, and he felt that it was inappropriate. So Hartley comes in and bowls to Hamid off the back foot and defends, no run. So Lancashire's media team, in a way to shut him up, went and got an ice cream and said, "There you go, mate, you have that."
Are you listening, Lancashire media team? Because I can whinge as well as as well as Kevin James. I've had ice creams with Kevin James on air. That was in the Isle of Wight. Was. Yeah.
The balls. Hamid off the back foot, works it to the leg side, no run.
You've done that one as well, haven't you?
Never been there.
Haven't
no.
you been there?
No. I think we were due to go there, and I think it may have been
COVID,
yeah. That kiboshed it. Trailed by 122, Nottinghamshire. I know, I've seen it. I've seen the headlines. Relegation. Hartley in. Forward goes Hamid. Comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects away to the leg side. End of the over. Hamid 109. James on 9. And Nottinghamshire are 209 for 5.
They are indeed. There's a lot of noise coming from over the road, as you can perhaps hear. I think the people over the road have just taken the possibility of renewing their Nottingham Forest season tickets for next year a little more seriously, because they'll be staying up. Will Williams back into the attack. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Will Williams with the wicket of Will Young, who shouldered arms and was comprehensively and I guess a little embarrassingly mopped up. It's a horrible thing, isn't it? Sure, anybody who's played cricket will have done it at some stage, just misread the line and length, or fallen victim to the one that nips back and has been bowled. Twice in this innings. Down the leg side, they're claiming a wicket here. Lancashire celebrating, but Lyndon James stays there, and umpire Longley isn't going to send him on his way. Don't know what it came off. It's a good take down the leg side from Matty Hurst, standing back obviously. Again, it's down the leg side. I think you can pretty much rule out what slip and first slip and second slip and point and cover saw. Clearly might have heard something down the leg side. Bowler seemed keen. There's Williams, 209 for 5. Not stuck in treacle at the moment. Can't get that board moving again. This one's nudged into the offside. Is that Blatherwick?
It is.
Now out on the field.
It is. So sure he's out there for it. It's Tom Bailey. He's not out there at the minute. Having a rest before a new ball comes in 15 overs.
209 for 5 as Lyndon James bowls, rather Will Williams bowls to Lyndon James, who plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. 209 for 5. Not so bad at 18 without loss since tea. It's in 10 overs, so it tells you what sort of attritional cricket we've had since the break, as both sides desperate just to wrest the ascendancy from the other one. Next ball, again pushed back to the bowler by James. Just realised it, did the maths there. It says on the board partnership 18. Of course they came together at the start of this session, with Jack Haynes being dismissed final ball of the afternoon. Williams once more, and James again turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. Two, 209 for 5. Be another update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. James again, this time a little push and run up to mid-on, and they scamper through for the single, and the stumps are thrown down by Saqib Hamid. Saqib Mahmood, I beg your pardon. Getting my Hamids and my Mahmoods Just a little mixed up there. It was a push and run from Lyndon James. He gets the single, moves on to 10, 210 for 5. So Nottinghamshire trail by 121. Continue to say this a pivotal session, but it's not been the run rate I was expecting in the final session of this second day. So it's going to take an awful lot. Well, I don't think it's going to happen that Notts are going to be on parity by the close. Just 22 overs away. Trent being brought out there for Josh Bohannon. Just holding things up for a moment. Tom Hartley ready to bowl. Richard Kettlebury just waiting for the Lancashire physio to depart. Now we're ready to go. Hartley, slow left arm, round the wicket, floats it up there, and this driven into the offside. And there's a single. 211 for 5.
With the two teams below them only having one game left. Burnley relegated after losing at Spurs. Now with an uphill task, because while being 3 points behind Forest and having one game remaining, they also have a worse goal difference to the tune.
Next ball is blocked. Just waiting for the cue to speak to Radio Nottingham. Here we go. Really strange atmosphere inside the ground here. It's like those bad old days when we played our sport behind closed doors and we had pipe music and pipe crowd noise in. Everybody I can see here watching intently, watching the cricket, very much engrossed in this. Yet all we've got is cheers and roars and everything coming from across the road. 211 for 5, Nottinghamshire. Asib Hamid, well, he's booked in for bed and breakfast, I think. He was 104 not out at tea. He's only added 5 singles in 12 overs since. They're grinding away at this Lancashire score of 331. Lyndon James at the other end, equally watchful and obdurate. He's made 11. Notts are 120 behind. We've got 22 overs left in the day. Was expecting Notts to be closing in on parity by stumps, but as it seems at the moment, they're grinding every single run out of this Lancashire side they can get. Lancashire 331, Notts 211 for 5.
And commentary from Trent Bridge continues on.
So, quick update there for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners, very much focused on something else for the rest of the afternoon. Good, strong shadows around the players. Out there in the middle as Hamid goes down on one knee and sweeps. Gets hard on that. Going to come back for 2. Safely home. Joyce Lavelle doing the fielding out there. Was not just a gentle little sweep around the corner from Hamid, really gave that a bit of a wallop, gets a couple of runs, moves on to Nelson. 213 for 5. Lyndon James has 11, all the ones on the board. Hamid 111, James 11. And this partnership is worth 2-2. 213 for 5. Still 12 overs away from a second new ball becoming available to the Lancashire captain if he wants to take it. Keaton Jennings, first slip is just moving Jack Blatherwick into position at backward point. But Lyndon James elects to push this one up to Saqib Mahmood at mid-on, no run. These sides have met 240 times in first-class cricket. Lancashire with the upper hand, 70 wins to Nottinghamshire's 59. But in Nottinghamshire, Notts with the better record, as you'd expect, 34 wins to 25. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler, Will Williams, and there's no run. Keaton Jennings went on a bit of a run there out to speak to George Bell, who's at mid-wicket. You'll never know what that conversation was about. George Bell standing there with his protective leg guards on as Williams bowls again to Lyndon James. Eases this into the covers where Tom Bailey fields, and there's no addition to the total. This morning Ollie Stone getting the last 2 Lancashire wickets, that of Will Williams and Saqib Mahmood, leaving Tom Bailey 31 not out. He'll have been particularly disappointed to come off at that stage. He was playing some nice shots, scoring quickly, trying to get Lancashire up to that 3rd batting point for reaching 350. It didn't quite happen. Next ball on the leg side, and James can't get it away. Keeper quickly round to prevent a single. Notts were 2 down by lunch, 64 for 2 after Slater for 4 and Young for 27 had perished. In the afternoon, Joe Clark out for 15, Tom Moores for 1, and then Jack Haynes with the last ball of the afternoon session out for 35. Next delivery, driven through the offside by Lyndon James, and that's quite comfortably the shot of this session. Lovely looking extra cover drive by Lyndon James. He's been waiting for that delivery from Will Williams, who duly obliges, just drops one in the slot wide enough for him to caress it away through that extra cover region for 4. And Lyndon James on to 15, 217 for 5, a deficit of 114. Very nice looking shot indeed. Last ball of the 69th over now. Williams bowls. James, having got his boundary, just drops this one to Bell at mid-wicket, no run. And we'll all turn around. Lancashire's over 8, by the way, is -2. That was set at tea. Tom Hartley bowling at the moment. I would imagine they've pretty much got it back to 0. Hamid just taking on some fluid. 111, the Nottinghamshire skipper. Opened the innings, of course, been there since the start. So he's been on the field all day. So no wonder he's ready for a drink. Getting on for 200 balls faced now. 196 balls he's faced. This is the 70th over. Lots of encouragement out there for Tommy. There's Tommy. Tom Hartley bowls and Hamid gets a single, cutting it square of the wicket on the offside. Put your feet down, folks. He's off Nelson. Hamid on to 112. A proud family back in the Bolton region. Saqib Hamid, 13th first class 100. There's Hartley. In again to Lyndon James, textbook forward defensive block. Really was a lovely shot in the previous over. Through the covers from Lyndon James.
It's a beauty, wasn't it?
Very nice indeed. Hartley in once more. Pulled all his overs from this end. In fact, this is nudged into the covers, fielded by Bell, no run. This is his 13th over, broken only by the tea interval. 6 before, and this is his 7th since. Here comes Tom Hartley, tall man, bowls, and James again happy to block. 19 overs remain in the day after this one, so I suppose we're heading towards about a 6:30 finish, something of that order. If things go on to schedule. Next ball just short enough for James to get on the back foot and punch into the offside, but it's straight to Bohannon. There's no run. One ball left in the over, and Jack Blatherwick from mid-on is now dropped out onto the long-on fence somewhere down below as he disappears out of view. Bell at short leg has gone over onto the other side at a very silly short extra cover position. This is turned into that vacated gap on the leg side by James, and he gets a single. 219 for 5. Notts trail by 112 here on BBC Radio's Nottingham, Manchester, Lancashire, and via the Notts live stream on Trent Bridge Live.
Yeah, and the way that both sides are playing this, and the way that Nottinghamshire are batting, and the way that Lancashire are fighting hard for wickets here, any kind of first innings lead for either side in a pretty balanced game so far could be crucial. 19 overs left today, so it's 10 until a new ball becomes available. I think I should be hoping that they can take another one before that presents itself. But a lead for either team could be quite important in the outcome of this match.
Bit of a collapse at Northampton for the home side. They're all out for 171. Liam Patterson-White was out for 7. No news yet on whether they're being made to follow on, but Gloucestershire 409, Northants 171. Might well stick them in again.
Will Williams from the Stuart Broad end, and balls to James. That's played out towards the leg side. George Bell is at short mid wicket, and there is no run. Remains on 16. 219 for 5.
Another big partnership at Cardiff, where Kieran Carlson 146 not out, Colin Ingram 162 not out. They're 347 for 4, came together at 41 for 4, so they put on 306 for the 5th wicket there, Carlson and Ingram.
Williams bowls down the leg side to Lyndon James, and they're taken by Matty Hurst. And there's no run. A couple of times he's speared them down the leg side to James. And just flicking his trouser pocket.
It's the 71st over. Yesterday we saw Notts round about this stage, or not far off this stage, give Ben Slater 3 overs just for something different. I wonder if Luke Wells might get the call up.
Watching how Slater bowled, maybe not. Here comes Williams in and balls to James. Turned out towards mid-wicket, there's no run. But at least his first over was a bit of a...
Yeah. Well, I might be saying, if I was the skipper, come on, you dropped him. You dropped Asib Hamid on 104. He's only added 8 since then. It seems an absolute age ago. Yeah. You dropped him. See if you can get him out.
Yeah, we've seen nothing of the leg spinner yet. It just feels like maybe that run rate's just a fraction over 3 and over. As Williams sets off balls, James Ford in defence, no run. They're not really advancing particularly quickly here, so Keaton Jennings might be quite content just to sit in here and wait till that second new ball. Lancashire really did capitalise on the older ball right at the back end of yesterday before Notts could take the second new ball. They scored quite quickly. They press on. Well, at the minute that's not happening with the bat for Nottinghamshire, which might just encourage Keaton Jennings, as you can see with the way he set this field there, catches in front of the bat, down to 1 slip. Just try and keep it tight. Williams in. Let's work to the leg side by Lyndon James, and there's no run.
I'm not sure I would have got on too well playing under Keaton Jennings, because his field placings tend to be a little subtle. Clearly there's a thing out there. You must keep your eye on the captain at all times, because he's just often doing a little movement sort of with his arm behind the back, isn't it? You know, just move a little bit that way, just move a little bit that way. All very subtle, all carefully thought out, just trying to plug a gap.
Here's Williams completely over, balls to James. Oh, he's pushing and missing at that one. Through towards the keeper. No run, end of the over, a maiden for Will Williams. Nottinghamshire 219 for 5, trailed by 112 runs. Hamid on 112 himself, and Lyndon James is 16 not out.
Wondering who that is on the field. It's Nottinghamshire 12th there. Asiba Mead's only just had it's Tom Lowton who's come out. He's obviously lost the toss. He's charged with being 12th man at the moment, but Asiba Mead, and I commented on him. He had a drink the previous over. They've just brought him another one out. Whether he's struggling a little bit, or maybe they brought him water out last time and he perhaps wanted, I don't know, one of these drinks with a little bit of revitalising something in it or not. I'm not sure. Perhaps just starting to cramp up a little bit. Some salt tablets or whatever it is. It's Hartley round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's played this on the leg side, and there's no run.
He's doing well here, Tom Hartley. He's not getting too much assistance from the pitch, but he's bowled a really tiny little spell. He's gone for 12 runs from his previous 7 overs.
Of course, I've just made the point Asiba Mead's been on the field all day. He's been on the field all match, of course, as he defends this one. So, if he is feeling a little bit fatigued, there's no surprise really. Extraordinary effort if he can bat through to the close tonight. Drives this back to the bowler. It's almost the cue for him to give up his wicket, isn't it? Saying such nonsense, but yeah, just a reminder that if he is feeling a little tired, that's the reason why. Been out there for a long old time in the warmest conditions, or some of the warmest conditions we've had so far since the season started. Drops this on the leg side. Certainly the tempo, the running between the wickets has not fatigued him since tea. They've been very watchful, very careful. Bit of a blockathon going on. Hartley round the wicket. That's short, and that'll be cut away for 1. Moves to 113, 220 for 5.
Yeah, it's just almost like this little holding pattern at the minute. There's not many runs being scored, and from a Lancashire point of view, that's okay at this stage. 8 overs away from a new ball becoming available. Happy just to sit in at the minute, I think, Lancs.
Yeah, Notts were going along at 3.5 and over. It's down to 3 and over now as this next one's just pushed back on the bounce to Hartley. End of another over. This figures 14 overs, 1 for 36. His last 13 overs, none for 26. So after that first loosener over, he's been right on it, hasn't he?
Yeah, and this last spell in particular, 8 overs for 13, is a fine effort. He's done a great job for his captain here.
That's since tea, 8 overs for 13.
It is, yeah. Williams chatting to his captain as he wanders back to his mark. You can see Keaton Jennings there walking backwards towards slip, still in conversation with Will Williams. Hamid takes guard again from umpire Lungley, who's at the Stuart Broad end. Richard Kettleborough officiating at the Ratcliffe Road end. Williams comes charging in again to start his 14th over. Oh, that kept low, and Hamid did well to get something on it. And he gets through for 1 run, Hasib Hamid, coming right off the toe end of the bat. You can see him looking there at the bottom end of his bat. Seemed to shoot through. He did really well to get something on it.
For all the days when you have no luck at all, no fortune at all, Hasib Hamid's cashing in today, really. There's been 1 or 2 moments. The drop, admittedly, he'd already got 3 figures by then, but that one certainly looked for all the world as if that was the end of his innings.
2-2-1 for 5. Williams to James. That's eased up to mid-on. And there is no run. Keaton Jennings has his field set with himself at slip, quite wide slip, and then Blatherwick at backward point, Wells at fine leg, Hartley at deep square. And then there's fielders in front of the batter, 2 on the offside, 2 catching positions on the offside, mid-off, mid-on, and a short mid-wicket. Williams bowls. They want a single here up towards mid-on. It's good running, that, actually. Made the mind up pretty quickly. And then James and Hamid that there should be one there.
At Wantage Road, Gloucestershire, with a lead of 238, have decided not to enforce the follow-on, so clearly looking to give the bowlers a bit of a break.
2 for 5. Deficit of 109. Hamid waits. Williams in. Bowls. Flashed away. Good looking shot. It's been a while since a boundary. And that's a nice way to find the rope for the first time since the 70th over. It's 6 for 5 now. Hamid moves on to 118 not out.
As recently as the 70th over, I can't remember that one.
So, no, it was the 69th. Sorry,
there was the
69th.
one that Lyndon James hit through the covers. I don't know how long ago that was.
That was the one.
I'm not sure if Hamid's had one since tea.
Yeah, 69th over. Last boundary. Williams in. Bowls. Hammered out through the offside this time by Hamid. It's Jack Blathwick. Sends it into the gloves of Matty Hurst. Hamid moves on to 119. 227 for 5.
Only 9 extras in the innings, so Lancashire have been disciplined by and large. That's not getting a helping hand there, not too many leg buys.
Here's Williams to James, that's nudged up to mid-on. No run, end of the over. That'll feel a little bit better, that, for Notts, with the boundary off it and 3 singles as well. 227 for 5.
Yeah, Luke Wells is he's almost having an over off and then an over of high concentration, because as you've pointed out a time or two, when Hartley's bowling he's the one that stands at slip, but when the quicks are bowling he's down at long leg, so he can focus, he can concentrate really hard in there at slip and then go down to long leg and look after business in the deep, although he has put the only opportunity that's come his way down on the floor. That was Hamid just after reaching his 100. 227 for 5. This will be the 74th over. Notts have got within 104 now of Lancashire. 3 out on the leg side fence as Hartley bowls to the Nottinghamshire captain and pushes this back to the bowler. Hamid has gone past 200 balls faced now. 206 deliveries have been soaked up. There's the 207th on its way now from Tom Hartley round the wicket, and Hamid just watch the very gentle turn and bounce there and then pushes it again out onto the offside. Hartley does his own fielding. Looks back to his mark and comes in again. Hamid makes that into a full toss, drives it down the ground through the mid-on region. Saqib Mahmood appears down below us. One more run. 228 for 5. This Division 1 game between two sides that languishing in the lower reaches of Division 1. But they've certainly shown enough good quality cricket over the first 2 days of this one to suggest they can both make significant climbs up the table during the course of the season. Hartley bowls. This one's pushed into the offside. No run. 228 for 5. Lancashire began the match in 10th, Notts in 8th. Next ball short and cut away. There's a likelihood they'll sort of stay in those positions if they do cancel each other out. Single taken. 229 for 5. Brings the Notts captain back on strike on 120. Partnership of 38. Hartley to bowl the final ball of the over, and again it's blocked.
Made
And
a few
it's
jump.
November the 5th.
A few of the Lancashire boys there were blind what the earth time.
Fireworks going off to signal the end of Tom Hartley's 15th over. That's what it's for.
Yeah. Well, Blatherwick's a Forest fan, isn't he? He'll be happy. He'll be pretty cheerful. There we go. Could do with being a bit darker.
I was going to
couldn't
say
it, really?
they always look good,
Yeah.
don't they? Fireworks on a bright sunny afternoon.
Sound like they look all right. You can see a bit of smoke. Can't see many flashes.
Play was being held up, but not because of the noise coming from the fireworks, but from movement again behind the arm at the far end. Don't imagine that will go on for much longer.
I'm not sure that was money well spent either. You couldn't really see anything.
No.
Here comes Williams into James. And that's worked out towards the leg side, picked up by George Bell.
Perhaps it'll go on all afternoon.
Maybe it will, yeah.
All game. Yeah. They don't come cheap, do they?
No.
For each box of fireworks. That's more than your standard family pack, I think.
It would be better if you could see them. Oh, that sounded like a big one.
That sounded like the crescendo,
Didn't it? Yeah. Williams in to James. He plays forward and defends. The ball ricochets out to George Bell, who I think is one of the Lancashire players, a little bit startled by the and the sound of the fireworks then to begin with.
I don't like fireworks, Captain.
2:29 for 5.
Generally get this once or twice a season, the cricket clashing with the football behind us, and of course when the likes of Luke Fletcher or Stuart Broad or Samit Patel, all very keen Nottingham Forest fans, were on the field, they'd be listening for every roar.
Driven into the offside, stopped at short cover by Tom Bruce, no run.
There'll be lots of requests to field on the boundary and tap into the knowledge of the spectators. What's happening? What's happening? And all three of them actually down here below us in the past shouting up, what's happened? What's the score? What's the score?
Williams to James. It's punch down the ground, and Jennings, who's almost fielding on the cut strip, he's 6 inches or so away from that. It's got that short straight mid on. He jumps away to his left to field the ball. There's no run.
I don't think I've ever been at Old Trafford on a Saturday afternoon when United have been at home. Can you hear the noise from there?
Well, no, there's nothing to cheer at Man United. It's been about 13 years since they last had something to celebrate, so that you don't really hear much when they're at home. Here's Williams in and balls. That's turned to mid-wicket this time by Lyndon James, and there's no run. He moves on. He stays on 18, 2:29 for 5.
You put your personal feelings to one side and answer the question, can you?
I'm reporting facts. United had nothing to cheer for 13 years. 2:29 for 5. You can sometimes hear the opposition cheer when they score.
Okay.
Yeah. That's about it. Williams to complete the over, in and balls. Getting clipped away by James to Bell, who stops it, and there's no run. Still 102 runs behind, with 5 overs away from a second new ball becoming available for Lancashire. It's a lovely day, nice and bright. You can see the outfield all bathed in sunshine. And Hamid's on 120 and James on 18. It's 2:29 for 5.
Yeah, very pleasant indeed, isn't it? What are we getting at the... no, it's still going to be Hartley. 5 overs between now and the second new ball at least becoming available. Won't automatically say that Keaton Jennings is going to take it, but I'd be a little surprised if he didn't. Hamid is on strike. The Notts captain has 120 runs. Tom Hartley bowls to him. He's now going to get maybe 2 more. Just tickled it fine. There's no fielders there, so they can easily make their way back for that second. 2:31 for 5. And that means that Nottinghamshire trail Lancashire by exactly 100. 3-3-1 plays 2-3-1 for 5. Hamid has 122. This one's tossed up, and he's missed out on some runs there with a lovely diving stop by George Bell. Shortish mid-wicket position, flung himself to his left, made the stop. Hartley again. Enough 2 or 3 paces, passed umpire Kettleborough. And the Nottinghamshire captain, 27 years of age, again helps it into the offside, no run. Josh Bohannon, the fielder on that occasion. Partnership worth 40 since the tea interval. It's down the leg side, Hamid down on one knee, sweeping, missed it. Well taken by wicketkeeper Matty Hurst. Still a decent number of spectators inside the ground, enjoying their weekend cricket. Next one's drilled by Hamid into the offside, and Josh Bohannon again fields. And there's no run. Hartley bowls. Next one's clipped down the ground, single to Saqib Mahmood. So Notts cut their deficit to 99 now, 232 for 5. Keaton Jennings chatting down here below us to Saqib Mahmood between overs. Can only imagine the debate is, when do you want to bowl? Do you want to take the new ball or come on first change, or might have been about ends? Either way, we're going to persist with Will Williams at the moment. I guess with Williams bowling does mean that it's going to be Saqib Mahmood and Tom Bailey with that second new ball. Slight hold up whilst Tom Bruce from point has to trot out towards the boundary. He's not gone all the way to the rope, he's within 6 or 7 strides. 4 fielders on the offside as Hamid is confronted with a 2-man wall in front of him at shortish mid-wicket, and he plays it down into the ground, into that region. 232 for 5. So the field is a third man, a deep point. See where Tom Bailey goes, because he's now trotted up to speak to the bowler. Sure, Bailey will drop back in at extra cover and then a mid-off. They're the 4 on the offside. On the leg side, that 2-man wall at short mid-wicket. Behind them, a deep square leg, a long leg and a mid-on. Keeper standing up as well. Hamid on 123. Get another one. Driving it out square of the wicket to the New Zealander, Tom Bruce. Plays his domestic cricket for Central Districts. Played nicely yesterday for his 73 before being given out LBW. Dane Patterson with that wicket. Bruce brought all the way in now from the fence for Lyndon James. He's in front of him at short extra cover. 233 for 5. Next delivery is played by James onto the onside this time, no run. So after this, just 12 overs left in the day. Can bowl 9 of them with a second new ball, should they so wish. Does mean they'll get 2 goes with it, of course. Still be new and fresh and hard tomorrow morning as James pushes into the offside. Good stop by Tom Bruce. There's no run. It's very much as if England women are going to win their T20 match at Edgbaston. Pakistan women 109 for 9 in the 18th over. James down the leg side, it's just tickled away fine. Might have been bat, might have been pad. It's 1 run to the total. 2, 3, 4 for 5. It was off the bat, so Lyndon James goes to 19. England women 163 for 6. Pakistan women 109 for 9 with only 15 balls left, so they're not going to win that. In Division 1, Hampshire made 503. Durham are 117 for 2. At Canterbury, Worcestershire made 618 for 7 declared. Kent 93 for 2. At the Oval, Warwickshire 343. Break off because the next ball is deflected away down to long leg by Asiba Mead, 235 for 5. Warwickshire 343 all out at the Oval. Surrey 261 for 3. In Division 2, Sussex 278. Now Glamorgan 358 for 6. They have lost Kieran Carlson for 148, but Colin Ingram's still going on 170 in that one. So Glamorgan building a sizable lead over Sussex. And at Wantage Road, Gloucestershire 409 and 16 without loss. Northants 171 all out. 2, 3, 5 for 5. Hamid has 125. James has 19. Williams finished that over with figures of 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Hartley to continue. And Hamid will cut him away for a single to go to 126. Slipping a short leg in for Lyndon James. Reaches forward and digs out a ball that he made into a Yorker by lunging forward. Fielded by the bowler. Thus far has gone wicketless Tom Hartley. Comes in again and once more Lyndon James. Elects to play from deep in his crease out onto the offside. T Knots were 191 for 5. They've added 45 runs. This is short and James will lash this away, square the wicket out for a single. 237 for 5. And James on to 20. He's had 1 score of note this season, Lyndon James. Made 96 here against Worcestershire, second week of the season as Hamid defends. Either side of that, 8, 7 not out, 7 not out, 18 and 2. So this is second highest score of the campaign thus far. Hartley bowls. The run here for the Notts captain. Again, he'll keep the strike. At the end of the 78th over. 238 for 5. And Notts are now within 2 big blows of a first batting point themselves. 12 away from 250. Hamid has 127. Lyndon James 20. The partnership worth 47. We've now had 78 overs. A lot of chatting going on out there, I've noticed, with Keaton Jennings. Is just going round his bowlers, tapping into the thoughts of 1 or 2 of his more senior statesmen. Clear with Will Williams bowling now, it would be Tom Bailey and Saqib Mahmood who would share the new ball, you'd imagine.
You would, yeah. With an outside chance, it might be Balderson and Mahmood. As Williams bowls to Hamid, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. He's been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he?
He's only just come off though, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Well, so you mean, you're backing Bailey and Mahmood, but I wonder whether Keaton Jennings might have been tempted to go with Balderson with the new ball. He did. Took the new ball against Kent last week. Picked up 1 for 21 with it on the back of 3 for 67.
Thing is, as I was saying,
first innings.
before he came back in, he's got 2 stabs at it, hasn't he? 9 overs tonight and some more tomorrow.
Williams to Hamid, forward and defends, and there's no run. 238 for 5. Yeah, it's kind of worked out quite well for him, hasn't it? That really.
Assuming he takes it, but you'd imagine he would. He's just been and had a lengthy chat with Saqib Mahmood a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's an absolute certainty, just that he would, but
Hartley's got to be. I know spinners like to bowl and bowl and bowl, but 17 overs on the reel now. Get one more probably.
Yeah, Williams in to Hamid. Just tucked away into the onside, no run. This is his 7th over on the spin for Will Williams. 6 overs for 2 maidens for 15, and Hartley 11 overs on the bounce for 21 runs. So they've done a really good job with this old ball at the back end of the day. Still 93 behind.
I think if you are taking it though, you take it and do it properly. You bring your slips in, you bring your field in as if it was the start of the innings again.
Williams to Hamid, forward again in defence, and there's no run.
You often see captains take it and they don't change the field. You sometimes wonder, well, why have you taken it? What are you hoping to happen with, again, your fielders spread far and wide. With that new ball, you're just looking for the extra bit of bounce, the extra little bit of zip, the extra little bit of movement, and that's why initially you do have the slips and the gullies and the close to the wicket catchers.
Here's Williams charging in bowls, and Hamid just works it off his hip. Takes a single down to backward square leg. Moves on to 128 not out, 239 for 5. Brings James back on strike. 48 run partnership between Hamid and James.
Certainly appeared to be unflustered all day long, hasn't he, Saqib Mahmood? I don't know what he'd look like if he was flustered, but he certainly seems to be unflustered.
Williams to James. And that's defended. Little nudge back down the pitch. And completes the over. 239 for 5. Deficit of 92.
So 79 overs have gone. Hartley is going to get number 80. 10 overs to go in the day. So where are we now? About 5:45. So maybe done for somewhere between 20 past and 6:30 today. Tom Hartley to bowl. Saqib Mahmood as ever seems to be on strike. He's 226 deliveries now for his 128. A day he'll remember. No doubt about that. Cuts this into the offside. Hartley dropped that one a whisker short. Two, 3-9 for 5. Here comes Tom Hartley once more, tosses it up, and Hamid has been out there long enough just to pick up the flight and realise it was a delivery he could stride towards and just caress through the vacant mid-on position. Down to Saqib Mahmood again for another single. Advances to 129. 240 for 5. Short leg in again for Lyndon James. He turns this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Will Williams doing the fielding. They all look a little weary out there. That's not to say they're giving it absolutely everything and they're all fit, athletic, strong young men, but it's just a sense that a combination of, this is pushed back to the bowler, 2 hard days of proper cricket and challenging conditions. They'll all sleep well on both sides. 240 for 5. As Hartley bowls to James, happy to block. Scott's absolutely right. Lancashire have done a really good job over the last 10-15 overs of drying up the runs, but in truth Nottinghamshire haven't really had a Tom Bruce, if you like. You flip it back 24 hours to when Notts were trying to bowl those overs between 65 and 80. That's when there's a push and run, but it's not picked up cleanly by Bohannon. So that's it. 80 overs have been bowled. Keaton Jennings gives Tom Hartley a pat and a handshake. And that single takes the 6th wicket partnership up to 50 as well from 145 balls. I've not seen the second new ball. Yeah, the old ball get thrown off. There it is, like it was yesterday. It's just thrown off for a dog to chew. In fact, you heard a thud as it bounced into one of the advertising boards. The old ball thrown away. It's going to be Tom Bailey, we know that.
Yeah, and you say a little burst with it tonight, and still be pretty new tomorrow morning, which has worked out pretty well for Keaton Jennings. Guess both batters now going to start again, haven't they? Switch back on again. We saw last night. It was a different game, wasn't it? When Notts took the second new ball, Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington bowled beautifully with it last night, and it was a completely different prospect. See if something similar happens in the final 9 overs here. Here's Bailey in with 3 slips in place, and that's driven up towards extra cover where there's no run. Who will take it from this end? I think likely Mahmood, but yep. I wouldn't be too surprised if Balderson gets a chance with it, just for the way he's bowled so far in this match. But Mahmood's not bowled too much.
Who's at mid-on?
Balderson.
There you go.
Yeah, actually, Mahmood's at fine leg. Here comes Bailey in and bowls. It's dabbed away by Lyndon James. And there's no run. Yeah, Mahmood's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 50.
I think the answer's out there. Look, Balderson's turning his arm over, he's running, he's bowling, he's whirling his arms around, he's kicking his legs out. My money's on number 10.
I think it's probably part of that. I mentioned before, that rehabilitation for Saqib Mahmood. 12 overs on the first day, probably just about enough for him. Bailey in, down the leg side, no ball called. So Bailey just overstepped. So 243 for 5 now, deficit 88. Yeah, Bailey 15 overs, wicketless for 53. Mahmood 12 overs, 1 for 50. Balderson 18 overs, 3 for 48. Will Williams 17 overs, 1 for 43, and Hartley 18 overs for 46. Both those two did a really good job together towards the back end with the old ball just then. Bailey to James, clattered away, and 4 runs through extra cover. Pushes Notts to 247 for 5.
Other thing, isn't it, with the new ball? Does come on nicely. Absolutely smacked that away through the covers. So 6 runs from this over already with the no ball and now the boundary. Notts within 3 of a batting point.
Deficit 84. Bailey into James, just drops it to the leg side, and through he goes for a single. He moves on to 26. Score now to 248 for 5. Brings Hamid, so he'll take guard again. Bailey back into the attack and with a new ball, so he scratches around in his crease and takes his guard from the umpire. Down to 2 slips with Hamid, the Centurion. Keaton Jennings and Tom Bruce, the 2 slip fielders there. Jennings clapping his hands at first slip. Deep point, deep square, fine leg. Bailey over the wicket, and Hamid allows it to travel through.
Just looking at the far end at the pavilion door there, a little and stood there. The pavilion door nowhere near the the line. It's a young man in a Notts replica one-day shirt. He's just stood there. Would have made a great photograph for family and friends. That stood there in the doorway.
There's Bailey, and again Hamid leaves. End of the over. 2:48 for 5.
Not been a big fan of the batters shouldering arms and leaving the ball alone today. Both Will Young and Jack Haynes losing their wicket that way. So yeah, it is going to be George Balderson. 2:48 for 5. So hardly out of the attack. 18 overs, 1 maiden, none for 46 for the spinner. He's done a good job. He'll have sorted the over rate out for Lancashire, tidied that up nicely, and has applied pressure throughout the period up to tea and in the hour or so since. Almost an hour and a half since tea. Come on, Baldy, they say, out on the field. Figures of 3 for 48 for George Balderson. Here he is, armed with the new cherry. Bowls, and he's got a wicket. First ball. Lyndon James drives at it, and it's flown to first slip where Keaton Jennings pouches a comfortable catch. And like yesterday when the second new ball brought Nottinghamshire a whole bucket full of wickets, Lancashire have got one with the second new ball. Notts 2:48 for 6. Lyndon James caught Jennings, bowled George Balderson for 26, and come on Baldo, he's got 4.
Yeah, he's bowled really well today. He bowled well last week as well in the second innings against Kent. I mean, it might be a case that this is just a situation that Mahmood's at kind of his limit as to what he can really bowl today on this first day, rather than it being, well, we're going to go for Balderson as a kind of a bit of a gut feeling. Maybe it was, or maybe it was that Mahmood's done his allocation really for today. Either way, Balderson's picked up a wicket with the first ball that he sent down with the new ball. And a patient knock by Lyndon James comes to an end.
Yeah, just don't know. He just obviously he got that one away in the last over, didn't he? With the fall through the offside off Tom Bailey, and clearly that would have felt good, and presumably felt this was another scoring opportunity. Threw the bat at it strongly and went very quickly off the outside edge. Just wasn't quite to the pitch of it. Flew to Keaton Jennings, who pouched it, threw the ball in the air, celebrated, and Lancashire have another bowling point. So at the moment it's Lancashire 4, Notts 3 in terms of the bonus point situation, but Notts are 2 runs away from their first batting point. Here comes Calvin Harrison, who in the last game here at Trent Bridge got a half century, his first in the county championship. 52 he made here against Worcestershire. But we can quickly gloss over his 3 scores since then, but I better tell you, 3-0 and 3. Averaging 22 in first class cricket. Think he's a little better than that, but the stats say he isn't, so we'll have to go with the stats. He's in at number 8. As Balderson looking for a 5-wicket haul. Bowls to Calvin Harrison, who shoulders arms, and this goes through to the wicketkeeper Matty Hurst. So the second new ball bringing rich rewards for Lancashire and for George Balderson. They've broken that partnership, which was worth 57 for the 6th wicket between Asib Hamid and Lyndon James. 2:48 for 6. Next one is edged, and it's gone for 4, and that is a batting bonus point for Notts, but it was so close to third slip. Where's that in there?
George Bell.
Went very quickly. It's an involuntary shot, seemingly. 4th slip would have gobbled it up had there been one there, but there wasn't, so Notts level it up on the bonus point situation at 4 all. Harrison off the mark with a boundary. 2:52 for 6. Balderson's figures damaged a little bit, but not by much. He comes in again, and same again. 4 runs, this time more controlled, more deliberate, I think. Played with an open face, but it's ended up again down third man for 4. A lady in a lovely pink summery dress, I think, came to get the ball, but I don't know if it just hit the metal fence in front of her and bounced away from her. Either way, it looks as if, well, for a moment I think Keaton Jennings thought about sending a third man down, but sort of defeats the object, doesn't it? You want him to be just pushing outside the off stump. In fact, they brought a 4th slip in there now. That's a better way of plugging the gap. 256 for 6. Balderson bowls to Calvin Harrison, who defends. Hamid 129. Harrison 8 from 2 balls. Not hanging about. He's now faced 4. This will be the final ball of the 82nd over. It'll mean we've got 7 overs left. Unless the second day. Next delivery cut away into the offside, and I was looking for the sweeper out there. There isn't one, but it's not properly got hold of it. So Calvin Harrison, who the start of this over was sat on the balcony at the far end with his feet up watching the cricket, thinking, oh, what a lovely evening, and at the end of the over he's 10 not out. 258 for 6. That's because the over began with a wicket. First ball, Lyndon James caught Jennings, bowled Balderson for 26. It was 248 for 6, and then there's 2 boundaries and a 2. Eventful over.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Tom Bailey, 7 left tonight. Into Hamid. It's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Last match at Edgbaston was looking at Ben Duckett and carrying his back, because of course he opened, and if he was 8th or 9th out, something of that order. Was he even last out? I'm not sure. I'll have to check on that, but it appeared as if he was going to carry his back. Wasn't last out, certainly.
Bailey to Hamid, a little bit of width there, invites him onto the front foot, trying to find the gap through the offside, but guides it straight to Will Williams at cover, and there's no run.
A Herculean effort from Asib Hamid if he can get through to the close and get some rest overnight. Go again in the morning. Side of 73 adrift. Still with 4 wickets left.
Bailey looking to remove Hamid. Oh, this has him probbing forward, and that ball just slides past the edge of the bat.
You nearly did it then.
He did it. First time for an age that Hamid's looked anyway a bit kind of uncomfortable.
If Lancs get him this evening, Hamid, I think they'll have a first innings advantage. If Hamid starts again in the morning, he could very well have the capacity to draw knots somewhere very close.
Deficit 73 at the minute. Bailey back in. Hamid calmly guides the ball away behind square on the offside and moves on to 130 not out.
It's just Ollie Stone, Dylan Pennington and Dane Patterson to come. I don't think any of them would overplay their batting abilities. Stone and Pennington have had half centuries in first. No, indeed, Dane Patterson had one in South Africa. Not entirely sure what the bowling would have been, but they've all had half centuries in first class cricket.
4 slips wait, and Harrison just guides the ball away into the offside. No run. Jennings, Bruce, Bell and Williams are the 4 slip fielders.
Yes, had there been 4 in the previous over to George Balderson. Certainly Calvin Harrison's second delivery, his first boundary. Fancy that flew through 4th slip at catchable height.
Bailey to Harrison. Slides past again as he plays forward. Bailey turns on his heels and runs his fingers through his hair. Managed to beat the bat twice in that over. One bowling to Hamid, one to Harrison. Still wicketless for the day is Tom Bailey. 259 for 6. Trailed by 72.
Yes, I think we're almost beyond the stage of night watchman for Notts. I don't think an awful lot can be preserved by switching the order there. I'm pretty sure it'll be Stone and then Pennington and then Patterson if a wicket goes down. 6 overs left. 259 for 6. Here's Balderson looking for his fifer. Bowls to Hamid. Pushes this out onto the offside. Not sure if they'd have played together. Balderson's not been in the first team that long. Certainly don't think he'd have been there 2019, the last time Hamid would have played.
It was obviously in and around the academy and the age groups and pushing towards first team when he played second team cricket.
There's Balderson. Bowls again to Hamid. Nudges this back to the bowler. Guess there's the potential that they played some second team cricket then.
Yep, that's a possibility. Made his debut in 2020, George Balderson.
259 for 6. Hamid on 130. Works this off his hips. He's run the first one quickly. I wouldn't advise going for the second. Hartley clean pick up and fizzes the ball in. There's just one. Hamid on to 131. 260 for 6. Baldy's getting lots of encouragement. Out there at Trent Bridge. Still plenty inside here, watching on. Next ball nice and full, and Calvin Harrison with a forward defensive block. Not sure what the ball struck. Didn't really rebound away much off the bat, so I suspect there was a good thud into the pad there. 260 for 6 it remains. Balderson coming towards the end of his 20th over. Done a really good job here. And again, past Calvin Harrison's bat through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Real part of the kind of bowling unit, George Balderson. It's so important, isn't it? Teams have good all-rounders that help balance the side out. Bats at 4 and a real key cog in the bowling unit. Becoming a really important player for Lancashire, George Balderson.
Scored 38 yesterday. I think he left a few runs out there as well, as Harrison turns this towards deep mid-wicket. Should be able to come back comfortably for a couple of runs. Hartley javelins the ball in from 65 yards away. 262 for 6. Harrison on to 12. 131 to Hamid. Notts trail now by 69.
I agree. I think he probably did leave a few out there, and more importantly, probably he would agree with that as well. He's not perhaps quite got going with the bat this season. I guess that's the exciting thing, is that at some stage you back he will do. He got 700 runs at averaging 50 last year, but the benefit of being that all-rounder is you got another chance to contribute, haven't you? And if he's not got runs so far, he's picked up 4 wickets in this innings. He got 5 wickets last week against Kent, so he's contributing one way or the other. Bailey to Hamid, pressed away into the offside. There is no run. 4 overs left tonight. Hamid 131. It has been a mammoth effort from the Nottinghamshire skipper. He'll be as switched on as he's ever been now, determined to make sure that he's there tomorrow. Tiring day in the middle, but work still to be done. Bailey to Hamid, forward resolutely as ever in defence. And there is no run.
I've seen him bat through a full day before, but of course this wouldn't be the full day. I don't think he came to the crease until about 20 to 12, something like that would it have been.
25 to 12, something like that. I think Lancashire batted on for 20-25 minutes this morning. Perhaps not quite as long as that.
Bailey to Hamid. We'll just take a single here, roll down off the face of the bat down to third man. There isn't a third man in place. So backward point has to make up the ground, which is Luke Wells, and by the time that's all happened, Hamid's come back for 2.
Yeah, just getting, obviously every run brings them closer and closer to Lancashire, but as you see it tick down on that bottom strap line on the scoreboard, trail by 67. Seen it come all the way down from 300 odd. That's all getting within range.
Yeah, still with 4 wickets in hand. Bailey to Hamid, drives away. And then Luke Wells in the deep point boundary fields. And Hamid moves on to 134 now, 265 for 6.
Not entirely sure what's happened to bring Luke Wells onto that side of the field. He's been almost taking route away to our left in front of the big screen here at Trent Bridge. First time today we've seen him on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground.
2 balls left for Bailey, 4th slip in place. Harrison's on strike. Guided out through the offside to Wells, who comes up from the point boundary. And there's no run. Harrison remains on 12, 265 for 6. 3 off the over so far. Wells making his way back towards the boundary, as indeed is Hartley, heading towards a square leg boundary. Bailey is in once more. Forward goes Harrison and defends. And there's no run. 4 overs remain tonight. Nottinghamshire 265 for 6.
Yeah, we'll have a fresh voice for you tomorrow. Grace Ballinger, the Blaze opening bowler, will be with us. Lots to talk about with Blaze, their start to the season. Career high score a couple of weeks ago for Grace as well with the bat. She got promoted in the next game from 11 to 10, so we'll look forward to chatting to her about that and everything else. We'll get her take on how this one's going as well. Grace Ballinger with us tomorrow on commentary as George Balderson bowls to Hamid. Blocks it, again goes for his little walk. However tired he is, he wouldn't be half as tired if he didn't have that little walk towards the square leg umpire after every delivery.
It's a great way, isn't it, just for him to switch off?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
obviously it's something that he's always done it ever since I've seen him bat when he made his debut. Something he's done.
Everybody's got their own little routine, their own little trigger points. Balderson bowls again, whipped away on that leg side. They get a single. Just good enough for Hamid. If you bring the fielders in on the 1 on the leg side, he'll find the gaps and get the boundaries. If you push him out on the rope, he'll just take singles all day there.
Yeah, it's his strength, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rotates the strike really well.
He's had a really good day. 266 for 6, and it's been needed by the Nottinghamshire side.
It's actually something I think that he's got better at. Maybe that was one of the things you could put against him when he first came into professional cricket. Maybe he didn't rotate the strike enough.
Harrison's on strike.
Lovely
Clips
shot.
this away for 4 through mid-wicket. That's nice. It's his 3rd boundary, but that's far and away the most convincing one. The other 2 were guided down to 3rd man. One, I think, by a little bit more luck than fortune, and one looked to be deliberately played, but that was a nice shot. Worked away through mid-wicket for 4, 270 for 6, and that's trail by 61 now. And Balderson has gone for 66 runs, 4 for 66. 270 for 6 knots. Next delivery left alone by Calvin Harrison. So at tea I said, just like the symmetry of things, if Notts closed on 306 for 8. I don't think that's going to happen with 20 balls left in the day. I don't think they're going to score 36 runs and lose 2 wickets. They might lose the 2 wickets. Don't think they're going to score the 36 runs. in 3 and a bit overs. Harrison has 16. Balderson bowls to him, and he's played it again into that mid-wicket gap. Not sure if the ball's going to win this race. It is, you know. It is, you know. 2 fielders in hot pursuit, but Calvin Harrison just making the most here of coming out to face this second new ball, the hardness of it. Just playing back to ball and then seeing it ricochet away for boundaries. 274 for 6, and Harrison on to 20 out of the 26 that this pair have added. Tom Hartley, who'd been brought in to mid-wicket, now been asked to stay out on the fence just to stop Calvin Harrison picking these boundaries off. Balderson bowls to him. Harrison pushes into the offside and calls his skipper through for a single, so he'll keep strike. So he's not a night watchman, but he's played in that instance as a night watchman for his captain. Took a single off the last ball. You just stay there, Hass. I'll look after your son. 275 for 6.
Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it, by Harrison?
Manchester original Calvin Harrison.
Yeah. Is he still an original?
Oh, I don't know.
For this summer? No,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. He was called up, wasn't he, during the one-day cup campaign last year. Got his selection to the originals. That was actually before Lancs were going to play Notts, wasn't it?
Yeah, a while back. He has played in it before, I think, for the Birmingham outfit.
He's Bailey to Harrison. He's up off his toes to defend it. Runs back off his pad and trickles out into the offside. No run.
It's the Phoenix, isn't it, at Birmingham?
Yep.
So just a maximum of 17 legal deliveries left. Few people have popped their coats on and picked up their picnic hampers, their satchels, the carrier bags. They're starting to head for the gates.
Bailey to Harrison, edged. First wicket of the day for Bailey. Bruce takes the catch. Nottinghamshire 7 down now. Harrison departs for 21. 275 for 7. Trail by 56.
Yeah, Notts didn't want that to happen. Clearly, Lancashire did. 275 for 7. My word, this game. Just think you've just about sorted it out or sussed it out what's happened. Thank you, Mick. Mick Newell just sending me a message, which then disappears. 275 for 7. Calvin Harrison caught Bruce, bowled Bailey for 21. Faced 18 balls at 4 fours. 2 through mid-wicket, 2 down to the third man region. It's at the crease for 20 minutes. Assume it'd be Ollie Stone. On his way out to the middle. It is indeed. Here comes the Nottinghamshire fast bowler, Ollie Stone. He's looked really good in this game. Didn't necessarily get his full rewards yesterday, just 1 wicket, but turned that into a 3 for this morning. Him at one end, Dylan Pennington at the other. Went a long way to dismissing Lancashire for 331. Would have hoped he wouldn't have to put his pads on today, but now comes out to the middle to join Hamid. Last time Ollie Stone made his way out to the middle against Lancashire was to save the game for Notts last year. When he came out, he hobbled his way out to the middle. Badly hurt. Hadn't taken much part in that game, but Notts were 9 down, 5 balls left in the match. Had to come out and face Tom Hartley, who bowled the last over. Got rid of Luke Fletcher, first ball of that final over. And then Ollie Stone kept him out the next 5 balls. An extra slip put in. Tom Bailey now bowling to 5 slips. Quite extraordinary field here.
Yeah, looking to try and jump in right at the end of the day, aren't they? Stone defends up off his toes, pushes away into the offside, no run. Just got some quotes from just at the back end of the day, just from Jimmy Anderson here, speaking for the first time since his decision that he's announced to retire from international cricket. You can read these quotes on the BBC Sport website, and there's a full interview with Jimmy Anderson. And he's touched on the possibility of what he might do with regards to playing for Lancashire. As Bailey's into Stone, and that beats him. Through to the keeper, no run. I won't. Obviously, there's a full interview, and you can hear Jimmy speaking about all this if you head to the BBC Sport website and app. But just on the Lancashire thing, that's the one thing that's not been certain with the announcement earlier today. He says, "I'm not 100% set on what I'm going to do next. That will be a conversation down the line, and I'll see what Lancashire want to do, and if I have the desire and willingness as well." With regards to playing for Lancashire, he has confirmed he will play before the Test match, which is something we knew probably. Leaves that one alone. Stone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So what are your next few fixtures then? You've got Blackpool versus Durham next week.
Yep.
You'd imagine you'd want to go out in a home fixture if you've got one.
There's 3 home games in the next 4, and one's at Emirates Old Trafford against Warwickshire, and there's one at Southport and one at Blackpool.
Yeah, that could be the one then, do you think?
Could be. Final ball of the over, 275 for 7. As Dave said, 5 slips all waiting to pounce. There's Bailey from the Stuart Broad end, in and balls. Clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. Stone might want to come back for 2. There's a bit of hesitation and they agree on a second. Ollie Stone does take 2. And that completes the over. 2 remaining tonight. Nottinghamshire 277 for 7. Trail by 54 runs.
Yes, 12 balls. A maximum of 12 legal balls left in the day. Nottinghamshire will look to go again at the start of day 3 and close in even more on that Lancashire first innings score of 331. Bonus points situation, of course, will feature prominently. That's 23 away from a second batting point. Lancashire need 2 wickets to get the full haul of 3 bowling bonus points. Going to be George Balderson. Figures of 4 for 71. Hamid on strike on 135. Going to take a single first ball here. He's going to call Ollie Stone through. I think it's the right thing to do. Hamid has to be there at the close, has to start again tomorrow morning. So whoever it is at the other end is going to have to take their fair share of deliveries, and certainly Ollie Stone won't mind fronting up. Decent player with bat in hand. 278 for 7. Saw him bowling quickly this morning to Saqib Mahmood. I'm sure Saqib would like to give him some back as Stone drives and he's denied some runs. A really good stop, diving stop at a wide-ish mid-off position there. Is that Bohannon? Really good dive there to prevent runs. Still lots of encouragement for George Balderson. Stone stands, bat held aloft, brings it down to drive back to the bowler. We've got 3 balls left in this over and then 1 more. Half time in the football behind us, so there'll be another update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two, although with 9 balls to go in the day. Timing might be good that they come here as they go off. Bouncer bowled by Balderson. Ollie Stone understandably having nothing to do with that. Been a lovely day weather-wise and a really good couple of days of county championship cricket. Competition being seen at its best here. 2 good strong sides slugging it out. Some fine batting, some excellent bowling, good fielding. Played in a good atmosphere in front of a good crowd in good weather. What more can you want as this is driven up to Saqib Mahmood at mid-on. There's no run. 1 ball left in this over. In an ideal Nottinghamshire world, Ollie Stone will take a single here. Lancashire doing nothing to give him the single. You very often see, well, George Balderson sort of spread his arms out there to Keaton Jennings at the far end, as if to say, do you want to spread him out to give him one? But Jennings hoping he'll get the wicket instead, and Stone plays it nicely, but up to Mahmood at mid-on. So Notts can only be at worst 8 down tonight. If a wicket does fall in this final over, then they'll troop off. Notts will start again tomorrow morning. Start of today, day 2. Lancashire were 306 for 8. They lost Will Williams for 5 and Saqib Mahmood for 2, both to Ollie Stone, who finished with 3 wickets. Tom Bailey played some lovely shots this morning. He was 31 not out. Lancashire adding 25 runs in just 4.2 overs for those last 2 wickets. 3-3-1 all out. And then today Notts have lost Ben Slater for 4 and Will Young for 27 in the morning session.
Leaving Hamid on 136 not out, who defends the start of this final over of the day from Tom Bailey, and there's no run.
Sorry, didn't realise you were communicating with head office there. In the afternoon, Joe Clark for 15, Tom Moores for 1 and Jack Ames for 35, and then since tea, Lyndon James for 26, Calvin Harrison for 21. The 2 innings have sort of mirrored each other in a lot of ways. Standout score for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings 91. Standout score still in progress here for Hamid.
Yep, can he get through to the close? To way off his hip, towards backwards square leg for a single.
So 4 balls left in the day. Just waiting for the cue to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. 279 for 7. Now Lancashire would love one more tonight. Stone is on strike then, so Hamid has got down to the non-strikers end. Notts 52 behind. This ball towards the thigh area of Ollie Stone, keeps it out. Smear of red down his flannels.
We're going to first of all check in on the cricket at Trent Bridge. Quite a day for the Notts captain Hamid. Dave Bracegirdle.
Yes, very much so, David. He's still there, and thankfully for Notts supporters, he's at the non-strikers end, 137 not out. And I say that because there are only 3 balls left in the day. Nottinghamshire 279 for 7 as Ollie Stone drives this one up to mid-on. So there's only 2 balls left here. Lancashire made 331. Stone started the morning on the field with ball in hand and quickly removed the last 2 Lancashire not out batters, Will Williams and Saqib Mahmood. So 3-3-1 all out, and today Notts before lunch lost Ben Slater cheaply. Will Young shouldering arms went for 27 this afternoon. Joe Clark and Tom Moores went cheaply. Jack Haynes stuck around nicely. It was a really positive 35 from him. Since tea, Lyndon James for 26. Calvin Harrison's just gone for 21. So a lot of starts from a lot of players, but the innings has largely been down to Saqib Mahmood. It's a significant knock this for him. It's his first century for a couple of years for Nottinghamshire, 13th of his career, 7th for Notts. But of course this is against the county that let him go a few years ago. He is a Lancastrian. This will have meant an awful lot to the Notts skipper Saqib Mahmood, who's had a sticky start to the season. Scored just about half of the Nottinghamshire runs here, 137 not out, and with 2 balls left in the day, looks very much as if he's going to be coming back tomorrow morning. Just see this delivery with you as it's pushed back to the bowler. So 1 ball left in the day. Nottinghamshire 279 for 7, which means they're 52 behind.
Dave Bracegirdle, thank you very much indeed. Commentary.
So barring an absolute disaster in the last ball of the day, Hamid will be not out. Say that, I remember once, I know Mick Newell's listening, I remember once when last ball of the day Samit Patel and Luke Fletcher, the night watchman, ended up at the same end last ball of the day as this is pushed out onto the offside. That's not supposed to happen, Scott Reed. That is a terrific day of cricket. It's been a terrific 2 days of cricket. Ollie Stone keeps out Tom Bailey. He's 2 not out. There'll be a special round of applause, I'm sure, when Asib Hamid reaches the far side of the ground, because he's 137 not out. Nottinghamshire 279 for 7. Trail by 52. The figures on the board also reflect what a good day it's been for George Balderson. 22 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 72. I feel like I'm repeating what we said this time yesterday, but I will. It's been a cracking day of county championship cricket.
It has been a belter. Yeah, it really has. It's a really interesting game bubbling up, isn't it? I mean, 50 behind with 3 wickets in hand. Can Lancashire get themselves a first innings lead? Can Nottinghamshire pretty much draw level or even nudge in front? You never know, with Stone and Hamid and Pennington and Patterson still to come. But either way, Hamid here has a chance to lead the side off. He's batted superbly.
Yeah, and his figures as well. They say he's been at the crease for 360 minutes. I think even I can work out that's exactly 6 hours. 246 deliveries he's faced, 16 boundaries. There's been periods where he's just stuck around like glue, and that's either because he's realised the importance of the situation, not wanting wickets to go down in clusters, just making sure that he could build a partnership with whoever's come out to join him, or because Lancashire certainly in good numbers of parts of the day have bowled really well at him. They've set decent fields, have kept him dry of runs for long periods, but Hamid's good enough, as we were saying, to manipulate the bowlers, to find the boundaries with the bag ball, to encourage his teammates. He's a very popular captain, Asib Hamid, and the only thing that's been missing from his game this season is a substantial score. Well, he's got it now, and just wonder if tomorrow he can go on and make it a really substantial score. If he can get Notts up to the Lancashire score of 331, then certainly that'll be very much the major part of the job done. With 3 wickets in hand, Notts 52 behind. We've said all along, he's just got sort of that feel that this is going to be nip and tuck and pretty tight between all of them. Just before we go, thanks very much to Scott Reed for his company and his commentary today. Thanks to Stephen Mullaney, who popped in for an hour this morning. Always enjoy spending time with Mull. To our fabulous camera crew around the ground who bring you the pictures, I appreciate all the work you do, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, thank you. But mainly we do it for the listeners, for the viewers, for the watchers, for those that take the trouble to get in touch with us, those that don't, that are just out there and want to know what's going on. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today, and I hope we can do it again. We will be on from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, but if you watch the live stream from about 11:15, Aaron will be there with today's highlights and all the interviews, and we'll set up day 3 nicely. From us all at Trent Bridge, have a lovely Saturday evening. Enjoy Eurovision, folks. Good night.